I don't think seeing. I think thinking this fight's easy from where it was on PTR is crazy.
Okay, but I think that
It's crazy.
They could have nerfed it.
I mean, that's true, but they also mentioned the one.
Imagine the Scrapmaster doesn't one-shot you.
I mean,
You see what I'm saying, right? Like, there's a world where you build an easy version of this fight.
None of their death, they have yet to have any of those cats go off, so that would be a variable that's irrelevant.
Imagine the Scrapmaster doesn't one-shot you, and then imagine the...
They're going to pull this boss again. Yep, there it is, that patrol. Unlucky. Having to pull it out of the room again. This is going to be very frustrating for them.
Yeah.
Okay, so, but yes, I would definitely change my pull count. Definitely not to 1. I would probably put this at, I think like...
I mean, I do think that they could kill this still fairly quickly, because again, you literally just have to do the same thing over and over again. So once they figure it out, it's not like, okay, now we have to prog the next phase. You literally just keep on doing it.
Yeah, it's one of those bosses you can make a large bit of progression on the boss's health by just seeing through the next phase, hitting that checkpoint. Right?
Once they solve
like 10, maybe 15.
Once they solve the first 2.5 minutes of this fight, they've solved the whole fight. So
It's about consistency, right? It's about and again, this is why they're bringing the Shadow Priest and the Moonkins. They're making sure that whatever strat they're implementing and the composition that they're fielding in this fight is going to be the most consistent for dealing with these cycles, right? Because again, the trash is going to do so much damage to the boss that it doesn't matter if you're a little bit lower on boss damage. If you just hit the boss with another big ball of trash.
Exactly, yeah. So it does look like, again, they're taking a little bit of time before pulling.
Yeah, I mean,
what discussion that last pull has procced out of them.
You got to keep in mind though, the trash piles will do a lot of raw damage to the boss, or the trash balls will.
Exactly.
Right. But you also have the burning trash piles that are stacking up the longer this fight's active, right? So that stacking ray damage does get pretty crazy when you have more Scrap Masters, more lightning coils active as well. So there's a soft enrage here in a sense, but we haven't got to that point yet. Hopefully we'll see that in the next half hour or so. But like I talked about, seeing the first 2.5 minutes is probably what you need to see to kill this fight.
Yeah, comp remaining the same so far. So
I think
they want to swap here.
I think it's unlikely to see a comp change for like, unless you see something that's like glaringly bad.
Yeah, I think they're already pretty optimized for it with those 3 Shadow Priests. Those look very good on this fight.
Yeah.
I'm surprised there's 1 warrior in this fight though, actually. Yeah, I thought it'd be 2. I don't know, maybe like a bit of execute damage mixed in as well, but I feel like, I don't know. 3 shadows is a bit surprising to me on a fight like this. Yeah, they do have good like sprite cleave on bombshells, but I feel like it might be a little excessive.
I mean, they don't have a rogue in it all, but like...
It's true, well...
Yeah, you can see a rogue is in group 5 for them.
Well, how much... The rogue is really weird because... So, atrophic poison is actually very good, right? It's 3% damage reduction...
On damage sourced from the target that has the poison
on damage sourced from the target. So
a problem with this fight is that the burning garbage is environmental damage, so you don't reduce that with atrophic poison.
Exactly.
The coil mythic damage is environmental, and a lot of the other damage is sourced from like the bombshells, the Scrap Masters, which may or may not have atrophic poison on them. So yeah, they've decided we don't need a rogue at all for this fight because such a high percentage of that damage is not going to get atrophic poison applied to it anyways.
Now, the weird thing is not having Impec in... Or not Impec, not having I'm Exile on this rogue, then could have potential loot consequences later on, or like vault consequences. But realistically, you're probably going to play rogue for everything else anyways.
They're still expecting to probably kill Muggsy this week, which means, yeah, as long as you do bring a rogue in on all the other bosses, they still get a 6-box.
Yeah.
Of course, that plan may or may not survive contact with these later bosses, right? We may end up finding the One-Armed Bandit and or Muggsy end up not going down this week, but... historically, they do, right? It's been very rare for for any boss except for the end boss to survive the first reset.
Tendril did, right? Didn't Tendril survive?
I think Tendril did, yeah, but that was,
Sure, yeah.
Another level of difficulty.
Well, we don't
Halondrus did even.
Yeah, but
okay, that was a different era.
That was like the exception of a tier.
That was like the 5th boss.
Yeah, that tier was an outlier as a whole tier.
Yeah, that tier had 4 bosses that probably could have been end bosses.
I know. I was there. I remember this.
Yeah, yeah, it's true. Yeah, it was
Also, wait, didn't they kill Halondrus week 1? Because didn't they kill Anduin week 1 as well?
I don't remember actually.
No, I thought Halondrus went through the reset.
And then it was Raglan. It was like Anduin died at the end of week 1. Raglan died at the end of week 2. And then Jailer died in the middle of the end of week 3, I think.
For some reason, I thought Halondrus went through the reset. I don't remember why I thought that.
It's all runs together.
Yeah, it could be. It was so long ago. I could be wrong.
It's all one long day.
You might be right. I might be wrong. I have no idea.
This boss is having to get spam reset here as they stand in the room, continuing to think about it. That is going to be so frustrating.
think Blizzard comes in and hotfixes this boss to stand still.
I hope so. That
I hope so too.
that seems like it's so annoying. At least at least have it not pat over the whole room so that you can have an area to stand your raid.
How do you feel about Broodkeeper?
Yeah, well, Broodkeeper you could. Wait, you mean Brood Twister or
No,
Broodkeeper?
In vaults, right?
Yeah, that was also at least that one. No, that was also bad. Yeah,
That's
the same kind of
He was
thing.
about to cope, but then he just always.
Oh, you're right. That was also tough.
Yeah,
At least that boss was mind soothable. This one isn't.
that's fair. I don't know if they're gonna stop this from patrolling around. Was more my point.
Yeah.
Anyways.
It probably doesn't matter a whole lot if it's 20 polls. If we're here in 60 polls, yeah,
That's
I'm
true.
Full timer.
fine.
Tab in.
All right. Wait.
That's
Wait,
a
let's respawn
that's a
timer. Don't
respawn
tab out.
timer.
Tab out.
Yep.
That was just baiting. Make sure.
Oh my god,
on their
dude, this
toes.
respawn timer. I'm
You gotta be on
cooked.
your toes, man. Bosses can die fast.
Yeah, comp remaining unchanged here. We've got Nick in on the Resto Druid.
I think they were watching probably the VOD of the last poll.
Yeah, I suspect they're
Probably.
looking at things. That's part of the reason why the boss is getting accidentally pulled over and over again as well, is because everybody's tabbed out. This time they've managed to successfully reset
You
it
could just
after a
stand
couple of
outside
seconds
the
there.
gate as well, and that'd be a-okay, right?
Well, there's trash
Yeah,
out there.
Well, they've cleared one of the trash
Killed
poles
one of the
that's out
packs.
there, yeah, so they could stand out there now.
But I think they want the boss in a consistent spot. I mean, look at the world markers. I think that a lot of their weak cores and stuff like that are relative.
They could always reset it when they're ready to pull and then have it respawn over there.
All right. Yeah, you're making compelling arguments here. I'm not gonna.
It looks like they're kind of moving forward in the room now, getting potentially ready to get this thing pulled.
Yeah.
I see a lot of people moving around, which means they're probably not looking at their second screens anymore.
Hislo looks like he's primed to pull the boss.
There it is,
Here we
15
go.
seconds pull timer. Pull number 3 of Styx Bunk Junker about to get underway.
Previous best of 69%, truly nice number here. And you see, I actually like this pull timer because they're going to then allow the boss to be
Yeah, they want to fight it right over here
Yeah.
consistently. So the idea is to do that pull timer right as it's respawning, it looks like. But yeah, we've got Nick's POV on that Resto Druid, so we can see a little bit of what this raid healing is looking like. So far, starts off pretty easy. We do get those red circles on people, which do some damage, but in and of themselves aren't going to be a threat. It's when they overlap with that other damage. But soon now we're going to have this garbage coming out, and here comes some mythic pylons, which are going to apply some damage to players. You can see red beams to people don't do anything unless that cast finishes, and then they'll one-shot them. But some prototype power coils are now out and zapping electricity into those players.
How many of those stacks that debuff are you? Do you
It
think
looks like-
until you're like really toast?
It looks like the end of it is very scary, yeah. So those players are popping defensives, getting effects like those externals like that. It looked like that Iron Bark even may have been used there. I'm not actually 100% sure about that one, but they've managed to get through pretty cleanly that first spawn. A bunch of garbage is still on the ground, which is okay. It'll persist into the later phases, although they do have to try and avoid it with these fire circles. Having everybody kind of watch their feet and not be standing on top of that garbage. It's very easy to accidentally do that because it doesn't do anything bad to you if you're standing on it until that fire circle cast finishes. But they've managed to avoid making any burning garbage, and they're going to be baiting the boss right over into
I like that
where
bait.
it was.
Yeah.
So they can just keep fighting there. We have lost a player now. Zasevi on his Mistweaver went down.
One of the reasons that you want to rebait right on top of where you were is because that is where you were killing that trash earlier, where you were rolling over that garbage. And so you're going to want to, every single time that boss goes up in the air, you just want to rebait like exactly where they were.
So now we've got 2 burning trash piles. I think the way that it works is after the boss does that intermission, every single one of those casts will now burn the 2 closest trash piles to him.
Okay, that should lead to a lot of ramping trash towards the end of this fight. Then we do see this next trash set come out here, though, and there are indeed 4 lasers here from these scrap. Is there 4 or 5? There's
4, it looks like.
4, yeah.
yeah.
They've all been picked up, though. No deaths to those. The entire raid is alive as that B-Res was used on Zasevi, but the raid damage is getting intense here. Those red circles, and boom, a bombshell goes off. That's going to wipe the raid here very quickly. Maybe they ran into it with one of the garbage rollers.
It looked like they did under the boss.
Because it hasn't been 30 seconds yet. So that's a big challenge. You want to get those bombshells under the boss to cleave them down, but you also want there to be a path for the garbage to roll into the boss without hitting one of those bombshells.
It's kind of a weird situation.
We've actually seen ID, I think, playing a 3rd tank potentially to help manage that sort of thing on their pulls of this boss. I wonder if that's something that Liquid would ever consider.
It kind of depends on what the enrage of the fight, what
Yeah,
the
exactly,
limiting
you're
factors of this boss are.
You are going to lose damage by playing an extra tank, although relative to a regular fight, you'd lose less damage here because some of your damage is coming for free from the balls going in every so often, right? So you sort of get free damage just by staying alive on this fight. They are going to respawn, though. And we've wiped basically at the same point now on all 3 of these pulls, right around that second spawn of garbage. Nick taking a look at those healing meters. He's in second place there, gapping the Mistweaver monks. But that makes sense because the Mistweavers are focused on doing damage on pull here.
Exactly.
Rather than doing healing.
Just getting past that wall, right? That 2.5-minute check. Both last 2 pulls we've had been deaths to the bombshells running around, which have that half-minute lifespan. They need to be killed by then, but you cannot bring a actual like rolling trash ball into them, which we saw both times they're wiping the raid.
I kind of expect these pulls, the really early pulls of sticks, to be a little bit slower, a little bit more time in between the pulls while they kind of talk through some of the potential problems that they're having. And then as you get a few more pulls on this boss, there's not really much more that you can reasonably say that hasn't previously been said. So then you'll start getting the pulls just so everybody's going to be able to see all the mechanics or see potential situations. And then if there is like a major strategy error in some capacity, then they'll talk through that.
Right, exactly. It's a bit of like a bit methodical, right? At a certain point, there's nothing else to talk about. You just begin spamming pulls. But there's a bit more to get through here, though.
Yeah, I think figuring out how they want to manage those bombshells, it seems like those things have a lot of health on this difficulty, which makes sense. So they're having to figure out exactly how they want them to move because it's probably not realistic to kill them off all before those balls need to roll into the boss. So they need to figure out how they can have a clear pathway. And that's the tough part because you only have 1 tank there, right? The other tank is currently rolling a ball as well. So you could try and have the other tank, finish rolling quickly, but I think that's part of the reason why ID went to a 3rd tank is, okay, we can have 1 person hold the boss, and they can hold the boss a little bit off of where we're holding those bombshells, and that way we can make sure that we have a clear alleyway for those garbage balls to roll into the boss.
Do you expect this to be a boss that takes big chunks out of HP whenever progression is seen, or do you think it's going to be something that's a little bit more
In fact, I think it's liable to go from 50 to 0 in 1 pull because once you can get it to 50%, right? Once you can get 3 minutes into this fight, you have done the whole fight, right?
It's just a rinse repeat.
Exactly. You just do the same thing with slightly increased raid damage from the extra garbage piles, but once they can do that, then you just do it again, and then you do it again, and then the boss is dead. It looks like a summoning stone is coming down, though, so maybe we're going to be looking at a change in their composition.
What do we think they would change, even?
I'm not sure.
Ooh, new week or update.
Yeah, a little reload needs to happen here. They hopefully can reset the boss while everybody is reloading. Otherwise, we'll have a little incident this time around. But yeah, I wonder what they might be looking to add here. Oh, no. Unfortunately, there has been an incident. It's claimed Ribbons on one of his Shadow Priests there.
I can't recall.
Going to need to get that res. And yeah, maybe they just dropped the Summoning Stone for funsies because I don't see a swap happening on the raid roster here. I'm not even sure what you could change. Maybe you'd be like, actually,
would it be the rogue? I don't. Yeah.
I feel like rogue isn't actually. A rogue is not bad.
It's not very relevant, right?
But I don't think that rogue, like a trophic poison, even though it is like a 3.5% DR with Master Poisoner. But
yeah, 3.6, I think.
Yeah, something like that. All of the damage on this fight's ambient damage with the,
exactly right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, from the trash burning, which is it's again not sourced from the boss like Guidance was talking about earlier.
Could be good funnel damage though. Sub rogue on this boss.
I think
possibly. I feel like
Sub
Shadow's
has good
powerful
AoE.
too,
Yeah, Sub is actually good at this boss. It's more just, is it the best specialization that you can be bringing?
Right. I mean,
in addition to that, if they believe that they're going to kill Muggsy, this could also get somebody a vault slot,
but at this
otherwise
point,
wouldn't have.
These bosses don't look easy enough for them to make comps based off of what do we super want to optimize our vaults, right? They looks like they're instead playing the comps to kill the bosses, right? Which is crazy compared to. Let's compare this to Nerebar Palace, right? Nerebar Palace, these bosses 1 through 4 were all one shots for Liquid. They just rolled up. They didn't even need to really develop these strats for them. We saw world markers come down on Sikran, and then kind of didn't really matter. The boss just died, which was a comparable spot in the raid to this, or Rashanan, a boss that compares to this, which they did also one shot. So we are definitely in for a different texture of the early portion of the raid, at least. Now, that tier did have a heroic week, but Liquid kind of made their own heroic week this time around. We spent 4 days in heroic.
Yeah, we did. Praying for next year to actually see Heroic Week back, separate from Mythic this time around, but you do what you got to do, right? So
yeah, I doubt that we will get that back, but
I doubt it as well, but I wish it would be okay.
Reset mishap.
I think anybody It's one of those situations where pretty much anybody who would otherwise want to enter Mythic Week 1, or their guild would want to enter Mythic Week 1, so would prefer Heroic Week to come back, just because it slows down this rush to gear. Because I'm sure you guys this week have been just like spam gearing, and like whenever you guys were watching the Race World first as well, if you're like a viewer here, you watched Heroic splits for 3 days.
Right, yeah, if we had a Heroic Week, we would do them over 7 days off camera, or at least there wouldn't be that hope that Mythic is about to start. Right, it'd be the preseason.
Yeah, but it's also a little bit of a slower gearing pace. But here we go. Try to cut myself off here. 15 seconds has been called here on a pull timer. There's going to be Styx, Bunk Junker, pull 4. What do you think we need to see that they're going to be doing differently than they've done the last couple of pulls?
Bombshell management is the thing that I'm hoping to see a plan develop for this time around, because I think that was the issue last time. Holding the lust, okay. I think this makes sense. The fight's going to be harder towards the end, and this is one of those fights where the healer value of lust would also be nice. Some of the specs that they have in these healing specs as well really do benefit from that bloodlust too, although the Mistweaver Monk benefits a lot on their DPS on pull from the lust, so they are losing out a little bit of that value.
More indexing into the fact that, again, we don't think that boss damage really matters too much, because
there's lust.
They're going to be looking to try to do as much damage to these ads, because the cyclical nature of killing the ads off is more valuable than the lust straight into the boss.
They're not going to save the lust, though, for the later, harder sets of ads. They're using it on the easiest set of ads to just kill them all for free, so you're not have to swap off at all.
You're saving offensive CDs for 30 seconds here, waiting and just unloading all of your offensive CDs on top of the trash, but also with the boss.
Yep, seeing all the scrap masses being brought in from the actual rolling trash balls there, too. Nobody died to the actual being admitted through pretty quickly here. And the bombshells look to be all actually killed as well.
Yep.
Yeah, so that worked out pretty well. They
basically got Cleaves down for free here.
Right, with that
Fired Up didn't roll a ball this time, and he's still in 4th, now 3rd on the meters as well, doing a lot of DPS here on that Fire Mage. A bunch of free Ignite Cleave on that one. There's a couple different fire builds you can play this season, but I suspect that he's indexed pretty heavily into Ignite for this encounter.
I don't think he's going to be flame striking. Like, you flame strike over 5 targets in Mythic Plus, but there's no way
there's a couple different builds you can play that either have, bigger or smaller Ignites, and I suspect he's on the all-in on Ignite build.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yep, we do see that first intermission being complete now. We do have 1 extra Scrapmaster spawning for the rest of the fight once that first intermission has been complete. These fire circles coming out here should lead momentarily into the first, or I guess second trash piles of the fight here. Let's see if we can get through these, and this should be a progression pull as long as we can make it through this second set of ads here.
Yeah, 4 Scrapmasters over at the 4 corners of the room. Those need to be picked up before those finish their cast. 5 seconds before that last one gets taken out. One of the bombs also killed. 2 of the bombs killed. Now the other garbage people need to get into the boss without hitting that bombshell.
That bombshell was a melee. Oh.
That was a bombshell collision that we saw right there.
It looked like it was around 100 million damage that those trash piles were actually able to contribute to the boss.
Square.
Okay.
Pretty good.
How do the bombshells function, the territorial ones? Is it a random fixate, or is it just...
They have threat. No, they have a threat table.
Okay, they do.
They're not grippable, I don't think, but what they'll do is they start clamped on to a medium garbage pile, and then once they have taken enough damage, they'll jump off and they'll start running at their threat target. So
I think they're 75. I think they have to get to 75%.
75, yeah.
Clamped, yeah.
So I wonder if 3 tanking is a possibility.
I think that's the exact logic behind the 3 tank that Instant Dollars was using here. Is oh man, we have 1 tank that's active there because the other one is rolling a ball. So. By definition, we're just going to have the boss stacked up with these bombshells.
Right, yeah.
It's going to be very hard to separate the 2 of them. But if we have another tank, they can just taunt the boss out. The boss can be 10 yards away from the bombshells. 1 tank holds all the ads. 1 tank keeps the boss far enough away that the trash can roll into it safely. Now, on that pull, I think what Liquid were trying to do is they were trying to keep the bombshells on one side of the boss, and they were successfully doing that. And what they needed to have happen was the 2 ball rollers needed to get around and get from the other side into the boss.
Yeah.
Which one of them successfully did. The other one, unfortunately, did not and did collide with one of those bombshells. So... yeah, I don't know how exactly to fix this. One thing that I recommend for this fight that some of the UIs are doing, but some aren't, is to give those bombshells a different nameplate color so that you can identify, like, oh, I'm not supposed to roll into this one, because a bunch of the trash is either good or safe to roll through, but those bombshells very much are not, and there's a lot of nameplates that are cluttering up your screen right there. So that's one adaptation that I recommend for any listeners out here doing this fight is give those things a different nameplate color.
Yeah, plus you feel forced to like pop your actual rolling trash ball quickly, because there's a limited time you can be rolling on the trash pile.
Right, you don't want your ball to expire.
Right.
You have like 20 seconds, I think, of ball rolling. maybe 25.
Yeah,
I think it's right around there. Yeah.
I would say it was like 30.
I felt the pressure before. Don't when I'm doing it, it's like
It's over before you think.
Exactly.
Is how it goes. You're having fun, you're having a good time, you're rolling into the boss, then you dismount a couple of yards away and you feel very stupid.
So Shakib would probably be the person that would be looking to re-roll or respec tank if they were going to be looking to 3-tank this. I would
probably. I mean, you could bring Atlas. Well, no, actually, wait, no, they're making a swap right now. Actually, correct? Or somebody's dead? No, they're just dead. Okay.
Scott's just.
Scott is
I mean,
down.
it probably would be Shakib, I guess.
Yeah, no, they might not necessarily want to do that, right? Like that's something that
It's a possibility, but it's not.
I don't think it's been done yet.
Yeah.
But
it is an option for handling that
Right.
if they continue to struggle with that specific mechanic. But they probably have other plans for it that just involve, managing those mobs more cleanly. But yeah, I think that is the big question mark here is how are we going to stop this bombshell garbage ball collision? Because the Scrapmasters haven't been a problem at all. They have not yet had one of those.
Surprisingly, yeah.
They've been doing a great job of everybody rolling over those things very quickly, spreading out to these 4 quadrants so they're not cannibalizing each other's small trash piles. But the bombshell avoiding is now the big problem.
What do you think of the Lost Cow, Mozzie?
it's interesting. I mean, they burnt the first trash set down.
I think it makes sense, right?
You just wait a little bit for a bit more healer through HPS, and I guess a bit more relevancy on trash DPS.
I don't think it's a healer less at all because it's that first one where they're not in much danger. I
I mean, if you move it later on in the fight,
like,
right?
hey,
Like,
if we hold our opener for they're holding their whole opener for 30 seconds,
Right.
basically. And they're saying, look, if we do this, we still get lust on all of our CDs, which is one of the big benefits of lusting on pull.
Yeah.
But now we also have it applying for free to all of this trash, which means we probably don't even need to switch anybody, right? There are people who on those later sets are going to be swapping and they're going to be putting devouring plagues into bombshells and stuff.
Right.
They don't have to do that on the first set because it's all dying for free to that lust.
what if they move it later on in the fight, though? We have multiple burning trash piles.
Then it will be a healer lust.
Right, that could be more of a healer lust and a DPS lust at the same time. It wasn't their best pull overall, but here comes number 5. See what we can do.
All right, and this is starting to be a very intimidating looking boss, especially for week 1, right? You've got Liquid pulling this thing with force on everybody, 655.
It's kind of interesting because you call it intimidating, but realistically, we've only seen, this is, again, the 5th pull, and you kind of alluded to the fact that it could die from 50 to 0.
It could.
Assuming that they just are very consistent with being able to rinse and repeat the Phase 2 mechanics.
All right, here comes the first garbage activation. A couple of bombshells coming out, THT tabbing over that Immolate onto that one.
And the territorial bombshell, like you were kind of talking about, is that light blue.
Yeah, he's got a different
They've all
color
been
on the
gripped to the
nameplate.
lake side of that boss right there, right? So you want to have those trash piles coming into the right side.
They rop them out.
Bang! Tobo gets taken out by a Scrapmaster, I believe.
Okay, so what you actually saw there as well is they actually ropped out the territorial bombshells, and then they had the trash piles come from the wall side into the boss. And so I think that that's probably going to be their strategy, is to just use one of those ring of pieces right before.
Drop works on the bombshell?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
They grip them all
Does
the
that
way
mean
in.
grip? Okay, so that's got to be why we got DKs. I thought those weren't grippable, but yeah, if those are death grippable, if they're roppable, then that explains a lot about the double DK.
We slammed death grip on both of them, or maybe grippy hands, one or the other, it doesn't really matter. And then they ropped them right before.
I love this. They all kind of moved towards that gateway, baited the boss there, and then took the gateway away. Really optimizing here all of this movement. The boss is now going to incinerate the 2 closest garbage piles, and then they'll probably move it away a little bit back towards over to the right there. Yeah, that garbage pile now incinerated. The boss moving back over. This is going to be the progression point of the fight now.
Yeah, we should see this next set of trash spawning in momentarily here as well, right after this lightning storm comes in. You want to make sure you get all 4 Scrapmasters run over here in time before the ball expires. See those bombshells in the back as well need to be run over at the same time. And those territorial ones, THG's cleaving down here, need to be brought to 75% before they detach right there, and then brought into melee, but not hit by the rolling trash piles, where it will spell disaster for the raid. It is gripped in the melee. We should have 1 ball rolling, I believe, still. We might have actually gotten through all those there.
I think they killed the bomb. Not the territorial bombshell, but the other bomb.
In the back, right. Yeah, there we go. So we actually did make it through like second phase 2 here of trash, which is solid progression overall.
Goop being down is not optimal.
Yeah, not sure what got him.
It's going to be pretty bad for killing off the territorial bombshells.
Right.
He's really good at hitting those mobs from 100% to 75%. So it's not great. But again, I think there's still a lot that can be seen here. And I feel like the strategy that Liquid's looking to implement on this boss is proving now that it works. And we now have a new best pull. We were previously, our past best was at 69%, and now we're seeing progression.
All right, new set of bombshells. These are getting broken out as quickly as possible here. THD with those double chaos bolts coming out. Love that. Big damage into that 1 bombshell. Kickstarting his rotation with a soul fire into it. Now here comes a grip potentially on this one. Actually, this one's just going to waddle in.
That bomb. Oh, no, into the bombshell. Oh.
Hit the bombshell.
It did. I think you're running out of time in your trash pile there. You're just trying to get in the melee, and there's a bombshell right in front
That
of
one
your
was
path.
one that they just didn't have a grip for as well because you only have one tank there. They only have 2 grips.
Oof.
So we are going to have THD, Nick, and Boomy dead. So we're down 3 DPS and a healer. The pull does continue, though, 63%. The boss's HP is moving very slowly because they're indexing so much into switching to those bombshells, which you do just have to do. But it means that this fight is going to last a long time. The last couple of Scrap Masters taken out, but here comes another set of garbage. Now they're missing so much damage on these bombshells. I think this is likely to be where it all falls apart. Sang goes down as well. You can see those players now getting channeled into by those coils. That's just another mythic mechanic, increasing damage on those targets. It can't intercept it or anything like that. You just have to defensive or healer CD on those players. And yeah, most of the raid is now dead. We are approaching that 50% mark on this fight. But things all went wrong fairly early on this one. Even the very first set of ads, I think we had one of those Scrapmaster snipes go off and take out Tobo.
Whenever you're talking about the bombshell not getting gripped all the way in, it's kind of difficult because if you don't have the Abomination Limb on the Blood Decay, it's actually difficult to get them all the way in. You do have 2 charges of grip, which Scott is playing. I suspect that Yips is also probably playing 2 charges of grip. So you can move 2 of those immediately in. But, you know, there's 4 of the bombshells that spawn, so it's like difficult to get them
you
all
do
on
have,
top of the boss.
you know, you can talent A-Bomb Limb, you can talent Mass Grip, but you can't get full coverage. You know, it's hard to get full value out of all that, especially because they're not grippable while they're attached to their garbage pile.
Right.
So what might happen, you've got 4 of them, 5 of them spawning, you want to make sure you grip some of them in early, but then maybe you don't have it for the ones that get released later in that phase. The last one to get killed may not be still, you know, your A-Bomb Limb may have faded by then. So you can see Scott adjusting a little bit some of the assignments here for who's going where.
Funny enough, I was thinking maybe a DPS Death Knight could be good on this fight, but DPS Death Knight, if they get chosen to roll trash, could be
unlucky, because the tanks, you know exactly when they are each getting sent, because it always picks one tank. It's whichever the boss is currently targeting. So that is, you know, controllable. But if you bring a DPS DK and you're planning to use their A-Bomb Limb, they might get targeted by that garbage roll, and that
is just completely toast. Like
that's bad.
What's surprising me about their range comp a bit too, 3 Shadow Priests is solid, but you have 1 Boomkin and 1 Lock. If you get like a bad RNG roll on trash piles, it seems like your spread cleave can be a little lackluster at times too. But
you have 3 Shadow Priests, 1 Boomkin, 1 Warlock, and the Warlock isn't really doing spread cleave. Right, it's not Affliction, it's Destruction, just kind of dunking into one of them. But you've also got the 2 Fire Mages.
I don't think Dev Vokers is especially bad here.
Yeah, the Dev is great at it. With the Change to Eternity Surge, you just get in the middle of that. Fire off a full Eternity Surge.
I mean, that's
mass disintegrating
mass
2 of those.
Disintegrating them, that's
kind of thing you know, you're doing a lot of damage to those targets effectively for free. You know, firing off that, you're steering that breath of or deep breath in. You're turning around,
driving with his hands right now. Just to
it's basically the bombs that are far from the boss, like really far from the boss.
And that's THD's specialty. So if anything, if I was diagnosing a comp swap to recommend for this fight, I think I would maybe want another Destro Lock.
That's what I was thinking too.
Destro Locks are so good at just, there's a far bombshell. That thing is getting 5 Chaos Bolts to the dome, and it's getting gripped in.
So -1 Mage, +1 Warlock is what you're kind of thinking?
Maybe, yeah.
But we'll see. If you struggle with that,
the Mage is great at killing the ads once they're under the boss, right? With the Night Cleave. But once they're under the boss, you're already probably chilling.
All right, well, speaking of chilling here, we do have that first trash roll coming up momentarily right here. So, like we talked about, these 4 Scrap Masters are spawning in with those 4 lasers there. You have to roll those over within about 10 seconds, or they will indeed one-shot somebody. We see 2 lasers left here. 1 gets run over. 1 to the far right does get hit as well, so we did clear all 4. The next big thing here...
One of them went off there and took out Boomy. Yeah, the one.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, he died.
Yeah, the laser went away because the shot was fired.
Oh.
Nuclear launch was detected.
We
went down.
We have made it through somehow, though.
Enough.
Like, could you...
A zillion D.
Okay, so
it's the one shot, yeah.
I was gonna say, is there
I don't know. You might be able to defensive it with enough.
I think it's a lot of damage.
Let me pop open the old Dungy J. Take a look at this.
Well, a bit of Wowhead action.
But while he's digging here, we do see that first phase 1 intermission here, which is going to be spawning 1 additional Scrap Master as well for that 4th beam. Going to have those 2 burning trash piles being ignited once the boss lands here as well for that ramping raid damage. Yep, nice gate right out of that boss smash, putting him right back where he was for that positioning, making it basically elementary at this point. The big thing that we've been having problems with here, though, has been that those territorial bombshells spawning in, getting those trash piles to roll into the back of the boss, keeping the actual bombshells in the front so they don't explode and blow up on the raid here. All right, the next fire circle is coming out here. Also, after this, we're going to see that electric shot coming out with the next 4 players. One always being the tank, chosen for that actual trash mechanic. Here we go. Yep.
Impact going to be rolling this trash. What you saw for momentarily right there was a weak aura that was determining which Scrapmaster he was supposed to be rolling over.
Bonk.
I'm getting knocked out twice.
No. Oh, no.
Okay, so we hit the coil twice.
Ran into a bombshell.
And then we ran into a bombshell.
That was not good.
I think he's
so.
I can't
I think he's
read
pinging
lips
what
very
happened here, yeah.
But I think he's saying, I don't know if what I did right there could have been possibly worse.
This is one of those things where everybody in your raid needs to see the mechanic, likely, to know how to handle that situation.
You're hoping for that not to be true for Liquid. That's one of the things that Liquid tries to, not have be necessary, right? They want everybody to be able to get that without having to be targeted themselves. But yeah, realistically, it does. You do often still need a little bit of that practice.
That mechanic, I mean, what happened to him, I feel like happens to everybody on Heroic.
Yeah.
And you never get punished for it is the big differentiator.
You're not going to wipe to that happening.
Well, there's also no mythic coil over in the middle of the room. But like,
the coil, bouncing off the coil is a new mythic experience. Another new one is that recycler cast that those Scrapmasters do. So I have looked it up, and it is 33,540,348 fire damage.
So you can hard DR it.
You would need
so diffuse
like a
might actually work
70%er?
against it.
Yeah.
70% DR, something like ice cold. You could live it.
Time dilation would work, or does that be a
I think TD you're still gonna die because they would still do.
You need 2, right?
It would do 16 mil up front and then
Right.
16 mil dot.
Let's, for all intents and purposes, say you can't DR through it.
Yeah.
You can, but you
Even
can't.
if you're targeted, I don't
hard
think
to
you're
call for,
supposed
though,
to
on the
press
fly.
ice block either. I think you're supposed to just assume it's gonna get killed.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's never your fault. It's one of those things that even if you die to it, it's not
Yeah, like
your bad.
maybe Fired Up can identify that it's not going to get rolled into and hit that ice cold, but I think for the most part you're just supposed to trust your raid and say, yep,
Exactly.
that's getting rolled over.
That's how you should be playing. I think if you're a Team Liquid, like a guild raider.
Right. You play for them to play. You play for them to play the play. Right.
Well, we're gonna listen to listen to them play.
Play it.
Monster Energy listening.
If I go left, I'm pretty sure Shaq dies.
Can we just have ranged focus those so they're just done fast? Can we have range just pop those bombshells, the ones that are next to Scrapmasters as like the highest priority, like number 1? Because like them popping late, them getting gripped in here just makes this so much more consistent.
But you see, the cast station gonna go off even if I go left. Because then one guy dies anyways.
This is what I was on about. We need to config that. I'm on about whoever went straight into the boss through the middle again.
Yeah. I thought the bombshell was like really far wide, so I thought I could make it.
Oh, dude.
Like that's like
You're also
losing
stunned the whole
people
raid,
to
it's
recycle
really
and
bad.
we
Dude,
can
okay, so
recycle.
can everyone learn from this,
better
guys?
to let your ball time out than it is to like hit the ball.
Exactly. Yes, guys, this isn't. Every single person watch this. This is unacceptable. This is insane.
Because you also
There's 10
stunned the whole
seconds
raid.
left as well.
Guys, please, it's banned. It's hard banned. Don't do that. Literally, if you have to, let your runner roll around in circles and let your shit fall off. Wiping to running over bombshells is officially fucking banned. Don't do that. Ranged focus the bombshells that are next to the diamond and square close markers. By far the most dangerous.
Whichever one's the boss is closest to.
Yeah, whichever one the boss
we're gonna
is
be
closest
on
to, yeah.
other ones.
Are we pulling on this?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Dude, Mark is gonna be in hell on this spot. Just having to constantly reset.
I'll just kill it. So you don't have to do that.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a couple, like most of the raid getting it through their head to play safe on this fight from killing at any pull, by the way. Like you just have to play so safe, and the boss is fine.
It will always
His health
be
is going down
until
quick.
we need the damage. It's better to let your bomb expire. Like there was one pull I literally could not make it in, so I just let mine expire because it's better than just fucking blowing shit up.
Hashtag boom.
Hashtag boom. Hey, hyenas. Kill that bombshell next to the Scrapmaster. Kill it ranged. Break it. Oh, it didn't spawn there this time. That's fine. Get the bombshells in a good position. Ring them into the middle. Good. You guys can all roll around the back. Always safe. Okay. Kick Scrapmasters. They're kicked. Get focuses.
Same thing on skull.
Are there any in the back of the room?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Fire circles here. And it's phasing. Fade on diamond after the fire. We do have some. We can just burn these two, right? These are easy.
Yeah.
No, nothing wrong with it. In fact, by doing that, aren't we natty making it so mediums can't spawn there and fuck that Scrapmaster? Yeah, just it's fine. Okay, we're putting fire circles and then getting in position. Do not burn extra trash. Watch fire circles. Boss is moving here. Okay, and then for Scrapmasters now, new trash is going out. Okay, everyone hit the bombshells. Hyenas first, guys. Hyenas. Fired up. You picked the wrong Scrapmaster. You might be able to still get it. Fine, we know how to fix it. Res Rivens. Hey, roll around the back, guys. Bombshell. Everyone kill that high bombshell. Res Rivens. Kicks, 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 kicks. Stuns on these ads if that helps. Oh,
Bombshell.
We just didn't kill it. Okay.
It's gonna heal for this.
Hellstone, 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 everything.
Far Scrapmaster's shooting mark.
Whose kick was that? Moon?
I mean, it was a mile away.
I think we have to just go get it. Also, we have 7 stacks of fire right here. That is very bad.
Moon kick, but I was in a ball.
Okay, look at your markers. Kill bombshells, guys.
Who's been happy in the background?
Yep. Boomy's dead. I mean, people are making bad decisions with the front left one. I think they're getting confused. Kill bombshells, guys. Kill bombshells. Kill bombshells. Kill the bombshells. Literally kill, single target them. Kill them. Do not let them blow up. They blow up in 3, 2, 1. They just died. Nice. Keep going. Keep going.
I don't have kick on Moon.
We're burning again here, and then we're pulling in between the next 2 markers. This is a good burn. This is a fine burn. Burn here, and then move the boss in between X and triangle.
2 priests down for this.
Okay. Melee, just like swap and kill far bomb bots in the first 10 seconds. Break them. Get hyenas, guys.
I have to move to the wall here just because there's a
That's fine. It's fine.
bomb on the boss.
Dude, that Scrapmaster is in an insanely bad spot for X. It's gonna go off. I want to make sure Triangle and X are in good spots too, but we're gonna blow up right here. Okay, so a few things. I have a few things we can learn from on that pull. Go ahead and die if we can.
Keep an Undermine clean.
So we just need to. I need to look.
Boom,
Someone's mic is open.
It's me.
Yeah, no, it's him. Oh, okay. So I saw it on Fired Up's PV, but like, if you guys ever get this left one, you have to just know where it is. So a couple Scrapmaster spawns were like not super obvious. Here we go.
Wipe recovery. Should be next.
Wait, is this the wrong pull? Did it not update yet? Yeah, I think so. Here. I think that was still like a good pull though. Like the longer we see in the fight, even with the S, is really good. I think Fired Up. Do you get picked second here? Yeah. Okay, so Fired Up gets picked on the second one. He gets picked. Or is this Mark? Shit, wrong person. Good thing though, the tool will swap instantly to his PV at the right time. So Fired Up knows he is like diamond, right? So you know you are the diamond Scrapmaster. But I think this might have been your first time getting diamond too. Not that that maybe matters, but it's like it looks like if you knew your Scrapmaster was diamond, you wouldn't have done this. You would have turned right. Because like you kind of
I went back for that.
You went back for his Scrapmaster, and then that's why yours went off. Also later in the poll, I saw on Fired Up's PV there was another similar one. So here we have square. Square is like here. And who gets square on this third set?
That's me.
Okay.
Wait till I go.
So like you're looking at the boss, you know this is your area. Now you have a lot of shit burning, so your job is hard.
Right there, so it was like real.
Yeah, the boss is right next to square. It didn't quite get into position, but like, yeah, I would say your job here is not super easy. But also, yeah, I mean,
it was just.
I mean, I feel like those
I
are
went that way and get all of them. Yeah.
Oh, we should also be trying to burn on the edge of the arena, right? Like if early on.
That's what I think. But they said they don't think burning where it burns matters.
Well, no, like all you have to do is leave the edge of the arena uncleared, and then it'll auto burn, right? Because it'll be the closest to.
Isn't Shaq just in a shit spot to start this? Like he just did not be on this side of the boss. Shouldn't he just be back left here? Like he's.
I mean, this is his area. He's in the right area. It's just like you want to line this up and probably go this way. This is probably an issue, by the way, of most people wanting their weak ores flipped, and his isn't
like
flipped.
another big thing there is like Scott has the boss there, and then after the meltdown, you just want to be moving the boss before the fire circles. It's like fire circle 6, like you just want to move before that, and I think it would make it a lot easier too.
Yeah, I mean, I also think the boss casting it here makes it hard. Like if the boss was casting here, I bet he would have had more stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, is the area
I only
just
see
bad?
2
Like,
piles behind me.
Yeah,
They're
there's so many
close,
piles
I
in the
couldn't
middle
really-
that he can soak.
There was almost nothing. That pile and then nothing.
I just don't like. How could this even be his area?
Well, no,
there's 4 small ones right there. But, yeah.
It's his area, but I think starting on this side of the boss was like difficult for him, right?
Yeah, I mean, we can
Like, you
move the
should just
boss
be
better.
starting
I mean, the boss
Yeah.
just isn't in the
Towards the
right
middle
spot,
and
so it looks a
wrapping
bit
around
weird.
his area.
That
Yeah, I don't want
caused
to draw
us-
it, but like if the boss is here, you should always be on towards the main.
But here it
like,
is. Here's where it should be, but like the boss was just here when it spawned, so it kind of condensed the amount of total spawns you would have. Also, instead of having the burns here, they were like here. I don't know if that's possible to change. Oh, we also burned. What probably made it hard there is I believe that pull was the one where we burned a shit ton of trash. Like we burned way extra trash. Like, pretty sure.
But also, I think like it's not hard, right? Like you should be like mid, right? Like it's like even though you're assigned blue, because there's so much like for the people in the middle, it's so easy to get big. Whereas it seems like the people on the edges are having a harder time.
Yeah, like you don't want to start. It's like you don't want to start back
like
here.
that blue arrow should be where the purple arrow is, and then green and purple should just be right next to each other because they're just getting hyenas and getting big instantly.
Yeah. Well, it's more like you just have more room than you think, or even
like that.
it's better to instead of unless you see a lot of smalls over here, like it's better to just loop here and
loop
go
around
back.
it. Yeah.
Loop there and go back.
Problem is the blue scrap monster always spawns like we chose that walls, so the further we go from the boss, the better I think, because then you can loop back.
I think the boss position when the trash spawns is super important to be consistent too. Like exactly in between the 2 markers, if anything, like close to the wall on that side as well.
Is there like a way to for people to know where we will tank the boss between the 2 bombshells? Because there are like 5 bombshells, and then people for lanes that are dotting, they kind of need to know which ones are the important ones for them to take care of.
I think at any given time, if the boss is here, any bombshells that are near this Scrapmaster or near this Scrapmaster are priority number 1.
Yeah.
They need to be broken as soon as possible. The direct to the left and right of the boss.
All right, welcome back from that Monster Energy listen. And you guys kind of heard them. It was kind of what we were talking about before the break as well. Those territorial bombshells are going to be a bit of a problem, making sure that you put them in a good position and making sure that your players don't run into them with piles of this trash are a huge part of this fight. In addition to that, just rolling those piles of trash and contacting them on the boss is also an equally important part of the fight because of how much damage it does to the boss. Now, I grabbed a clip during the break, and we can kind of show how much damage these heaps of trash actually do to the boss. Every single time they contact the boss, you're able to shoot 2 of these piles of trash into the boss. You either have to have them contact the bombs that spawn in the room or hit the boss. And so we can take a look at the replay there for how much it's doing. So what you're going to see on screen right here is Jeb is going to be running into the boss here. So you see him on the damage meter. He is currently at 302 million damage, and once he contacts the boss with this trash heap, he is going to spike on the damage meter all the way up to 514 million damage that has been done total. So they're doing about 210-ish million per trash pile, and again, they're able to shoot 2 of those per trash running set into the boss.
Interesting. All right, yes, that should be about 400 million per trash set. Depending how many we get to, we will look at the boss itself being a bit more realistic than we thought it would be. Maybe
12 billion total damage needing to get done, or 11 billion, something like that. We are going to see our next poll, though, getting underway. Poll number 8, I believe.
Yeah.
Sticks Bunk Junker.
Yep, Scott POV here grabbing these trash piles around the room. He doesn't have a Scrapmaster near him.
He doesn't need to, though. They've all been the ones over. They were all over on the other areas.
Taken care of super quickly here.
Into the boss they go.
Yep, bang, there we go. The bombshells being on one side of the boss here, or at least the actual trash piles look to be being brought into the back of the boss versus actual bombshells being kept in the front for the most part, trying to avoid that mass explosion on the raid, killing everyone.
Yeah, another thing they were discussing during that Monster Energy listen-in was just figuring out how you should move if you're assigned certain ones of these ads, replaying it, showing like, okay, this person got this one, here's how they should have turned. And the idea is if you play that, right, if you stream that to everybody, then hopefully everybody can learn it without having to make that mistake themselves. As we are, once again, having that Warlock gateway used to bait the boss over on Purple Diamond, and then everybody able to gateway to the middle of the room. Pretty big hit of damage when the boss jumps down like that, so everybody does need to be topped before it happens, but not really any other damage happening around now, so not too much danger of death. Here comes another cast of those fire circles. The boss is going to burn some of this garbage, and it looks like, yeah, just those two closest piles, as they were saying again in that Monster Energy listen-in. The boss always does burn the two closest garbage piles, except for that very first fire circles cast of the fight. And now here comes that nasty Phase 2 spawn of garbage. A lot of these bombshells out. 4 of these Scrap Masters needing to get rolled over. They've managed to do that at least. One of the big bombs has exploded as well, which is good. The other big bomb also taken out. Oh, you have 1 death coming out on Malarkus there on that Hunter. Yip's in a lot of danger as well. Nick trying to keep him alive there.
Yeah, we should have one BS available. I believe we can get him up possibly. It might have been a bombshell going off. It seemed like off to the left there possibly. Couldn't get a look at what that was exactly, but we did indeed make it through with nobody dying from the Scrap Masters, I don't believe. They are in melee being cleaved down here. We will get a res out on Malarkus, and we should be seeing a bit further into this fight. The fire circle's coming out here now. We do indeed have...
the coil.
Yeah, the coil's doing a lot of damage here. At the same time, we have multiple trash piles burning here, and this is where that raid damage begins ramping more and more later on into the fight here. We're going to have this third set of garbage trash piles coming out here as well, which are going to have a new set of 4 players assigned here. New Scrapmaster beams are out here as well. We need to run all 4 of these over before they shoot one player into the ground, essentially basically being a one-shot. And then once that's done, you bring these trash piles into the boss, avoiding those territorial bombshells, which are indeed being pulled in a bit.
Oh, Malarkus got rolled over there by one of those balls, so he got stunned. Took a lot of damage, and that combined with the other ambient damage here is going to take him out. Another thing that we didn't talk about that is an important part of this fight is that if you roll over one of your friends with that ball, you do a bunch of damage to them and you stun them, which is going to leave them very vulnerable to getting killed by an overlap in damage there. That did happen to at least Malarkus. May have happened to THD and Ribbons as well, possibly.
I think this means that you just can't YOLO your positioning, right?
Yeah, maybe you just need to all kind of be under boss and have that be, because, you know, of course, the ball can't hit under boss because it'll hit the boss first.
Exactly. So I think that having your group, or like having rules as to where you're allowed to stand and kind of where this heap of trash is supposed to be coming from, that's going to do a lot of heavy lifting here.
Yeah, very much so. We do need to see these split POVs here. Yips being the tank to get assigned to that trash pile roll there. People are dying off here. We have lost Scott and Yips. This will be a progression pull, but I mean, we've got to this point in the fight. We have a handful of burning trash piles. Raid damage will be ramping the further we go here, but I mean, we've seen most of the fight at this point.
Yeah.
It's just going to be rinse and repeat and being consistent and just making those checks every phase, getting the 4 Scrap Masters dead, not popping a bombshell on the raid and blowing somebody up, not running over your friends, and just being consistent and getting through the phase of this fight.
You take big leaps in progression, assuming that you're going to have
Hey, I mean, this boss, it's only a 53% after that new best pull, but I think they are getting close to being ready to kill it because you really just need to put it together a couple of times in a row, and then the boss will die. And especially as it starts getting lower, I think people are going to be aware of that and will lock in as well.
And the reason is that because you've already seen basically all of the mechanics and all the cycles that are supposed to happen for the remainder of the fight, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Once you've seen... So the very first garbage cast is slightly easier than all the rest of the ones in the fight, but once you've dealt with that second garbage cast, you've dealt with those 4 Scrap Masters, you've dealt with all those bombshells, you literally just do that over and over again, but there's a little bit more fire around the room. Now, one of the things they were discussing in that Monster Energy listen-in was the positioning of the fire and whether or not that was relevant. Max was talking about maybe keeping that fire burning towards the edge of the room because the boss does ignite the 2 nearest trash piles, so keeping that in certain positions that you're not going to need to use might be the way to do it. But it sounds like they've instead decided that they just don't really care. And the idea is just fire can kind of burn wherever. We don't really need to worry too much about it. Yeah, we can just move the boss a little bit if we need to. There's, you know, sometimes you can over-optimize, and you don't want to spend any brain globals thinking about that when there's all this other important stuff on this fight to think about.
I mean, in that previous best, you could see that they were looking to over-move the boss relative to what they were doing in their previous best. The last pull, they were trying to kind of keep the boss up against where they pulled it in that corner, keeping it contained. But then they've actually started to move it towards even the entrance and making a little bit larger of moves after that, after the trash starts to catch on fire.
Yeah, looks like another little bit of a delay before a pull here.
I think that the bomb spawns and dealing with those territorial bombshells, that's going to be the conversation that's going to happen time and time again, basically until this boss dies. And I think that any guild that looks to progress this fight on Mythic, they're probably going to be having similar conversations about those territorial bombshells, where they're spawning, how you hit the boss with trash, and how you're going to consistently not hit the territorial bombshells with those trash beats.
I wouldn't be surprised to see this fight 3-tank at some point for some guilds out there. Just having the 3rd tank off to the side, bombshells are over there, will kill him, cleave him without having the...
I think you're probably right, yeah.
I don't think they need to do it, but if you asked me what they'd be wiping to at this point, I would have said scrap masters or mongers, the
Masters, the ones with that
red
laser.
death beam ads, or like just the raid damage ramping up. I wouldn't think it'd be bombshells actually, but I mean, there's a handful of moving parts in this fight, right?
So we're starting to see them actually get a bit more consistent with making sure they're not hitting territorial bombshells with the scrap heaps. They're utilizing things such as Death Grip, such as Abomination Limb, such as Mass Grip, and then utilizing effects such as the Ring of Peace right before those trash heaps contact the boss to make sure that those territorial bombshells are kind of pushed out of melee. Now that's obviously not optimal for trying to kill off the territorial bombshells, and they do explode 30 seconds after they land. They're going to get killed off in time regardless. Whenever you actually knock them out of melee, it should be totally fine, almost regardless of what's happening. You just really need to make sure that they don't get run over by a trash pile.
Yeah, a lot of different right answers and one very wrong answer with how you can path in towards the boss, it looks like, with how they're setting up this particular strategy. So I like this. I think this is going to be an effective way to deal with this boss.
So one of the things, too, is that they are also now 654.3 item level. They did end up running a decent amount of Mythic Plus this morning prior to starting Mythic. How are you feeling about the item level that's occurring here, Kalamazzi?
I mean, it's higher than we saw them kill the first few bosses I guess compared to that by about 3 eye levels, which is not. I mean, it's solid, but you can still get a lot more value out of your gear. We haven't crafted yet. We haven't fully optimized everything, I would assume at this point. Also, those blood decays, I believe being 650 and 653, which is not that impactful.
Meanwhile, we had an M+ run going. Trill, one person we expect to see a lot of this tier, still actually doing some M+, as they only have the one Windwalker in on this particular pull.
Also Mace, though.
Yeah, Mace. Right now, that's grayed out agility there because he actually sealed this run. But he is, of course, looking for an Agi item. I don't know if he actually ended up getting that Mace, if that's what he's looking for.
Maybe he might be the only person who could actually loot the Mace in that group.
Maybe, so he was also... There are a couple other good items that come out as Hinder Remediary for Windwalker that he might have been looking for. There's some boots that are pretty good, some some bracers rather, and a necklace, all of which have pretty good stats for Windwalker. So Meadery, a very desirable dungeon for that class. But yeah, the Crusher of the Unsettled is, I think, the Mace that he may have been looking for there. I'm not sure if he actually got it traded to him. If he did, that would be very good news.
Actually, it looks like they had a Windwalker in their group as well with Trill healing, so that might have been the Mace that the Windwalker had, and maybe he could get it off of him, but maybe it could be tradable, so there's always that potential pitfall as well. But the players who are not in, they're not just kind of sitting around. And they're all going to be looking to do Mythic Plus just over and over again and try to be as geared as possible if they have to actually be hot swapped into the fight.
My guess is, so Trill and Boomy are both great players. I'm not sure who would be the first Windwalker in, because, sometimes you have okay, we got a bunch of great mages.
Probably the most geared one, honestly.
Fired Up is the first mage that'll be in, right? And you just kind of plan around that. But yeah, like you said, I think Trill and Boomy are both exceptional players, right? I think it is probably a case of which of these players is more geared. Sometimes, though, what you do is you actually take the one that is more geared, and you don't play them on the earlier bosses because they're doing M+ to gear up and then come in later, right? We saw this with you could have I think it was THD was out for Stone Legion Generals, so he could farm Soul Letting Ruby back in the day. Last time Theater Pain was in the rotation,
a long time ago,
and then comes in on Sire Denathrius, right? Having farmed that M+ gear while the raid is going on.
I mean, Trill was given the Rick Reverb trinket, the Reverb radio.
Right. I suspect they are planning to use him
a lot
as either the first or one of 2 Windwalkers. That's part of the main plan for them.
I think that they're planning on playing 2 on pretty much everything. It seems like because they played double on the first 3 bosses, right? So you can afford to sit him, especially if you think you're going through Muggsy, and he could still get a 6 boss in the vault, which is a huge deal. And while sitting on this fight, right? And then, Boomy may have a little bit better gear, or there might be potentially very, very large upgrades that Trill can have from Mythic Plus.
We may well see Boomy sit the next boss and Trill be in on that one as well.
That is also...
that sort of thing. Although I kind of think both will be in for Sprocketmonger because that looks like a Windwalker fight.
That does look like a Windwalker. You know what's funny? Windwalker fights, historically, whenever you say that, you would think AoE fight.
Yeah.
Now you think single target fight.
Yeah, it's crazy. Their single target is, especially on a fight like that, that's like you got a lot of this awkward movement as well. Windwalkers are really good at not losing any damage to that.
Boomy hovering over some of the damage dealt to some of the mobs there. I wish he'd hover back over the boss. I was trying to see what the damage to the boss.
You gotta be careful though, because the boss damage is going to be polluted by the people rolling into it.
Oh, never mind. The boss damage is completely irrelevant. Can't look at that.
Yeah,
it's totally irrelevant.
Not totally not irrelevant, but
well,
it's
you
yeah,
can't.
polluted.
You know, the damage meter is the damage meter lies as to like who's actually hitting the boss with their abilities.
I think I may have just seen Nick swap from Wildstalker to Keeper of the Grove. We also are seeing the groups change around a little bit. It looks like here.
I'll be honest.
Yeah, a lot of little swappies happening.
I'm not informed enough to know the difference. The main differences between Wildstalker and Keeper of the Grove. Keeper of the Grove obviously uses those trees.
Yeah, you got the little tree friends versus the Wildstalker Vine extra hot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, they used the Keeper of the Grove treants last patch to heal pretty much exclusively in raid. I mean, they're very good. It's a powerful hero talent for Resto Druid, but I don't know for like the very specific details of what the differences are.
Nick's playing Boomkin. It's a healer swap.
Ah,
Nick's Boomkin,
okay.
3 Mistweaver, 1 disc, yeah.
So, the Drinester.
Oh my god, wait,
Gets
that's
spawned in.
Ooh, here we go.
On Driny M. After moping around the Alienware training facility for weeks. Dude, that guy's talking about how he wasn't going to see any play this tier.
That guy's been maulding about not seeing any play, and now he's actually getting in.
All we need to have happen was to want a third Mistweaver, and look, it's already happened.
Upgrades coming out, yeah.
Looking at sending some of these upgrades.
He knows that he's not going to be in much, so he's actually been told, commit all of your upgrades right now.
Well, he can send his Runed Crests pretty much for free, because those... So, yeah, this wouldn't be... You wouldn't send Gilded Crests on Bracers ever, but he's thinking about just sending that one extra hit of Runed Crests into this to make it a little bit better because those Runed Crests are so free to spend.
I think that this is a we want another Moonkin kind of situation, what's going on here.
Yeah. Nick play the Moonkin.
The other people who have the Moonkin geared are Tobo, who's on a Shadow Priest on this fight. I think Shay might be... Shay geared mostly Feral, but he could, in theory, have Hot Swap to balance if he could actually get some of the gear for it. But Nick, with the Resto Druid, has gear that is going to be like pretty decent for balance.
Have we seen Nick DPS at all ever?
I'm sure that Nick can DPS.
I'm sure too, but
I mean, okay.
We've seen him play Shadow before.
There are some DPS classes that are hard, that are skill intensive. Moonkin is not one of them.
Moonkin is not one of them right now. Moonkin is so easy. Like that, he is star following the world and just like sitting here. Yep, these are my globals.
If you ever like been playing video games and you've got like a younger brother that you hand an unplugged controller to, Moonkin is like one step up from that in terms of difficulty and agency of gameplay.
It is really easy. I think he's trying to flame me, but he's honestly not even wrong. It's really easy right now.
Best flames are the ones that are rooted in truth.
Yeah. I think he's trying to attack me, but I think he's actually just being real.
All right. Oh, this has been nice as well. We've got to move the groups around a little bit, so we've got the 4-monk group at the edge there. I like that. Although the priests are in different groups that making me unhappy. So it'd be nice to fix that if we could. I guess we can't really fix that. Unlucky, because of the fact that one of those healers is a priest. We need a 4th Mistweaver so we can make the groups.
What did we lose? Mage. We lost a mage. I see.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was thinking that this mage doesn't look that great on this fight. The damage that it was doing is great, right? Look at the damage meters. Mage is very high up on that, but the problem is that the damage the mage is doing is to all of the grouped up ads when they're already under the boss, which is the least important time to be killing the ads.
Dude, class stacking the 4th boss in the raid is crazy.
We've stacked every boss, honestly. Think about it, though.
All right, well, we're just going to class stack everything. You know what? Why not?
I mean, sure. I'm not even against it, honestly, as long as I stack my class.
How's your raid comp looking right now, Drados?
You know,
not like the prediction
strategy
like your guild
here in the Corn Dog.
I think we're ready for we can play this pretty easily. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
I guess we will maybe have tough time playing maybe the 3rd and 4th monks, but we can play a lot of this other stuff.
Let's go to Driny M POV. I want to see what we're looking like on this character.
Yeah, this might be our only option to see Driny play this race, so we got to make sure that we
oh my god,
get full value out of it.
This is very rare as well. Not only is he in the raid, but we can actually see him.
That's true.
He's actually been slumped in his chair all week so far. Slumped all the way down in the pitch darkness of that room, and now he's actually got light illuminating his face.
Yeah. Swapping over those talents, setting up to play a little bit of Mistweaver, the big Holy Paladin main of Team Liquid. How the mighty have fallen. logging into a Mistweaver.
Hot tier. Joining on Mistweaver, Nick playing Resto Druid, then playing Boomkin.
Nick used to be a Resto Druid main. This isn't.
Okay, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah. But I think before joining Liquid, he was a Resto Druid main.
Okay. So it isn't that far-fetched, I suppose.
No. Well, he's very good at Resto Druid.
Yeah, the extra monk joining this raid as well does mean that we are getting an extra Ring of Peace, which
also very
is
important.
further control for those bombshells if we need it.
What's the CD on Raw?
I was gonna say it's 2, or is it?
No, I think Ring is like a 30-second CD or something. It's
I thought it was pretty low.
I thought it was longer actually.
But you know, if you need to precisely control mobs, it's something that you can do. Right, it's like
45 seconds, 40 to 45.
Okay. That's about right. Yeah, 45-second cooldown.
45, okay.
Wowhead. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go.
That was longer than.
So you can maybe even slam 2 rings per.
Right, exactly, 2
yeah.
per set. Maybe you can even use all 4 in each set. But
what do we do with all 4?
well, they don't last that long, right? You really need to make sure that their ads are in the right spot. Maybe you can also ROP an ad in and then ROP the pack out.
I think it's probably likely to be 2 per set.
Maybe.
I think that seems like it's going to be the most reasonable usage of them, and then use 2 in the next set.
Right.
Ooh, Nick is sending some upgrades on his Moonkin gear now. I can see over in Dornegal, the one player who's not in the raid right
Check
now.
his gear.
Yeah, he's popping in Mug's Moxie Jug.
Oh,
so he doesn't have a House of Cards because
He's got the jug and the Eye of Kazan though.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
His trinkets are totally fine here. It's gonna be a little bit less optimal than if he had that on-use trinket, but he's not exactly geared for Moonkin. But the differences between Moonkin and Restoration Druid gear is not that much, and basically what they're looking for is territorial bombshell damage, and just trying to get the territorial bombshells out of the ground as fast as possible, because that is, like, if you're watching this fight, that's what's going to be limiting them more often than not, is getting the territorial bombshells out of the ground, getting them gripped into the boss, and then making sure that they are not going to be contacted by piles in those heaps of trash.
Getting them out of the ground faster does mean they're essentially dying faster.
Exactly. Right? Yeah.
So, solid swap there.
And like Dranos mentioned, right whenever we came back from that Monster Energy listen-in, once you are able to go through the first phase during that P2 where you're rolling all 4 of those balls of trash, the fight is essentially solved. It's just rinse, repeat. And if you're able to do that over and over again with 100% consistency, you'll be able to kill the fight from 50 to 0.
Yeah, essentially. I mean, it just ramps a bit more actual raid
It's going to be a little bit more raid
I
damage.
mean, you know what's going to happen. You're used to it.
The healing doesn't look that unreasonable with the burning trash.
No, it doesn't, honestly.
If they were taking just insane amounts of damage from the burning trash, I would maybe be a little bit more concerned. I was thinking potentially coming into this fight that the burning trash was going to take a lot of damage, and this fight would maybe be 5 healed. But, I mean, the amount of just group-wide AoE damage that's being dealt to the raid doesn't look like it's anything that's insane.
Right. Yeah. So you mentioned each trash pile in its largest form does 210 million damage, correct?
Yeah, when you roll a ball into the boss.
Yeah, so you're looking at like 420 per set. How many sets do we think we are going to get for the boss dies here? 6 or 7? I'm trying to calculate how much damage.
Yeah, I think 6 is probably about what we expect. So what, 2.5 billion damage coming from balls?
Yeah, so I guess it would be around. I mean, around what, like 11.5 billion either deals of raid.
Yeah,
like that's about what, like 15% of the boss HP or something like that.
Probably give or take, maybe a little.
Dropped off the top.
Yeah,
that's not bad.
It's not insignificant.
Yeah,
but it's also not enough to really like try and think about. Okay, we just got to live and this is for us, right?
Moonkin is Garbanzo being single target. Like
that's true.
This is like worse than a prot warrior damage wise to the boss.
Well, it's like half the specs for Warlock too. So I mean, don't telling me here. So. I'm just telling you how it is.
Ozzy talking propaganda right now.
Those talks yesterday. I'm not gonna rant on this. He goes, "We are so bad in single target. We're horrendous." What's your sim? Oh, like 2.5. Like, you know, Affliction's or 200k lower than you, right? Oh, that's propaganda. Blah, blah, blah. You are.
When was the last time Warlocks had a functioning sim module, Dranos? What do you think?
Okay, that's a very good point. I'm not gonna argue that at all.
What year? What, 2018?
Maybe something like that.
Yeah. That's a reach. All right.
Okay. Yeah.
Back when Kill Jaden's cunning was in the game.
When you could have AoE chaos bolts, sure, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. All right. A little bit of a couple comp swaps here. We have a Nick now swapping from that Restoration Druid onto that Moonkin. We have Dryny coming in for KSP. KSP now out of the raid, and so a couple of specs being moved around here a little bit. I think that they're still going to be talking about strats, making sure that Dryny is up to speed with what the overall strat is. He was likely to be paying attention to what was going on, knowing that this was a possibility for him to be coming in.
Right, yeah, for sure. I mean, like, you might have to have one or two, like, maybe small trash rolls to get familiarized with the electric pylons being a thing and Scrapmaster spawn rates and the weak aura.
So,
but it's pretty trivial.
For most guilds, whenever you have to swap your comp in the middle of a raid fight, you expect that person to not know what's going on and to kind of suck.
Yeah,
for liquid raiders, that is unacceptable. Like you're expected to know exactly what you're doing and basically be a replacement level for the person that you are.
Plus they're VOD reviewing too, right? So it makes it even easier.
You're supposed to be paying attention, like while you're doing the Mythic Plus runs, while you're getting gear, you're still supposed to be like listening to what's happening and kind of looking at your second monitor and be like, oh, what are they kind of talking about whenever they're talking about the territorial bombshell rolling? Because that's a big deal, and if somebody comes in and they start like messing up the territorial bombshells, that's going to become a problem.
Right.
Now, tab in. It's time to see an actual new pull. We do have that pull timer coming out on the respawn. It's going to be pulled here in 7 seconds. We're going to see pull 9 of Styx Bunk Junker.
Yeah, like I always said, 9th time's the charm.
They can't beat us 9 times in a row.
Exactly. No one beats Team Liquid 9 times in a row.
Well, my poll count prediction is 20, I believe, so we got a little ways to go here until this boss is dead, at least from my perspective. But,
yeah, we're only -8 pulls away from Tettles' prediction as well, so getting very close here.
So what you might notice as well is that they didn't jam the Lust. This has happened a couple of times. They're basically holding all of their offensive CDs and pressing this Lust around 30 seconds into the boss fight. What that allows them to do is then to have basically 100% free cleave with that bloodlust, and they're allowing themselves a little bit less boss damage, but maybe they don't have to commit as much damage to killing those ads individually, right? They're not going to have to AoE as hard.
Right.
Instead, it's going to be a lot of passive cleave from things like the Shadow Priest Shadow Crash, from things like the Dev Invoker's Mass Disintegrate, Demon Hunter existing, that kind of situation.
Dude, Nick just alpha Tobo off of that bomb explosion. That was crazy, crazy work there.
He already threw the needle past that territorial bombshell too. Dumped that trash pile last second.
Nicely done. And yeah, like you said, that Lust.
Oh my god, Driny M, top of the healing meters.
There he goes, fighting for that Mistweaver spot in the raid. Trying to prove that they can't bench him. Here comes that landing.
Yeah, so past his first landing here, we're seeing additional trash piles being empowered. It will lead to a bit of extra raid damage being taken, but for the most part, at least as far as Prog's been concerned so far, it's been relatively negligible.
I wonder if part of the rationale behind the playing an extra Moonkin as well is that Moonkin have a pretty easy time of running behind one of these bombshells and then typhooning it towards the raid.
Oh, that could be it too, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that could be good.
A little bit of work like that.
I don't think that's unreasonable to think. You can also play some things like Ursula's Vortex.
True.
To have,
although you got to be a little bit careful of that because you don't want to vortex the bombshells.
You have to know what you're doing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You're not just going to slam it willy-nilly, but it does add a bit more, again, mob control to those mobs.
Oh, yeah, it looks like maybe even casting. Oh, was that a mushroom or?
That's a treant.
A treant. Okay, yeah, dropping a treant.
Nick being melee by a bomb.
Hold on.
Getting beat on by a couple bombs.
Briny also down. The BRS is going to come out there.
Yeah, good meld, good meld.
Backup interrupt coming out here. So they have an interrupt plan here for interrupting these various ads, the various Scrapmasters. Once they do come in, they don't do that recycler cast anymore. But down goes Nick. Not sure what took him out there. Rest of the raid still doing okay. It looks like a bombshell may have gone off. Yeah, that's what looks like. The raid frames at least were looking pretty sketch, so they did survive it, but that's what I think was maybe happening. Meanwhile, Impact now being targeted by this ball rolling.
Yep, running around grabbing those.
Ooh, beautiful. We got some hyenas. Hyenas are great to pick up. They give you so much credit. And yeah, turns them into a medium ball. 2 seconds to spare. He's able to pick up that mob. Ooh, that was unlucky. The grip right through Impact. And that led to, he was threading the needle perfectly until that grip came out and just collided him with that bombshell midair.
That's sketchy. It seems like the right side of the boss has been the bombshell side for the most part from the last few pulls. And you're tempted to roll right there because you have space, but you just can't. I mean,
gotta be so careful, yeah.
That grip comes in, you're just in trouble.
Yeah. Turn speed on these things as well. We need to be able to get that drive system right. Bring our garbage ball to the workshop. Put in that steam boil engine.
I mean, the turn radius is just too wide on these balls.
Yeah.
We gotta get a smart car.
Yeah, exactly. We need some help parallel parking these balls into the boss.
It's ridiculous. Okay. Anyways,
was that you?
No, that was in-game sound effect.
Right. Okay, got it. Okay. I'm not doing it.
not a new best, but I feel like that was I feel like we're learning what we need to see continuing on this fight.
Okay, here now.
Yeah, I got a replay of this. So let's see if we can tell what exactly took out Nick. You thought it was maybe the territorial bombshell.
A bomb went off here. Yeah, okay,
It
look
was
at
a bomb.
yeah, there you can see that debuff that's just under that ERT node on everybody. Look at the health frames on everybody just going down so quickly here.
What blew up the bomb? Was it just time?
I think it was just a timed explosion, yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, so those territorial bombshells, not only if they get hit by the trash heap do they blow up, but after 30 seconds prior to them or post them spawning, they also blow up.
Okay,
so it's one of those situations where you need to get them out of the ground quickly, and I think this is maybe also why they're running this double Moonkin.
Right.
Moonkin again can get those.
So it's that bombshell just in the middle of that stack right there. So definitely nothing ran into it. You can see it right there. It's got a little bit of health left.
Oh, it's like 1% too. That is tragic.
Bang! It's about there. It is. Bang! Bang! Down it goes.
I didn't know they slowed down your voice as well.
It's a slow-mo replay, you know?
Perfect. Thank you so much for that replay.
Yeah, great sight there of what exactly happened.
I mean, the good thing, though, about this fight is, like we talked about, it is rinse and repeat. When you're getting reps on pole, like barring having Lust, it's going to be the same thing every single time. It's not like an Argus or a fight where you have to progress to phase 4 and then, like, see that after 200 pulls. You're seeing the whole fight essentially from just pull, right? So you're getting reps later on, essentially, even in the first half minute or so of this fight. But it all has to come together as well. And that's where we're having a little bit of trouble, mostly based around these bombshells. But give it another half hour. I think this boss is dead within a couple hours. Hour and a half, I'd say.
I suspect that we'll be killing this boss without too much more trouble.
It doesn't feel like it's that bad. It feels like they're very close. Of course, they're trying to make it to where they're going to be as consistent as possible. So they could slam 30 more pulls and they'll probably kill it. But at the same point, you know, they're taking 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, instead of pulling the boss, and they're trying to save pulls that way.
Right. I think you can certainly shave off a decent bit of this boss's health from, like, 53.3 being our best pull to like 30, and like the boss just dies out of nowhere too, right?
Yeah. What you have to know about this fight as well is, like, with the Race to World First, whenever a lot of guilds will come into this boss, you know, a few weeks in the future, this is the strat that they're going to copy. They're probably going to use the weak auras that tell you what Trash Master to roll over that Liquid have created for this fight, and you'll know everything you need to know about the territorial bombshell because Liquid has done it first.
They probably also have about 7 to 8 more eye levels too, which makes this boss a bit trivial.
A little bit easier.
Minimum will help, although, you know, I guess those bomb explosions will be pretty livable with some more gear as well.
I think that is, if you're max gear, if you're 678 ammo, I'm pretty sure, yeah, those bomb explosions are probably even...
Yeah, almost not negligible, but you can live those.
You can live those, yeah. You'd probably be able to out-heal that even. You would maybe go 5 heal and just guarantee that you would never die to them.
I feel like a lot of bosses this tier are like become substantially easier with gear comparatively even more to last tiers. Like with the Galagio Renown line or the Ray Renown line with the damage and healing amp coming in, all that kind of stuff. Like, I mean, look, like first boss, Cauldron, Rick Reverb, they all just sort of fall over in general, but even easier with gear. This boss too, Sprocket Monger probably pass it being a minor mechanics check, but...
I mean, this is kind of crazy. They're 24 average item levels below cap.
Yeah.
We are so far. There's so much more gear to be had.
To be fair, we saw that last tier too a bit.
Yeah, and there's not actually a lot of access to higher item level, right? If you think about it, right? The only sources they'll have is you have 6 upgrades of Gilded Crests, right? Which is like half an item level across your character.
Or you craft.
Or I guess it's 1.5 item levels across your character.
Right.
Yeah, you can use your craft, which is about the same amount of value as well. If you put that into Gilded Crests. Of course, there is the enchanted Runed Crest that they can cast, but that's 658, so they already have that.
Who are we summoning?
Looks like Dryny again, so maybe making some changes to gear or something out in Dornegal, getting summoned back in.
Oh, dude, I thought that was an Evoker, but it was an Outer-Range Monk.
Yeah, just an Outer-Range Monk.
Oh my gosh, I now understand why people always say that.
We're double auging, let's go.
I was like, what are we doing with another here? Where do we get this from? So I was figuring out. I was like, because Goop is the other person who's got the lizards. Goop and Toba.
Yeah.
And it's
Well,
just like,
Sang.
weird.
Sang's in.
And Sang, of course.
exactly.
But Sang's in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But then Goop and Toba are also both in on different classes. Like,
Yeah.
where's this Evoker from?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see Tobo playing Evoker this tier. I think if they need a second Evoker, it will be Goop, because Goop has a geared Evoker that can come in. Like, it's also main status. They can play that, and they can have Nick just be the Resto Druid.
It's kind of interesting because I didn't know that Moonkin was going to see much play. Obviously, this is the perfect situation for Balance Druid to see a lot of play. Stick Spunk Chunker is hard, and Moonkin is good on Stick Spunk Chunker.
It's a weird tier because, like we talked about before, you want to like try and gear for the last 3 bosses as much as possible, being One Arm Bandit, Muggsy and Gallywix, but at the same time, some of these bosses, Miss Boss is real. Like, you need to sort of play into this boss and what it needs, like damage profile-wise, and Boomkin does fit that pretty well, but later on, probably not as much.
Full 10 has come.
All right.
Double digits, first double-digit boss of the actual raid tier. All right, we should be seeing this first set of fire circles coming out here. Right after this, we're going to have that electric circle spawn in, and then that first set of trash. What are we calling them? Trash orbs?
Trash balls? I don't know. Heaps of
trash. Get
trash
spewed out.
heaps,
Sure,
what
yeah.
I've kinda
Trash
been
heaps
calling them,
spawn
but,
in,
like,
right. Being able to run over those 3 Scrapmasters, stopping those beams there. We are indeed popping Lust right here. Perfect. So we're holding Lust this first trash set here, where you free these territorial bombshells, kill these Scrapmasters, and bring them on the melee to that meat grinder to get these ads basically dead as fast as possible. Look at those bombshells being held on that side of the boss, more in the front, and you're bringing those trash piles into the back of the boss. Just, oh, yep, he takes the lap around both in the back to avoid the bombshell.
Dang.
He did, yeah. But it's okay. We made it through somehow. We're alive. Yep, bringing those Scrapmasters in here as well. I mean, for the most part, I mean, Lust is carrying a bit here, but that's what this fight does.
Right.
This is the whole fight, basically.
I mean, that's why you're lusting.
Damage.
That's why you're lusting 30 seconds into the fight as well, is so that you can basically commit all of the damage into the boss that you would otherwise be doing, just like hard AOEing those trash mobs.
Yeah.
The raid stacking now on that marker roughly, taking the gateway out.
Yep.
Lost baited actually a little bit away from it, but it's not going to be the end of the world. And up next, it's going to burn the next 2 garbage piles near it. So they're taking it here, the edge of the room, and they're going to burn these 2 garbage piles with that cast. Everybody's going to avoid standing on top of any garbage piles, because they will, of course, burn any they're standing on top of with that fire circle as well.
They dragged the boss to the entrance of the room here, and they were previously just kind of keeping the boss in a static location, but now it looks like it's going to be moved towards along the outside edge of the room for probably the duration of this fight, just burning those.
Yeah, do a nice big circle, and then you're leaving that fire behind you.
Yeah, I think that getting as far away from the fire as possible is optimal.
It's a little awkward because the bombshells and that bomb are all pretty much on the same side of the boss.
No
One rolls into the boss, but we do need to actually hit that bomb.
Oh, that bomb
has not been hit.
No, it's right behind the boss. Oh,
and it explodes.
It's a little bit awkward.
Yeah, we saw 2 people roll into the boss. Maybe, I mean, there's so much going on there visually. I'm not sure they noticed that the boss was on top of a bomb.
No, so that bomb was Yips's, and Yips was a little bit late actually coming into
That seems
the
strange.
boss.
Usually what they've been doing is they've just been having the first 2 people that can blow up those bombs. But yeah, maybe
that one is assigned to Yips or something. I don't know.
Maybe.
It's a little bit. Because he was still on the trash pile whenever the bomb blew up.
Yeah.
So he, in theory, could have hit it, but yeah, I think that somebody was definitely supposed to hit the bomb. Is more of a question of like who.
Yeah, I at least so the way that I've been doing this in my raid on Heroic is just if there's a bomb up, you try and hit the bomb, and then if somebody else hits it, then you go into boss, and you have a couple extra seconds to make that happen. And it seemed like Liquid has largely been on that cadence as well, where the 2 bombs get destroyed before anybody rolls into boss. But this time around, those 2 rolled into the boss while that bomb was still active. And I do think what happened that caused that was the fact that the boss and the bomb were so close to each other that I think you're used to kind of looking for them far away from the boss.
I can believe that,
You can miss if there's one under or near boss.
Right. I'm thinking 20 pulls in this boss.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like a... I mean, I feel like it could die soon, but it could also not die. This, you know, those are the 2 options.
Well, it dies or doesn't. Right, exactly. 50-50
Great commentating work, Rathouse. That was a good one.
Great.
Well, I realized as I was saying it that I wasn't really providing any useful information, so... Yeah.
It's, we haven't seen late enough into the fight where you can actually make an appropriate assessment as to, like, because we
don't know if there's an enrage or anything like that.
Exactly. We could be in any pull territory, but at the same point, it still seems like they're trying to debug some of the territorial bombshell potential issues and just making the fight as consistent as possible, because the consistency is going to be the thing that's going to allow them to be able to kill the boss. And it looks like the consistency has just been a little bit lower than they expect, to the point where they continue to take these, you know, kind of 5-minute breaks in between pulls, and they have like a VOD review session where they're talking about, here's the problem that happened on this last pull, how do we prevent this, everybody pay attention, do not do this, or maybe we should be talking about how to prevent this from happening again in the future.
Yeah, the good news is that all the troubleshooting they're doing with these things is going to apply for the whole fight, right?
Exactly.
This isn't one of those fights like Ansarek where it's like, okay, we figured out the thing that happens at 70%, now we have to figure out the thing that happens at 66%, and now we have to figure out the thing that happens at 63%, right? And you have to just keep doing these things. Every single time they're having one of these discussions, the things they're learning will apply to the entire fight. So once they have solved the start of the fight, they will have also solved the whole fight.
And that's why Styx Bunk Junker is a little bit of a weird boss, where we can potentially call it enemy-pool territory, because like Dratnos was saying, it is basically just that same phase over and over and over again, and you just have to make sure that you're getting the bombs ran over. The territorial bombshells are going to be gripped into melee and dealt with appropriately. You don't hit them with any of the trash heaps that you're rolling. The scrap masters get ran over at appropriate pace to where somebody doesn't end up getting shot. The coil over people that get targeted, make sure they pop a large enough defensive to where they don't die as well. And there's just like a lot that's kind of going on.
A lot of moving parts, right?
But the moment that you solve it one time and you're able to apply that over and over again, that it concludes the fight, and you're able to take it all the way, potentially even from 50% to 0.
As long as you can figure out all the moving parts at the same time simultaneously with a bit of a different... I guess the cadence is the same, I guess, but the fight just ramps in like HP.
Yeah, you're having to deal with a little bit of extra healing.
Yeah.
As you do have that fire dot on people, and that might mean that somebody who would have lived at 10% to the mythic coil zapping into them might now die in the later parts of the fight. So there is some added difficulty as the fight goes long, but I don't think that's the kind of thing that they're going to struggle too much with. I think that the healing with a little bit of increased raid damage is going to be something that they'll probably not. That probably won't be the hard part. Like, if they wipe low, I think it's probably going to be, oh, we messed up one of these trash piles in the same way that we could have early in the fight just as easily.
I mean, do you think there's merit moving lust then, or it's just...
No, I don't think the lust is helping too much.
I think this lust that they have timing-wise is optimal.
Like, damage.
You want to do it with all your cooldowns.
You want to hit the boss with all your CDs, like realistically. I think it makes sense to hold it for 30 seconds here.
Right, so that you can just use it to basically freely clear an ad wave and just let everybody hit the boss more.
But I think the longer you hold it, you don't gain additional value. Like realistically, you could maybe press it like 30% for like a healer lust or something like that, but you're not going to actually gain anything more, and you're going to make the fight time, like the actual fight time, a little bit longer. And you realistically want to make this as short of a fight as possible because you want to reduce the possibility of these like variables that we keep talking about, wiping them.
Right. Okay. That's fair.
All right, poll number 11 underway here. Previous best still above 50%. But with some comp adjustments that have been made and some further discussion of the strategy, we're hoping that this could die.
The bloodlust is going to be popped here just a second as all the trash is actually coming out of the ground.
They're holding it. Okay, so Kalamazoo, your suggestion of
holy moly,
late lust looks like it's being implemented here.
All right, yeah, through the first set here.
What's the value of the late lust?
So the later lust is going to give your healers more value out of their lust, and also there will be more trash to kill. So the AoE value of actually killing off extra bombshells later will be higher too.
So where would you press it that lines up really well with a bunch of offensive CDs?
I mean, you probably just push it on like one of the later overlaps of, and this thing is like,
yeah, go ahead, sorry.
If you don't think that you need to make a damage check as well, you could actually use it on one of the ones that you're kind of light on cooldowns on to get extra healing because that set's going to last longer and to get some extra damage, right? Oftentimes, when we're thinking about a single target boss, we want to multiply lust with all of our cooldowns because that's how you get the highest number. But on a fight like this, where it's maybe about just surviving every set, maybe you instead want to use lust on one of the sets you're lightest on cooldowns for because it'll function as a little bit of extra coverage to get you over that set without much.
Callow, we saw this a little bit last season with the Spymaster's Web Trinket. How's Eye Kazan kind of stack up whenever you're lusting?
Yeah, I mean, Eye does. Yeah, exactly. Eye does stack more towards the end of the fight. When you reach that max intellect stack on Eye of Kazan, you then begin having that damage proc happening as well with the max intellect stack. So the longer you can go, that was close. He bounced.
Nice.
Did he get it?
Bounced. He got
the master and bounced the bomb.
Okay, this looked bad, but this was good. I promise you this was good because what happened there was a bombshell right on top of a Scrapmaster that he needed to hit. And he actually managed to hit the Scrapmaster without hitting the bombshell, which was his goal there. It looked ugly, but I think that he did a really good job of actually making that happen.
I think the only thing that was wrong necessarily with that is that he wasn't able to actually get that heap of trash into the boss and hit it for the
that would have been nice, but that's a lower prio than actually successly executing that.
I agree, 100%.
I think when you get a spawn like that where the Scrapmaster's right on top of the bombshell, it's very hard to solve that.
I mean, that is it. That was a tough lineup.
Yeah.
I think that impact, the fact that he didn't wipe his raid is impressive in itself.
Yeah, that was a tough spot, and I think well managed, but that could be a fun one to actually watch the replay of after this poll, perhaps, as we are seeing things going further wrong here. More players now on the floor. Fired up one of them, 3 others dead. Yip's going to go down as well, and that tank roll can always be tough. Tanking this sort of boss when you're coming in and just asked to do that tank job of like, hey, you know that undergeared ult you have? Yeah, we want death grip, so go ahead and live on this fight on that character you haven't been really prepping at all. That can be pretty nasty. DK is usually one of the best tanks at doing that, at living while undergeared, but even so, it can be a pretty tough proposition.
We didn't see them press Lust, right?
No.
Doesn't look like they pressed it at all, yeah. So saving it for later in the fight. Maybe for one of the very... I mean, it makes sense. You get the most healer value as well when you have the most fire burning on the ground.
It does make sense. You get the stacks of Ayakazan, which...
Yeah, it's a little bit less than Spymaster value, right? Because Spymaster was the on-use that you could multiply with Lust.
Absolutely.
But it is still better to have, you know, a fully stacked stat stick rather than an unstacked stat stick.
It's you know, it's less bad than if you weren't multiplying it with anything, right?
Yeah.
I think it's kind of the...
Yeah, I mean, you're probably still getting more value just doing it on pull in
for killing the boss, yeah. For speed killing the boss.
Less of a loss because of Eye of Kazan.
It's kind of a weird situation where if you could actually skip a set of ads as well, then you would probably be looking to move it back to like on pull or something like that.
I mean, what do you think they're going to pop it here, though? Like, second pots are on 6, give or take?
I have legitimately no clue. Like, at this point, it would
you
be
just
pure
do it as discretion as well. You just have the healers call for it when they're when they're getting worried. Although DPS usually are not happy if you ever are trying to do something like that. They love having the Lust, you know, planned out, lined up with their stuff.
Ooh, secret tech found here.
Yeah.
Up on the hill, just don't pull the boss. Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Yeah, fired up, tabbed out, however, I think is unfortunately going to be pulling this boss momentarily.
I think we should get a prediction in chat for the degenerate gamblers. What would you want to set the line on for pull count on this fight? Over under what? 20?
20 sounds fair, yeah.
Okay. Can we get a prediction for over under 20 for the degenerate gamblers who are trying to gamble some channel points?
Yeah, we're all out here outside the Galagio just waiting to get in there, but in the meantime, we can tide you over with a little bit of a channel point prediction, perhaps. But here's Impact getting this ball assignment. Now look at what happens here. Right below that coil, you have a bombshell. And, okay, there it is. You see the one with the arrow over it? It's right on top of a bombshell.
It's so
So how is he supposed to handle this, right? He's got to get that Scrapmaster before it finishes its cast, but he's not going to be able to do that without hitting that bombshell that's near it. So he redirects himself a little bit, and look, it's now the bombshell's starting to move, and he has like one fraction of a second there. Wait, doesn't get it. Okay, so that's why Nick died.
He didn't get it?
He didn't get it, no.
Oh, the beam actually went off!
He's actually not big enough to pick it up.
He was medium-sized. He just didn't hit it.
Okay.
Because he was trying to dodge the bombshell. So I take back it being perfect, but it was a very hard job.
Redacted, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that the solution to that is probably not on the bomb rollers. I think what has to happen if you see that is we need THD and the other range DPS to immediately break and then death grip the bombshell that's on top of a Scrapmaster. But realistically, I think this is just a huge point of variance. If you get bombshells and Scrapmasters spawning stacked up, this fight is infinitely harder than if they are spawning separate from each other.
It's one of those things that, in theory, if you tanked the boss a little bit further away from the wall as well,
yeah, maybe you'd get a bigger spread of the ads.
Well, the territorial bombshells couldn't be up against like the potential spawn locations of the Scrapmasters, but at the same point, you really don't want the boss in the middle of the room.
If you have it in the boss in the middle of the room, you're gonna have the ad spawning over a wider range.
Exactly. There's issues with everything, so you're just gonna have to hope a little bit. There's just gonna be some variance that's in the fight just in general.
I'm saying over 20 at this point.
You're taking over?
Yeah, my prediction wasn't.
Everybody in chat was spamming the over, but it looks like maybe we don't have a prediction yet.
I'm just saying in general. I had 20 on this fight, 75 on Sprocketmonger. If I had to say over or under on both, I'm going over.
Okay, well then maybe we should put the line higher than 20.
No, 20's fine. 20's fine. I put it at 25. Here, 25.
Would you say 20? Would you take the over on 25?
No, I'd say right at 25 exactly.
Okay. Maybe we should put our prediction at 25 then.
We could, sure. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I mean,
we don't know this. We can change it right now.
We still have 9 more pulls on this. I mean, obviously it's looking hard, but I think that when this does die, it will die kind of by surprise.
Yeah, like we said, it is one of those fights where you can go from
I don't think you need like a bunch of 10% pulls before you can kill this boss, right? I think you can get it once you once you figure it out, you're golden. Although there is a little bit of variance, right? Where it's like maybe you have 15 people in your raid who, if you get a pull where only those 15 are targeted by the ball roller, you'll kill the boss. And that either could or couldn't happen nice and early into progression.
Could be.
All right, pull number 12, here we go. Boss getting dragged over all the way across the room. It was pulled a little bit later into its spawn cycle than if it had just been reset. It's all good, this doesn't matter.
A little bit of time for positioning on pole, not that big of a deal. So we have the cadence of fire circles coming out here with those like electric circles spawning afterwards. And like as we mentioned before, we're going to have those 4 trash piles spawning in right here. The new garbage rollers, I suppose. Now, we also mentioned these bombshells being of like high cleave priority. Is there, when does the timer start for these, the half-minute timer? When
as soon as they spawn, yeah.
Okay, it's when they spawn.
Next millisecond they spawn. So the Moonkins and the Shadow Priest and the Destro Warlock actually DPSing them to 75% to get them out of the ground is a huge deal. That's why you see that they're playing the composition that they're playing, where it's the Warlock, the double Moonkin, the triple Shadow Priest. These are the specializations that are very good at dealing with the territorial bombshell because it is proven to be the most important part of this fight.
Right. Yeah, first wave's down here. Once again, not committing lust on that first set anymore. We saw them not commit lust at all, actually last pull to that 60% mark, give or take. So we might just be trying to get further into the fight without committing lust, seeing if we can, where those hard HPS checks are, if they are present, where the DPS checks are, and using it later on as a progression tool.
Oh, nice gate.
Easy gate, yep, coming out of that first intermission. So 1 additional Scrapmaster will be spawning here over the remainder of the fight. But once again, rinse and repeat, we're going to have some trash being lit on fire here with this incinerator cast coming up momentarily, followed by the lightning pools, and then that second set of trash balls spawning in as well.
Yeah, a couple of garbage on fire now, as the boss does always burn those 2 closest after it does crash down, so these future incinerator casts. And THD is going to be assigned to that back right Scrapmaster.
Oh.
Finds a nice line to it.
That's a good line right there.
Oh,
already medium.
Scrapmaster.
Already large. And he could take out that bomb.
Boom.
Down he goes. Bomb destroyed. And he's pinging where that Scrapmaster spawns because it's pretty far.
Yeah,
so he's going to need a kick.
Oh, wait, no, it got picked back up by somebody else.
No, it can't.
Oh, it can't get picked up
Can't
again.
re-pick up once
though.
it's already been picked up.
Oh, and now Malarkus actually didn't roll his trash heap into the boss, so both of the Scrapmasters are going to be casting off of the far side of the room. They do, fortunately enough, get Curse of Tongues and kicked all the way in, but, you know, a little bit of damage lost on them. But ultimately, honestly, it's not even going to be that big of a deal if they're late coming in.
Yeah, they're not casting that death rate once they get there after the first time. They're not recast it.
They just do some scrap rockets, which you can kick, and the dumpster dive, which will often bring them under the boss anyways. So.
Good pings, good interrupts, straight across
nicely
the board.
handled. Again, like in theory, would it have been better to bring it into the boss, but it doesn't really matter.
Here's the bloodlust has been popped. We were kind of talking about them where they were going to move it to, but it looks like it's going to be the second set of trash coming into this phase. They're going to be a little bit dry on offensive CDs, which is one of the reasons that they're going to be doing that. So now they need to be able to DPS down these territorial bombshells and try to get those out of the ground. With Scrapmaster, it looks like it took somebody out. Boomy going down. We do have no battle res.
Yeah, we used one as well. Fired up, went down 2. They used the B-res on him, so we're down a Windwalker now. Still should be okay. Looks like they've mostly stabilized. A couple of Scrapmasters still alive.
This is pretty good, though. I mean, they're able to go through this phase. Now, Boomy being dead is not great. He is a lot of the damage that's going to be on those territorial bombshells once they come out of the ground. And so his cleave is obviously optimal. He also has really good single target and the Ring of Peace value. So it's a bit sketch that he's going to be dead. But, I mean, this could be a new best progression pull, assuming that they're able to make it through this next phase.
Yeah, next phase is going to be pretty tough here with that bomb. Looks like a bomb went off in the background there. Unfortunately, Tettles jinxed this pull here, but we do indeed...
Yeah, bombshell. They ran into a bombshell, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, like,
that's what happened to this one.
It is what it is.
One thing I've noticed here, Kalamazi, is THD is playing Hellcaller now, not Diabolist.
He's been changing it a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so he's got that Wither dot. I wonder if that's going to be more effective at nuking down these bombshells as they spawn.
It's a talent that you play in M+ when things are stacked. You can get a lot of like cleave out of that. And I mean, with the like Scrapmasters and the dogs being pulled into melee once the actual bomb has like been popped on the boss, it makes sense. Yeah, a lot of stack cleave, a lot of dot cleave, consistent cleave as well.
The Bigwigs update's available for THD. You should probably download that.
There we go.
Yeah, some new timers potentially being pushed.
I think that was from the add-on, but I think they keep it on an old version because they use their own internal timers.
Well, they'll also get when they get a push that they can update. I think they'll.
Oh, maybe
they'll see that as well.
Is that not the max face though? With the
That's if they have weak auras, I think, to change. But Bigwigs updates also.
Gotcha.
Maybe are notified different. I'm not 100% sure.
kind of interesting.
It looks like a lot of them are reloading. So
instead of actually spam resetting the boss, it looks like they're now all just like
they're up on the hill. They've had enough of
Larkus is like, dude,
boss.
we gotta stop.
Yeah.
I can't be tabbed in for this long. I gotta be paying attention to what's going on the
bombshell damage being dominated by those Moonkins. THD briefly hovered over that there.
Yeah, I mean,
not surprised.
I'm not shocked at all. That spec sucks at everything that's not doing bombshell damage.
Do you think there's a world where we can get Tobo on Boomkin here? Shadow Boomkin swap. I think it's relevant.
I don't know how geared his Moonkin is. I know that he had like a few of them for splits. I don't know if they... Dude, I feel like it's pretty unlikely that they ended up gearing his Moonkin since we went immediately into Nick Druid balance.
Okay.
Like,
I mean, they could be high valuing Shadow Priest here as well, but
yeah, I think they probably are. Right? It's you want both of them in. So.
I think that both are good. It's like we're trading one of our best classes for a different class that's good at something that's slightly different.
Right.
If you were like upgrading, I don't know, a hunter maybe.
Because your priests are also power infusing somebody else that's doing good stuff during those cooldowns as well. So
yeah, I don't even know who is the PI here. The warlock probably, and then
if you're holding for cleave on first set, which you like it's probably Destro Lock, and then
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Definitely not the Moonkin. Like Impec used to be really good on enhanced, but now they're not playing Stormbringer Ascendance. Now they're playing like 1 minute around Doomwinds and Totemic, and so it's a little bit less good on enhanced.
The Windwalker on the opener.
Yeah, maybe a Windwalker. I could buy
Windwalker. The BM Hunter could be a great target as well.
Yeah, BM Hunter. I mean, BM Hunter's good if you want single target damage.
Yeah. Do you ever throw it on the Moonkin during the ad spawns?
I mean, you can. It's not like great. There's typically better specializations. I think the Fire Mage is obviously an excellent one. Fire Mage with Foresight I think is one of the best PI targets in the game, particularly for AoE, because the combust kind of feeds into itself over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Because the more kindling and fire blast that they get during their combustion, it allows them to get more combustions, which allows them to get more combustions because they get the fire blast CDR from the haste. So it's probably like a combination of like Fire Mage, Warlock, maybe like Windwalker or Enhance.
Yeah.
It's a bit weird too because like what happens if you get picked with a heap of trash?
Yeah, do you just audible and PI somebody else? And,
I don't know.
Or you come out, you're in the trash, so you come out and you've now got a PI 20 seconds late, and it's like, okay, does this still go on you, or you not care anymore?
And Shadow Priest isn't holding PI for somebody.
Right, exactly. Shadow Priest is going to PI themselves, but then they'll have to adapt and maybe PI somebody else.
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody that's just kind of always doing damage. Maybe again that BM Hunter. I think they're always good.
I don't know if I think they're DA, so they're 1 minute shadow anyway. So like, but you still have to press the PI basically with your cooldown, so they're not actually waiting for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's always if you've got usually the best PI target in the raid gets the healer priest PI, and then they get to kind of command when it gets used.
Oh yeah.
And then the other people have to just kind of settle with I'm getting PI'd whenever the priest is PIing.
Sari's disc. I mean disc is weird. I mean power infusion for disc is like insane healing for them. They get the Void Weaver ramp and they just do 1 billion HP. Maybe he's Oracle, but I think that Jack said that they were playing Weaver everywhere. They were playing Oracle during
testing.
Like 30-man, well, I was going to say 30-man Heroic, they were playing Oracle Disc, but I don't know if that's going to be something that they're playing long-term, because I think the Void Weaver is supposed to be more optimal for 20-man content. Just from listening to Jack, he likes to talk about healers a bunch. But
yeah, he does.
About him a lot.
You can even if you're not talking to him about it, you'll hear him, making one of his videos or whatever, yapping about that stuff.
Screaming behind me in the corner.
It's like he never stops.
It's like Kalamazi and Warlock.
He's passionate. Yeah,
I actually don't think it's anything like Kalamazi and Warlock. I think Kalamazi and Warlock is way more tolerable than the Jack and the Healer.
Oh gosh, she's probably listening to our ad titles. Jeez.
No, he's streaming. I think we're
he's streaming. Talking about chat about Priest. Nobody clipped that.
Yeah, we're safe. Don't leak, chat. Don't leak.
Do not leak that.
Stay. What happens here stays here. All right, it's like Vegas. All right, don't go leaking it. Okay. What do you think we're discussing here, though? I mean, like, what?
Territorial bombshells, probably.
I guess still. I mean, it's one of those fights where I think if you see what you need to see, it's just sort of.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
discussing the pull timer.
They realized, oh yeah, we should pull the boss.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, I think it's legitimately territorial bombshells. They might be discussing moving lust again. Like, where is the optimal lust? Because I think that I don't think they're YOLOing it per se, but I think they're trying to figure out what the optimal spot is for. It's like, where are we really low on offensive CDs and capabilities of actually getting these territorial bombshells out of the ground? And I think that they're probably going to be looking to move the lust to somewhere like that. Whether that's going to end up being the second wave of ads that spawn in P2, or whether that might be something in the future where they are completely dry for.
That could very much be the big thing. Possibly even influenced by who gets chosen by the bombs, depending when you want to lust. Maybe, possibly, potentially, depending where that goes. But we'll see where that happens.
Yeah, maybe, possibly, potentially, depending.
Yeah, so possibly. That's why I threw that in there to cover all.
I gotta get a couple of caveats.
I gotta cover all ends of the spectrum here. So I'm innocent in this.
How bad do we think it is for the territorial bombshell damage if people like Nick and Goop get selected with the trash rolling?
Yeah, it's probably not great.
Saying. Yeah.
I think that's probably why they actually moved Nick in on the Moonkin, because every single time Goop ended up getting targeted, it's like a lot harder to get the territorial bombshells out of the ground, because the Moonkins were doing probably like 10 or 15%
pretty
more
unlikely
damage.
They'll both be targeted, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But if they're both targeted, then you're toast anyways, and if neither of them are targeted, they're coming out of the ground and stuff.
I mean, it's one tank. Is it one healer as well as just one tank, three random?
I just know it's always one tank.
It's always one tank is all I know.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know about the remainder of the selection process.
I hope it's one healer, because whenever it's random amounts of healers, that's always bad.
Oh my!
I think it is one tank, one healer, and X.
DPS.
That's fine. Like
that's fair. Yeah, that's great.
I feel like that is totally fine. I also wish that they would implement maybe some bad luck protection on DPS getting selected.
I didn't get it all last week.
If your DPS could just like not get selected back to back, that would probably be cool. Because if you get picked twice in a row for this, it's just
I don't think you can get picked twice in a row.
Okay, that's good. I think that stuff like that.
Yeah, they usually have that kind of protection in, although they don't have anything that says, hey, over a raid night, you'll definitely get to do this fun thing, because you can just get unlucky. If you want to roll the ball, which is fun.
Yeah, speaking of that, here
it's a really cool mechanic. I think it's visually like one of the most interesting mechanics.
I concur.
Couple of recycler casts still outstanding. Looks like they've mostly been picked up. Yep.
One bombshell to the far right there.
One goes down.
Two people actually end up going down by the recycler casts. So Sari and Cindy going down. They do end up rezzing up that Discipline Priest, but now they no longer have a Shadow Priest available to help them do a little bit more damage.
Bombshell is running at Goop as well. It's right next to him. Bang! It explodes. And the raid frames suffer as a result. Malarkas is down. THD is in danger. He is going to survive. 18 players still alive, as that bombshell dot has now been stabilized. But yeah, even one of those exploding is likely to cause a wipe, although not guaranteed to.
I like THD's nameplates for this fight, because every single time we see the territorial bombshell spawn, he has this thing on his nameplates where it shows the cooldown of them basically just blowing up.
Right.
And it's really easy to assess like when they're going to blow up. Goop actually has it on his nameplates as well, but it's a little bit of a small indicator.
Up into the, it's on the top left.
Yeah, it's on the top left
of the nameplate. Yeah.
Yeah. So you have to be like really watching out for them. Yeah, it looks like they're going to be exploding in around 10 seconds. Oh, Goop getting ran over twice. But all the territorial bombshells are dead. The Scrapmaster's getting deposited into melee. This is. They're going to be able to continue on the fight, but they did end up pressing that lust.
We're down 5 players as well. This is the writing's on the wall for this pull. There's no way they can really make this happen with this many dead.
Yeah, they can possibly stagger on for a bit longer here, maybe to a.
I suspect that the next garbage spawn is
likely spell disaster for us. Yeah, very much so.
Here comes electromagnetic sorting. The raid damage alone here starting to be nasty.
Yeah, we got that
3 in that ultimate penitence uppies cast.
Oh. Goop's in his end card here. Maybe we can get the bomb. We got to get the bombshells out of the ground, I think, is the most important thing here. But I mean, dude, they're still not out of the ground with 15 seconds left.
Yeah, I don't know if we can cleave these down. There's no time left here.
Yeah, we're toast. We're gonna wipe here. It's over.
Likely. I mean, you got 6 burning trash piles here as well, stacking up with half the raid. This is where it's gonna get tough, though, right? Around this 58% or 50-ish% mark, depending who's alive. This is where you might want to allocate lust and hold for later points in the fight here too, possibly, for that HPS throughput as well as that DPS. But hard to say.
I'm feeling okay about this fight. I mean, they're continuing to make progression. They're moving their lust a little bit. It's going to kind of come together all at the same
What was that?
Sometimes you just got to stay bricked up for the boss.
Stay hard. That's what you got to do. I do think that this fight will likely go down within the next hour and a half or so, give or take. But
it's proving to be a pretty serious challenge here for them. We are now, 12 pulls.
I would assume we would have had this down by.
Wait, there was a prediction started
by now.
I'm surprised. I'm as of a couple hours ago, I would definitely guess like 10 pulls tops.
Yeah.
There's definitely a choke point around that 60-ish% mark but they end up losing a player or two, and they can stagger on for like another minute or so, but they just become overrun by the next like bombshell wave and everything.
Okay.
So you're using lust to carry through, but it's just tough.
The current prediction is new best on the next pull, yes or no? We need a prediction for over under 25 pulls. I think that's what we really need the prediction for. That's where we set the line. That's where Kalamazoo has set the line. He ran the numbers, did the calculations.
I still like under on 25.
Under. Yeah, I'm saying under. I think.
A lot of chat was over on the 20 though. They were slamming the over on 20.
Well, yeah, chat's never right. So, I mean, I fundamentally have learned this many years ago. They're never right, but they've always killed... They're never right, but they kill all these fights before already.
That's right.
So they're more like just misleading.
Yeah, this fight is also where the raid starts to get hard on Heroic as well. A lot of difficulty.
Is this fight difficult during Heroic?
It's a longer
I mean, it's not, obviously not in the grand scheme of things, but
okay.
you know, we saw wipes for it from the splits, and we actually are going to have a break timer go up as well. A 7-minuter as well. Wow. That's a generous break timer.
Got to use the restroom. Pop an M, perhaps.
Gotta go.
Coop jumps out of his secret lab chair. There's already out of frame with 10 seconds of that break done.
See the man on screen right there. Heard he's come back.
JBC the man?
Yeah.
New computer, apparently, yeah.
James' personal computer.
That is exciting. And yeah, we are midway between lunch and dinner, so a nice time for a little medium-sized break.
I think I feel like they're actually making pretty good progression. Of course, you would have loved to see the boss get like one shot or something like that.
I mean, I'm glad that it wasn't one shot. I'm glad that this looks like a real boss.
Yeah, I think that for what this boss is, it's going to take a little bit of progression for pretty much every single guild. I think that discussion on the territorial bombshells, like even if you're a guild that comes after Liquid and you like watch the strategy and what they do, you can actually learn a lot. But ultimately, you're going to
have to pull it. Yeah,
exactly. You're going to have the exact same learning pains as what they're having right here with the territorial bombshells, moving those mobs out of melee, getting those mobs out of the ground in time to be able to actually get them killed off in time. I feel like there's just like a lot that can go wrong on this boss, and whenever it does go wrong, it wipes you immediately.
Right, and you are the first guild here to pull this boss and try and formulate a strat. But maybe ID was here first, but you're the first guild to like try and formulate a strat. There is a bit of a debuff there. Actually, a little bit hour of progression trying to figure every little moving part out, right?
Yeah, there might be some wisdom that can be gleaned by other guilds watching Liquid. I mean,
comp
on a boss like this, I don't think it's that much.
Not as much as like Sprocket Monger,
I mean,
for example.
I guess one of the big things you'll learn is like, oh, you actually do need to prioritize damaging this mob, that kind of thing.
The comp stack, I think, is probably the most telling thing for me. Whenever it's like the fact that they're having to play double Moonkin, play triple Shadow Priest and a Warlock, and trying to do as much damage to the territorial bombshells, that to me says that like while they are under geared, having to start to class stack this early, we're looking into the future for some of the classes that are going to be better as well. And so you're probably going to have to start to class stack all the way throughout this raid, kind of similar to what we saw in Erebar Palace.
I don't think that the Shadow Priests are really that remarkable, because I think that, they're playing 3 Shadow Priests. You need to do that on every fight because Shadow's OP.
I think it's rare to play 3.
I think 3 Shadow. I wouldn't be surprised to see 3 Shadow in a lot of fights.
Okay, that's totally fair.
Yeah. I think Shadow's like 2 or 3 on most fights. I think those are the most likely numbers.
A lot of the range kind of stink, so yeah, I can buy 3 Shadow.
But playing any Moonkin at all, let alone playing 2 of them, is something that is, I think, just for this fight. I don't think we're going to see that spec on any of the other fights. Maybe you can do it on One-Arm Bandit.
I say One-Arm Bandit.
The thing is, if you do it on One-Arm Bandit, it's like, okay, we're great at killing the assistants, but then we have a fight with an enrage, burn, single target thing.
Like, we're not going to hit the boss, but
Are we really playing the Moonkin for this? I don't think so.
You just bring Shadow Priest or Warlock.
Yeah, exactly. You just play Shadow Priest, Warlock, Dev Evokers that will just stand in the middle of those coin assistants, and Eternity Surge, Mass Disintegrate.
What's up, Tobo?
There's Tobo himself. In the background, we've had that 7-minute break going up almost halfway through already. We see a banana selected as the mid-afternoon snack.
Potassium's good, yeah.
Yeah, potassium.
Yeah.
The food of Shadow Priests. Write that one down, chat.
Yeah.
Necessary for gamer performance. Kalamazoo wouldn't know. Kalamazu's a carnivore.
Yeah, hot wings, the food of warlocks. Not bananas. Hot wings and pizza, yes sir.
Hey, it is pizza night tonight.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, very exciting.
Very exciting.
I'll watch from the sideline.
That's tough.
Yeah, life is tough. It's okay.
So if you like fruit, play Shadow Priest. If you like hot wings and pizza, Warlock is for you, perhaps.
Let's go. Come on over.
Welcome.
Always a party in Lockdown. Yep, exactly.
Any other notable things about composition that you've been seeing?
Not a whole lot. I mean, obviously, 3 Mistweaver is pretty insane.
That is crazy.
Yeah, Driny getting played despite all his own predictions is pretty exciting for sure.
I mean, Jack yelled at me when I said 2 Mistweavers like in an early comp video that I put out. Obviously, sort of farming with some clicks here and there. He's like, no, it's probably one Disc, one Holy, a Mistweaver, and an R Druid. Okay, but like 3 Mistweavers is insane. We've even seen Resto Shaman being pretty good on some fights and Heroic later on for Link being exceptionally strong.
I think Resto Shaman is being slept on. I would love to see that sneak into the comp in these later fights as well.
Yeah, sure. You know.
was pretty.
I do think, yeah, the trouble with the other healers is that the Mistweavers and the Disc Priests are just doing so much damage, and also the healing.
Double DK tank.
Yeah, the DK tanks.
Right.
A lot of us were thinking DK tank at least one would maybe be good across the whole tier.
Yeah.
I think ID are using one on the other bosses, but I don't think that most other of the top few guilds are looking like they're like. It seems like DK is mostly just for this fight for a lot of guilds.
It's kind of funny because like if you check like some of the discords, like a raid leader exchange discord, something like that, by far the most common question is, do I need double DK for any boss fight coming into the tier?
I don't know if you need it for this fight either.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely gonna be nice. I think it's gonna be like
It's
if you're trying to kill it
consistent
this
for the-
week. I think it's probably pretty big. You could probably substitute a Vengeance DH with Sigil of Chains and get some good value. You can't use, like a prop paladin can't do it, right? Because it's not like an interrupt group.
Right, it's not toll worthy.
Right, it's not, Divine Toll doesn't do the job. But could you get by with like Brewmasters and you've got Rop for Nox? Could you get by with, you know, having Typhoons and that kind of stuff?
Probably.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, especially, you know, if you're not trying to do it this week, I'm sure that it's fine.
Right.
I bet that most of the kills of this boss this week, if there are many at all, which maybe there won't be.
You know what we need more of?
I think it will be double DK.
Engineering belt knock.
I don't think that works anymore.
Oh wait, they removed it.
Yeah, they
The fire rack?
They took that away, right?
Blizzard, bring it back.
Maybe they didn't.
There's still one item that I'm not going to mention that could be used to some extent.
What? Like Serenite bombs?
Oh, I don't know that far.
What
but,
are we talking about, Kalmazi?
We'll find out.
Kalmazi.
Maybe.
Kalmazi's got some secret
Maybe we
hack.
won't. Maybe.
Secret tech.
Hot Wings
Keep it until
Pizza and forbidden jutsus apparently
We'll keep it until next year, maybe in my back pocket. All right. Well.
Forbidden tech. Exciting. Looks like our break timer is mostly resolved, though. A lot of the Raiders back from the kitchen now.
This is a boss that can be pretty frustrating. I feel like at the same time, like quick little juice break, not too bad. You're getting that same progression point, but
it's
it's
a
like,
mid-afternoon, right? It's a good time to have this break between lunch and dinner. Let everybody go to the bathroom if they need to, get a snack.
Rick Reverb looked like very frustrating variants, especially with the pyrotechnic bomb spawns. Do you think that this fight in particular, whenever we're watching Six Bunk Chunker, is the frustrating type of variance, or do you think it's just like the acceptable type of variance?
I think that the only thing that's going to frustrate them is when they get the spawns of Scrapmaster right on top of a bombshell. I think that's frustrating when it happens.
Sure.
I think the other part where it's like, oh, this person got the ball and they didn't do the right thing, and like they need to learn more of how to do it. I think that's frustrating, but not in the way where you're mad at Blizzard for it. It's more in the way of like you're mad at yourselves for it, right? And that's I think a better feeling.
Okay, so it looks like the gamers are going to come back from a break. We are going to be throwing it to a Monster Energy listen-in, but first, let me tell you about our presenting sponsor, Coinbase. So I'd like to shout out Coinbase for being our presenting partner for the Race World First. If you want $20, you can head over to tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF, and you can use the code TEAMLIQUID20 to be able to gain $20. We're going to throw it over to a Monster Energy listen-in, and we could take a listen to what the Raiders are talking about, probably the territorial bombshells and how to make it more consistent, but let's listen on in.
DK is a third tank just to make it fucking easy.
Like Devo is kind of good, I'm not gonna lie, but...
Yeah, I feel like I'm cranking this fight too.
Yeah, but you're boldly.
Alright, so we're bringing in Shay. We're bringing in Shay.
What?
And then, okay, so like the other thing is like if you're bringing in Mage, what is that for? Alice is a tank here, so...
I think Priest, maybe. Because I think it will have like overkill. Like if you just end up wanting boss damage, you can set a Priest. Probably.
Well, which one of our priests needs Mythic Plus the most?
I need M plus badly, personally.
Okay, get
but,
out.
I need a bit.
We'll do that.
Wait, what should you guys have? I mean, neither of you need M plus, right?
I need a bit.
I can only use one item.
Boots thing. Yeah, I mean, I can use a bunch. I'll just go out.
We did just lose another like first ranged kick, but like I feel like some classes are just gonna have to be those.
Moonking can do that too.
I mean,
What's the cooldown?
Priest should just be taking first
they're
anyway.
playing a talent to make it 45.
Yeah, then it works every time. Yeah,
So
you
it
guys
works,
will be
yeah.
the first. Okay, that's fine.
Probably put group on first because the others aren't as comfortable, I guess.
Yeah.
So it should look like this, right? Pretty sure this is what it's supposed to look like. Wait, KSP, what was KSP's there to kick before?
First on skull.
The skull. Diamond is skull. That's it.
Cool. So he'll just do that one again, and we'll put Goop on Moon. Which is he's a Moonkin.
Oh shit.
Oh my god. No fucking way.
Wow. What if we get Moon fired up in here?
Ooh, Moon would go.
Let's go,
Hey,
Moon.
Moon would go absolutely stupid.
Mate, please. And then
All right,
pop knock.
new comp is
survival?
posted. Is that also the one that's in the group? So Mark out, KSP in, Riven's
There's
out,
the first
Shay in.
backup on Moon. It was-
Where's
it was-
Atlas actually? Do we have a... Sorry.
Is that
middle
key?
No.
I
Get
can
him
come
out.
back in for now, I guess, maybe.
No, I think we're not pulling again until we're 3 tanking.
but I don't know if it's the first one.
I could go tank until he's here or something. I don't. I can like taunt every fucking 8.
Don't you have grips, man?
Probably. I mean, honestly,
Is
I
it 3
feel
tank
like
just to
it's
grip
just
more
like,
shit, right?
I feel like the tank is more just getting aggroed.
Yeah, I mean, I can just do that till he's here.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. Shaq stay, and that means someone else stays. Should be.
Ravens.
Sounds like he already left. Could be Mark.
Boom back in.
Or Boom, yeah.
Wasn't Ravens just speaking?
I think he's here.
Goop is the first kick.
Mike's not picking up Scott. Anything you're saying?
That's fucking fat. Can anyone hear me? Anyone?
Yeah, I couldn't hear you now.
Can you show the sheet again, Max, just so I can get the kids?
Yeah. I think so. Yeah, the backups. I'm not sure. Goop's no longer on that list, obviously. And you'd add Atlas to it, but like the actual first kicks for like the first part is Goop Moon, fired up square twice, KSP twice on skull, and
Yeah. I have those. I just needed the rest.
W.
You can add me, Shay, Nick.
Max, check this link. I think this is an attempt to like filter the ones that don't spawn near the boss.
So we're only looking at the ones that spawn far away.
We're trying to, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's. Maybe like the misviewers have to pick left, right, back, or something like or some direction. So I mean, I don't know, just to even it out.
I think the Mistweaver should just look for a bombshell that's next to a Scrapmaster, and all of them should zap it. It's by far the most important one.
Yeah. I mean, I just look one that feels like less likely to get damaged by like random cleave and stuff. Like you want to crackle as soon as possible, so you actually get the value out of it. You don't want to be sitting on it.
Yeah, 100%.
So I do a quick spin with the camera and then I try to snipe one.
You can also see the one that are medium on the ground before they spawn. You know that that's going to be a shell. That helps if anyone is not doing that.
Okay, so Shaq's a tank. We need to move KSP into is KSP in a key?
I'm on the last boss now.
Okay.
Fucking looking for him, Oscar.
Holy shit, bro. I can just read out the hexadecimal code.
We're good, bro. We're good.
Also, where right now are we like barriering, AMZing, stuff like that?
It's just a like,
go off.
Yeah. I mean, we have healing. It's just whenever that happens. And if not, then I think like the DK should just rotate on every, what's it called? Every sorting thing. Every time we spawn garbage, yeah.
I feel like we also need to have like a little crash course session for Atlas at least too. Or is Atlas ever going to be in a trash ball?
Maybe.
He should, right?
So he can never get targeted.
I guess if we're rotating the A-bomb...
Well, I'm saying like to make sure there's an A-bomb up every time, I think he has to pop A-bomb and then go in, right? Or else there won't be one up. Maybe that's not true. Maybe you guys can just do what you're doing now, but he just pops A-bomb on the set where neither of you have it and then stays out the whole time. That makes sense, actually. I would definitely rather not have someone new learn the bombs if possible.
Tank will give me the old.
And if he's not even tanking the boss either, I feel like he'll just have infinite aggro and everything.
We'll never have the thing, Chuck.
The tank that's best at getting aggro on everything is
yeah, it's
prop
only
paladin.
the red one, okay.
Yeah, it's prop belly, PH, warrior, maybe it's fine.
I do think that it helps a lot if the misviewers taunt the bombshells when they crackle. Because because you also have quite high healing aggro, so you should have aggro higher than the DPS at that point, right?
Yeah, not to mention the taunt buff generates extra threat during the cast, right? So you would have like Omega threat.
Yep. Do you guys both swap to the speed taunt?
No, I'm trying to figure out what I want to drop for it.
Founding agility.
But are you guys? We only need one of you to do it.
Well, does it help with the scrap masters
It's
too?
nicer because we might be cracking different ones as well, right?
Yeah.
Well, we're talking about taunting the bombshells in.
Yeah. So KSP is coming in, and then we need Mark to do another pull, right, until Atlas is out of his key.
Sure.
I think that's the play, and Atlas will just tank. Yeah, they have 3 bosses remaining, so... Yeah. Okay, just bring Mark back in and summon him.
If we need aggro, maybe one of the druids could just spam shift cap there, like over and over.
Yeah.
I'll just press the ball and have aggro and everything. No problem.
Can't you go Guardian Druid and do that?
Yeah.
Easy, actually.
Wait, go Guardian Druid, convoke Staff Ball. And then just get all the aggro, bro.
Hello?
Summon Mark, please.
Yeah.
What's good?
Want a summon stone for Mark?
I'll just walk.
No. Drop the attitude.
Make sure you can someone find the time for a personal reminder for Atlas when he needs to A-bomb so we can put that in his thing. Also, are you guys able to get mass grip? I don't know if you've been using it or not. I haven't seen it.
We have it, but it's not that useful.
Very good.
I don't think I've ever seen the time where it's useful. Like they're just the guys that are causing issues are just so far away.
Yeah. Okay, Mark's here.
Don't handle that.
Let's do a ready check, see if everyone's back, and let's get a few pulls. Shay will need some time for sure.
I'm about to grift.
Doing 8 on.
Shit, bro.
Hey, boys.
Can we reset the boss?
When you get...
My shit didn't reset from M+.
When you get picked with a thing, man, hyenas, get your Scrapmaster figured out. If you are not picked, your job is to kill the bombshells. Like, hey, let's wipe to boss damage being low, right? Like, we can wipe that sounds good to me. Let's do that. Or maybe let's not, and we'll kill it. But, like,
how about you blow up?
You know, like, instead of hitting the boss, just, like, fucking hit the bombshells that are next to Scrapmasters. Make it easy for the people who are doing the hard thing, right? You have 10 seconds before you have to spread anyway. You have time.
Is the weak orc
Also, try to Zephyr, saying. Try to Zephyr.
I have. Bard is the weak orc and
Okay,
swap for melee tick.
Yep. Okay. When are you guys listed now?
Do we need to hit the reload?
It's like 3 minutes.
It was a while ago. It was a while ago. Oh, wait. Stop the timer. Stop the
I'm
timer.
reloading. Fuck it. Good luck.
Stop the timer.
Just say no thanks.
I'm reloading. I'm in the middle of the map.
It's like 3 minutes 30 or something, KSP, when we last.
Thank you.
Or a little bit after 3, maybe.
What is that weaker call board that you just made everyone reload with? Because that's not loaded for me.
It's just the assignment week, or I just assigned it a little differently now. Don't worry about it.
Interesting.
Blow up, bro.
Yeah, just blow up real quick.
I think if you know that your Scrapmaster is doomed, you can like call and try to get something.
Yeah, fired up, used ice cold, and I think he got PS and he cauterized from it, which like that saves a res rate.
Also, like somebody else can hit your Scrapmaster. Yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1. Time to teach you young pups a lesson.
Damn. Too much fucking
Who's getting kind of?
I don't know. Figure it out after. Crash in 5 seconds.
Thank you.
Crash coming. Wolf, Tobo, Zevi, Scott. Kill the bombshells, guys. Kill bomb these. And we're spreading for fire in 3, 2, 1, now. And let's get kicks on the far Scrapmasters. Make sure you can see. And res lip. Kicks. Good. Give me res lip. That would be hype. Anyone?
Well, that purple. I literally couldn't do anything there. I don't know. Bubba just came in and took all my files.
Yeah.
Like I literally couldn't get.
Yeah,
files.
Like those 5 quid he never to get back, right?
You got grifted?
What's it play here? Take the gateway on the circle.
Yeah.
Yep.
People on purple right away.
Yeah, Warlock's required for that.
Bad. What the fuck?
Okay, that's not good.
Lightning bolt.
Don't burn.
Spread out. And then we're moving the boss into position. Okay, garbage in 3 seconds. Okay, trash is out. Everyone kill bombshells. Hard swap the bombshell on the left range. That's the
Just do
hardest
over
one.
here, melee.
Hyenas came from the tank side. Just watch it. Okay, get these ads in. Spreading for bad fire spread call from me. Okay, run them in. Watch the bombshells. Run them from the outside. Kick scrap masters. Get them in.
You came on bombs.
Little hard on healing.
Yes, skull in. Someone keep...
Yeah, just make sure. Just get kicks here.
Oh, you almost had it.
Oh, I have a weak aura for that. I can call that better. We just lost people early. But what loses? What kills you before the boss coming back down? Is it getting hit with lightning and the thing at the same time?
Yeah, it spawned under them like right as they hit.
I actually just didn't even look at it and just stood in it and checked the blood.
The gate weapon bait just use the windows and run, I think. Also, if you're sitting on purple before the blue goes off, you're trolling.
Yeah, you should be just off of the gateway and then move on to it as the circle spawns.
Well,
If you're not baiting on the gateway.
Okay, but is there any point to actually even do this?
The baiting of the ad, you mean, or the boss?
Like the baiting of the Like
Yeah, I guess
all
so.
gating because we're
Less
just like
boss
gating
movement.
into lightning and dying.
I mean, you can just use the windows and just run out.
Is that actually
I'm not
Boss
using
is
any
basically
games.
immune,
Most of
so-
the time I don't trust the gate because fuck the lightning.
Run out.
Yeah, the gate's very optional, I would say, because you can't damage anything anyways.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Want to see the first set from the tank PV since they're doing the melee one for the first time. Possible melee had to learn different lessons.
I kind of fucking grifted Scott and ruined his entire day.
Okay, so this is Diamond perfect, so like he's doing this thing. Now keep in mind this is like sometimes a weird scrap master because there's like a bomb right next to it or there's a bomb bot. You didn't get the bomb bot, which was kind of lucky. Hyena's perfect. Oh, you totally grifted, Scott.
Yeah, I also didn't get my scrap master, I think. So
Now getting your scrap master and then coming, if you were like super fast and coming back around and getting his is also like perfectly fine. They probably call it though, so they're not like super fucking confused. But
Because I probably could have got yours here.
I mean, it was just a solo grief.
And then from Yips PV as well, I want to see if Yips did the thing that like the melee all had to learn after this. It's like the second one, you're there. You kind of want to go like here and then back. You don't want to like go here, out, and then back. It's just extra movement.
This is that before the one that was people struggling on.
Oh, he's doing it right. This is good. Because you have enough time. Like, you can just do that. You can do that. W.
Good shit, Yips.
Good shit, Yips. That was fucking clean.
Yips.
Yips.
Lemon.
Ooh. How do you guys feel about the people... How do you guys feel about the people who are not blowing up bombs, going for the bombs, re-picking up that person? Oh,
You can't.
fuck. That would be so sick.
Blow up.
Okay.
Knowledge bomb.
Pick a little blow up.
Although I do think like I don't know, like even me doing that like it's so sketchy. I feel like everyone should just like shift over a little bit, but like I could have been further pushed up to
you
do
think
my real
like
rotation.
so like this maybe?
Like what Nick was saying, kind of like I don't know, the weak core is kind of big, but yeah.
So it's like this.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back from that Monster Energy Listen In. We are progressing on some bosses. I'm so excited because this is my first time being on the broadcast with the progression. I don't know about you guys.
It's finally happening.
Yeah, I got a little last night.
Okay, way to brag.
It was just some of the easy guys, and
Okay,
now we're
fair
in the
enough.
thick of it.
I'm out of Mythic Plus Split Hell, so I'm very excited to be here. Huge shout out to our sponsors, of course, Coinbase, our presenting partner, as well as the rest of our lovely sponsors, Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo. And of course, we are continuing to raise money for the Pasadena Humane Society. So thank you guys so much for supporting us so far. I love every time we proc a new dog. Makes has been diligently documenting that on her Instagram stories, which is great.
Yeah, everywhere. I've been sending them to my friends. I've been sending them into my Discord, over on Twitter, on like. We proc a dog, the world needs to know, and at this point I think I'm probably just here to like cuddle dogs and cast splits.
As you should, Queen. And Cams has been documenting it on his sweatshirt because the dog hair is all over.
I
His
got
lovely
most of it off.
Team Liquid.
It wasn't the sweet little one. I missed her this morning, but it was
Ham. Yeah, there's a
that I was
golden
cuddling
retriever.
with.
Think of like the most golden retriever you've ever met, and maybe like oomph that up a little bit. That is Ham. And his name was Ham, which is amazing. But anyways, looks like they're going to go into yet another pull here of Styx, Bunkin Junker. 14 pulls so far. It's not like the most complicated boss we'll definitely be seeing in the tier, but they are, you know, having some trouble here and there, Makes.
They are. So at the very beginning, there was a little bit of confusion on how to handle the garbage balls. There's a lot you need to do while you are running on top of the ball, juggling the ball. I'm not really sure how to say that. You're seeing the weak aura here on the screen. That tells the raiders which of the scrap masters they're supposed to roll over and which area of the arena they're supposed to clean. Because of course, if two of the balls roll into the same corner, it's kind of bad. And if one of the scrap masters doesn't get taken out, that is also bad. And then once you're done with all of that, you need to send it into the boss. So that is exactly what we were seeing there from THD. Sounds simple, isn't.
Is not.
Yeah, you could see also like you clash into each other, you go bouncing around, and also like the little pylon things that come out.
Yeah.
It just seems this boss could have gone, I guess, like 3 ways. One, super easy, because it's kind of a gimmicky boss. You know, sometimes bosses like this are pretty easy. They're trying new things, and it's like, this is just a fun freebie boss. But they went the other way, from like really easy, and then we were talking maybe actually it's going to be like 5 to 10 pulls, because if you think about it, there's so much room for something to just kind of go wrong. A bomb explodes, insta-wipe, those little like sniper guys can just kill everybody. So it could fall apart quickly, but it went the far end of the spectrum, and it seems like it's quite difficult. There are only 14 pulls in so far, so it's not like, it's hard to make a call yet on how difficult it's going to be, but it's definitely a lot harder than I thought they were going to do it. And yeah, it's just the chaos of rolling those balls around and making sure everybody gets their assignments. And like, yeah, that weak core is really nice too, because they also want to split because they don't want to eat each other's trash.
Something interesting about that weak aura, because I've seen it on raiders with prongs up and prongs down, and I was like, okay, what's going on here? Why do some of the players have it inverted and not? And I messaged Bart, the guy that has been doing all of the weak aura for quite a while for Team Liquid now, and I was like, okay, you need to explain to me how this weak aura works. Why do some of the players have it the wrong way around, so to say? And he actually implemented a function where they can invert it without it changing the position. Because if you think about it, prongs down, it's a second from the left, you flip it up, you turn around, suddenly it's a second from the right. So he actually calculated for that, because some players just like to have it the other way around.
Yeah.
Just to give you a little bit of an idea what a weak aura guy does for a boss like this, and what he has to accommodate for. Yeah, I mean, every player likes to approach the game a little bit differently, and I thought this was super interesting.
Yeah, why not let them customize it the way that makes sense for their brains? I think that's very thoughtful of Bart, if you ask me. It's kind of like getting on someone else's laptop and they have scroll going the wrong direction.
Ooh.
I hate that.
You don't like the Apple way, where it's like the phone?
No, I like the Apple way, but then when you get onto a PC, I always have to, I personally invert it, so.
Yeah, I like the Apple way now. I'm used to that.
Okay.
They got me. You can see they've lost 3 people. Those are probably all the scrap masters getting their cast off, because they're either going to wipe to the bomb exploding or to just attrition of people dying. These scrap masters, you can see one in the back, they're casting. The ball has to pick up enough small garbage so that they're medium sized, then they can roll over the scrap master, which interrupts the cast, but they didn't get that one. It took goop out, and yeah, the cast goes off, someone's just dead. I don't think, can you bop it or anything? I'd assume you're just dead, because they lose somebody every time the cast goes off. They're never able to save anyone.
I'm pretty sure you just cannot have this cast go through. I haven't seen any bops or stuff like that just yet, but it might just be that because there's so much going on, it's kind of hard to see it. If something like that happens, we can try to look for it just a little bit longer. But that is just phase 1. So phase 1 has been causing a lot of trouble. They kind of repeat, so it does make sense to an extent, but we are going to be getting a view of the next phase in just a little bit, and there the boss lifts up, and there's a lot of AoE, and you have to like go from these, what are they called, these transmitter poles?
Yeah, like the pylons, I think.
The pylons, yeah, that's a good word. So they have to go from pylon to pylon while the boss starts blowing them up. And you'll see that in a little while. But we are getting close to a new best here. Won't best that % for now. And I am slowly but surely, starting to worried because 14 pulls in and 6 Bunk Junker also seems to have hands.
Yes, I'm mostly worried because now my prediction is not looking so good on this one. I think I predicted 3 or 4 for this boss.
Fair.
Which in hindsight, I don't think... I mean, it's kind of like what Cam said. You know, it could have been like a gimmicky boss that was a little bit easier, or it could have been a little bit more mechanically skilled, heavy, which is kind of what we're seeing. Now, when you're on the trash piles, rubbish balls, whatever you want to call them, is it one of those ones where you can't really stop the way it's rolling? Like, how easy is it to control? Because it seems like it's fairly difficult.
Yeah, it just moves forward and you just turn.
You gotta make,
You gotta
make
and you
quick
can't
decisions.
do like a 90-degree turn.
Right. Yeah.
It's got like a
Goes in
little
a
physics
round.
to
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
And you have to be very careful. You cannot hit the pylons because then you're knocked back and
or the players.
Very bad. Yeah. Or the
You don't want to
players,
steal the smaller trash piles if you're a big trash pile. Like, there's a lot of things you want to avoid, a lot of things you want to hit.
Yeah.
While everybody else is also on a moving trash pile.
Thank God we had a lot of practice with drive in the Undermine. Just, you know, practicing going round and round.
All along.
I see.
Wow. Okay. We also have the Honda Grand Prix back there in the little racing simulator. Yeah.
I've never tried that.
Is that a morning show thing?
It is. Yeah. Well, we've been challenging the racers.
That is cool.
Raid racers?
Yeah. The raid racers.
Who's like top 1 on the leaderboard right now?
Right now it's Sang.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which I was surprised about. Wait. Yeah. Okay, I think I'm...
See, I'll just believe you no matter what you say.
I think it's Sang and THD at the top. And Shaq is the worst by far.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. I was like, oh, Demon Hunter, you know, he's speedy. You gotta like aim your fell rush. It's kind of, you know, you have to have good skills. No, he was terrible. Very bad.
Does he actually have a license?
I don't know. Maybe French Canadians are just bad at driving. I'm not sure. I'm not sure which. Maybe both for him.
I don't know.
Yeah, a French Canadian just said in my ear, can confirm. So I'll believe them.
Speaking of surprises, I just got a glimpse of our raid composition. It's now hidden behind Lip, but they've been slowly but surely making changes. You know, we've been moving some of the monks around. We've been moving druids around, just trying to account for several things. We also have the DKs in there because they can grip, and that's very nice. And I am seeing 3 druids now. So I already saw some very exciting messages in some discords that I'm in about like 2 druids on a mythic boss. I am so glad I'm experiencing this. Now we're on 3. I think we need to stop it here. The Moonkins cannot handle more.
Are you doing that thing where you hate watch the class discords? Is that what you mean? Or are these like guild discords?
No, that's actually a guild discord.
Okay.
Also, I want to clarify. I don't hate watch.
You hate watch makes.
I don't hate watch the guild discord.
I need to tell chat what she does. She
funny.
She goes into class discords. Cams, do you know this?
No.
You should know this. This is horrible, by the way.
It is so fun.
It's so bad.
It's not about hating, though.
It's a hate watching.
It's not.
Chat, you're going to agree with me in a second. Okay. She likes to watch the blue posts whenever there's nerfs to classes, and then we'll immediately go to the class Discord and watch them crash out.
Not just nerfs.
Just changes it all.
Yeah.
And she watches them crash out.
Listen. When there is a big class change, you know how they announce all of the different class changes every now and then with a major patch, and then you see one class that has like 30 things being changed. You go to that class Discord and you watch how they all like frantically scatter and assemble in the Discord channel while they wait for their gods, the theory crafters, to come in with like a grand entrance and say, I've run the numbers.
Dude, you're like...
We're losing 6%. And then the chaos ensues. It's so funny.
You're like Regina George in Mean Girls when she throws the burn book in the hallway and just watches the chaos unfold. That's you. You're Regina George in this situation.
That's not true.
That's awful.
See, sometimes it's also good news, and then they rejoice. It's fun. It's about the community aspect.
So how are the marksman hunters? in the last couple months.
Very good.
Not good.
She's grinning ear to ear, chat. All right, well, discuss in the chat, hate watching or no. But in the meantime, I do want to give a shout out, of course, to Coinbase, our presenting partner, teal.gg/Coinbase RWF. Using that code TeamLiquid20, you can have a chance to win a Team Liquid signed jersey. Also, if you do sign up for the app, they will give you $20 worth of currency in the app. And then head over to teal.gg/RWFBTS. Follow those steps that you can see on your screen here. And the grand prize is you can have a chance to be flown out here to the Alienware training facility for the next year. Tettles keeps like cooking up new deals for you guys. I can't really keep track of them at this point. Do you know any of them, Cams?
From Trade Prints?
From Trade Prints?
You can appear a cameo in one of Jack's videos.
Okay.
Taco Bell date with Kalamazi, possibly Dratnos. I may join as well.
Oh, fantastic.
I think, I forgot what Max's was. Nothing.
I said I would teach German if they're interested in that.
German.
But that's, I don't know.
Or some candies, probably. From
German candies?
Yeah, bring some German candies. I'll share. I was going to say, you're only allowed to come if you're love watching, though.
Oh.
Oh, no,
yeah.
watchers.
No Echo fans coming and tripping on a breaker or something like that. Is that what we're doing?
Well, I didn't want to be that specific, but I'll take it.
No, these are Dratnos and Tettle's words. They were like scheming.
They
They were
say
like,
that?
what if Mirez wins and comes over here? And
Honestly, Miraz is a great person. He's very nice.
Yeah, I don't think he would do that. He seems too nice.
Sabotage.
I think he has something better to do.
He probably is a little busy during that time. Yeah. Yeah.
Might be worth it, though.
3. Might be.
If he wants to come and just take out the center, the facility.
5. I think 4. 3. Oh gosh.
You guys do what you always do. I'll be back in 3 days.
You brought up the comp earlier.
Yeah.
I don't know how to feel about this boss yet, but I like that they're actually having to like really comp around it. I don't think they're thinking too much about doing it for gear or for the box. This is just straight, what is the comp to kill this boss, get this over with?
Because there's not really a damage check yet that we've seen them struggle
We haven't
to get
gotten
to.
there yet.
Yeah. I added the
It
yet
might be
part.
there.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of right now, it's just surviving the first 2 waves of the trash and making it through intermission and dodging everything, and then GG.
Set, focus,
Yeah, so
Easy enough.
it's interesting because we were talking to Max yesterday night, and we were asking about Rick Reverb because we also saw some changes there. And Max was saying that on Rick Reverb, he came into the boss thinking, oh, damage won't be that relevant. He just needs a comp that can deal with the ads and like kind of overplanned on what they needed for the ads, and then they wiped to the enrage with 3 healers in. He said, well, technically you can probably also 2 heal it, but he didn't want to go there. He just changed some classes to go more single target focus, and then they had some unlucky ad spawns, and then they killed it.
Right.
But I feel like that was a good teaser for where the tuning of these bosses is going to sit. I don't think we're going to get a bunch of freebies with these. And yeah, there's still some crests unsent. Some characters have sent crests, some haven't, depending on which crests we're talking about. But we are starting to look at these bosses with a more serious glance, I feel like.
Yeah, Sprockermonger's starting to really scare me now. I thought that was, 50, 70 pull area, maybe take kind of half a day. But if it's this hard, I think he's going to be harder than this. I think that's safe to say. And it's very mechanically dense, kind of dance, learn the fight 30 seconds at a time. So that goes both ways. They're going to have to wipe every time they get to like a new set of mechanics pretty much, and then kind of figure out a good way to deal with it. But also it makes it a little more rigid, where this one is pretty chaotic. Like there's a lot of variance that comes out every time the trash balls happen. Like if every Scrapmaster spawned in the same spot every time and the bombs spawned in the same spot, I think this would die a lot quicker. But because of all the randomness of it, and you have to think on the fly really quickly, just adds so much difficulty.
Yeah, I agree. I'm very curious for Lockstock because I was excited for that one, and now these previous bosses are making me more excited for what is yet to come. I will also say though, 15 pulls in for Team Liquid here, we're definitely seeing some improvements, right? They're not having as much issues at the beginning yet anymore, and they're kind of moving further into the fight. But it definitely tells you that there's more to come. And Aya, you're making a great point. What if we go down to like 6% or whatever? And then, oopsie doopsie, we're on an enrage. Like,
Oopsie doopsie, we didn't account for that damage check we weren't aware of. We might have to change things and go backwards a little bit. Yeah, I mean, that's always the risk of like changing your comp up when you're sort of midway through figuring out the fight. You never know if that's going to be enough to make it to the end. And we're only talking about the 4th boss here.
Yeah.
It's definitely going to be a challenge. Currently at 61% on our 16th pull. Do you guys remember? I wonder if we could look at the predictions at some point.
I haven't. So I want to say I was on 1149.
Okay.
So, yeah. Maybe not feeling too confident about these now anymore.
Yeah,
Maybe we were all closer to Tettle's predictions than we thought.
I went 111.
Oh, I know that.
I started. Before I would do kind of the middle ones a little harder, but then lately the guild's just been so good they just knock them over. So I was like, 111, you know, we're gonna do that. And now we're back to them being real, or like at least them being real in a world where they do like a million splits.
Yeah.
And they're so prepped.
Yeah.
Yeah. Normally these bosses are easy. I mean, they're mechanically easier because they're early in the raid, but then also they're just so geared up. Like this boss right now is looking like it's gonna be so hard for guilds that just kind of do even 1 heroic, maybe like 2 or 3. Like, I mean, we still have to see the DPS check. It's mostly seems like all the problems here have nothing to do with gear, and it's more the mechanical pass fails of getting the scrap masters and the bombs in time, or just bleeding out, you know, from the scrap master slowly killing people off. Oh, I didn't notice they brought another DK in.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a strange comp. Triple
Told
monk,
you.
triple DK, triple priest, triple boomkin. Very weird.
So they went to the double blood decays because you can determine when one of the tanks gets the orb, and then the other one will always be ready to just grip everything in, which is very nice. With the ads being freed, you want them on the boss to just get nuked by the cleave and the classes that do good cleave, while also maintaining single target, talking about something like the Warlock there. I am a little bit surprised to see Atlas come in here, because you don't know when Atlas is going to get that ball. So when he is on the rubbish, he cannot possibly grip the stuff in. And so if his grips are being accounted for, planned for, then that may change depending on whether or not he's actually available. So the only thing they can actually plan around is for him to like single target grip things that they might need, or they're actually bringing him in here because they want to go for
I think it's
3-tanking.
Yeah, they're 3-tanking. I think it's what you brought up.
There we
If
go.
one of the tanks is on the ball and they're supposed to grip, I think now they have enough to always have a backup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, we're on 3
Interesting.
tanks, so.
Okay, I assumed he was on a DPS.
Yeah, that's
DK.
how important
I didn't even notice that part.
they think the grips are then, that they're going to 3-tank just to make
Wow.
sure no matter which tank gets picked, they probably always have a grip ready to go.
Interesting. How many
Dang,
healers are they running?
Junker. They're at 4, I believe. They're doing 3 Mistweavers and a priest.
3 Mistweavers, 1 priest.
So
and
they're
then
really
we have
sacrificing a lot of damage.
3 druids in, but none of them are healing, which is also very surprising, I feel.
Yeah.
What
yeah,
specs are they?
They're all balance.
Are they all? Is
Yeah.
Shay also balanced?
Yeah.
Okay. Because that's what I was, yeah, okay, they're all boomkin.
Weird.
And looking at the meter, you can see the Burt here at top, which would be like, oh, they're owning, but I think the meter also has like the ball rolling into the boss.
Yeah.
So I think the
Yeah.
top people probably got the ball. It's going to be kind of annoying. I mean, it'll even out by the end of the fight, but it's kind of hard to tell how everybody's doing since somebody just gets like a 5 million damage injection.
Well, I don't like augmentation evokers. Same reason.
Yeah.
Fake meters.
That is a reason, yeah.
Wow, I'm pumping. It's like, no.
I like the class diversity. I mean, very different from last patch.
Yeah.
We have not seen Shadow in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And Windwalker also, I mean, it's so powerful. They don't have any in right now because I think they're just going for like multi-dot spread.
You sure?
All
I
these
see
ads.
one on the meters right there on the healing done. Right?
What are you looking for?
A Windwalker monk?
Oh yeah, that might just be a bug. That's weird. On their frames,
Yeah.
they've got the little
Okay.
plus.
You're
Yeah,
right.
I'm- yeah, I was
the healing done on Nick is showing
Oh.
2 Windwalkers doing
Yeah.
big healing, but that is fake news.
Fake news.
Fake frames,
Got
fake
baited.
images.
Interesting.
Yeah, no, a lot of this comp, it's like they stacked as much as they could, and then they have
Yeah.
some raid buffers. Like Impact, Donkey Gary.
I'm really
Warrior.
surprised they're
go.
stacking the druids because everything I heard from the Moonkins is that they're not good in single target. Now, the only thing that I can explain that is that they are doing good single targets for the cleave that they bring, and therefore we are 3-stacking this class? Is that what's going on here?
It might just be the spread cleave on all these ads. But that doesn't... I feel like they're spread out, but that's when you roll them over, and then you bring them into the boss, and then they're all kind of... They pop out, and they're stacked, so... Yeah, I wish the meters were better, because then we could be like, oh, clearly, look at the Boomkin zoning. But, I mean, like right there, yeah, that's... Jebby and Bird just got the ball. I heard good stuff about Fire Mage. This seems like a good firefight, but they've only got 2 in.
2 fire mages.
I would like to see how long does it take until Fired Up has to cast something that's not a Scorch, or a Fireball into a Combustion. I mean, the amount of pyros you get on this class right now is ridiculous. It's a lot of fun. Like when he has that extra weak aura out, all you can do is hit Pyroblast.
Looking too.
Yeah, okay, no cast yet.
Doesn't seem very fun.
Okay, there's the Fireball.
Oh, we
Okay.
switched it up.
Oh, there it is. Okay, now
Wait a
you
minute.
just-
Oh, there's one fireball.
Oh, that was a Scorch.
Oh.
Doing it into Combustion.
I'm behind. I'm looking at the wrong screen.
sign cross 2.
Oh yeah, real quick over here.
I've been there. That's why I'm laughing.
I was looking.
I
I had the laptop and I forgot I was looking at the Twitch stream. I was like,
To be fair, it's not a big delay, but oh wait, I have something for Twitch chat. Hold on.
Oh,
I'm
Still pyroing. Phoenix Flame, Pyro. Oh, he's gonna cast.
Oh my God.
There it is, but is
Oh
it
my
into
God.
a combust? Okay, no, that was just a nice. There he goes, the fireballs. How long is that? Like a minute in? Yeah, fire's very fun right now.
This doesn't look very fun, Cams.
Fire Mage?
This particular fire mage fight.
It's pretty. I mean, it's just 5 and hitting the boss. You spread your ignite to everything.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I don't know about the ball rolling part, but don't
Right.
put that on the Fire Mage.
Okay, no, that's a good point. Yeah. Interesting. One person in chat says that fire is simming less than frost, which I don't know.
I'm not a sim rememberer.
Me neither.
So it depends on what they want, right?
Yep.
Do they want pure single target, or do they want single target that also does cleave? And then depending on how that sims, that's probably how that decision is being made. Now, I am not a mage theory crafter, far from it, but that is what I would assume is the approach here. I've been staring at our elf frame, and I've been trying to see where our bloodlust is being used right now, because it is a fight where there's so much going on at virtually any given moment that I was kind of thinking maybe it's just on pull, but it
I
seems
thought
like
too.
right now we're trying to use it maybe to push through a certain set of ads, like use it as a progress list.
Yeah, or towards the end, I think the fires build up and the raid damage will increase. I guess another thing to note, they don't have a Rogan. So they're not taking the damage reduction. Okay, you see, fired up, he's going to go back left, or he's flipped around. So we'll see how he kind of plans this out, getting the small ones.
So you can always see the world marker that they're
Easy.
trying to move through.
Okay. So his arrow is purple, so he's purple.
Yeah.
Very quick.
Very nice.
Back to combusting and going. Oh, but his friends are dying.
I'm not surprised Fired Up's really good at that, though.
Yeah, he had a nice little path there. Roly-poly.
He also got a schooling from Max earlier on how to exactly he is supposed to path these, because Max was watching his POV. And I just heard it on the Monster Energy listening, and he was like, I fired up. I saw 2 things there, and he like went over in like very detail. You need to like be here and then there and then there. There's a lot that goes into how these orbs roll that you can't like see on the first gaze, I feel like.
Can't wait to do this with pugs. Sounds like it'll go over so well.
Yeah, this is the boss who probably, outside of Muggsy when I did a normal, I didn't get to kill Gallywix, I had to leave.
Okay.
But this is the one we wiped to like a few times. Everything else but Muggsy, we just...
On normal?
Yeah.
Was it with a pug or a guild?
It was like part pug, part
pug?
guild, yeah.
Your guild, or was it a guild
No, it was just
that was
a
pugging
friend's
half
guild,
of their...
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, this one just, because of the pass fail of not hitting the bombs.
Because the trash mechanic's like mostly the same on normal, heroic, and mythic. There's
Yeah.
just like more ads. and
more
like
ads and
more
the-
stuff you have to dodge on Mythic.
Yeah, Mythic, the Scrap Masters do the little sniper laser beam,
Yeah.
and then you have those little power coil pylon things.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of extra damage that kind of goes out. One of it being unhealable, you just die. And then the other one being the lasers get zapped.
Yeah, it's usually a boss is pretty hard when it's got something that if you don't do, you just insta-wipe. Just a complete pass-fail.
Oh.
5, 4.
It's a little bit tough because he patrols back and forth, and at the very beginning we saw a lot of ninja pulls on this boss. The raiders got too close to it as they were getting from their safe spot back there. So just in case you are progging this boss soon, that is a good safe spot that they found. You may use it. It is will save you many headaches on resetting and pulling out this boss. You can pull it out, you can reset quite quickly, but still annoying.
Did they just bring Sang in? Or was he in?
He was in.
Okay.
His, I believe this flavor of dragon is
Zapdos?
Zapdos, yeah, I think so.
Okay, his Zapdos got looted. Also, no Hunter. Noticing that too. They have to make room for this stack going on.
Yeah, I mean...
Is it the Hunter's Mark? You know, I mean, they're already like past where it's useful. And I know, you know, BM's a spec. I'm not sure how its cleave is with all these ads coming in. They're kind of spread out. You have to deal with it like around your pets. And I've heard Marksman's just kind of out there.
Let's not talk about Marksman.
And then
Marksmans are very sad right
Oh, I know.
the fantasy part seems cool. They're all Sylvanas.
I'm sure
Dark
that
Ranger.
they love raiding on fantasy parts, because that's the only raiding they'll see this year.
in their in their fantasies.
Yeah.
Yay.
But they can go BM.
You can go BM, yeah.
solid,
You
yeah.
have alternatives.
Survival, I don't know.
People even like I don't even think the hunters like survival as a spec.
No, I mean, especially if you're a long-time hunter player, you're used to
Yeah.
being ranged.
Yeah, it's weird. It's always been weird to me.
Yeah, I did not like that change going in. I've come to just accept it. I think they should just change it to a tank spec. It's called survival.
Ooh.
We need more tanks.
And to be fair, that is one thing it's very bad at too, so.
Yeah, then.
They're not very good at surviving.
Yeah.
So that would be a nice rework, you know?
Yeah, Drynos is telling me they've gotten pretty tanky though. At least BM. I don't know about survival, but BM is they've amped the
Tankier.
survivability. Yeah, they used
I
to
will
be
accept that. Backup assignment
the
one.
meme squishy class, but they're they're getting some parity between everything. It's probably hard. You don't want everybody to be equally skilled at all the different aspects of the game, but then you also don't want to have somebody who just falls over when everyone else in the raid is fine.
Yeah.
Kind of unfair.
Yeah. It's always weird when they change a class so drastically, or a spec, I should say, so drastically, like they did with survival.
Yeah. When was that? Yeah, that was Legion when they did a lot of overhauling.
Yeah.
Yeah, and especially going from range to melee.
I mean, I guess the hero talents to an extent are a little bit of an overhaul, but
Your Dragonfly was pretty big for a lot of people.
like in terms of like spec flavors, like actually changing the core identity of a spec.
Oh no, I'm just
right?
meaning like
that has been a while.
a change, and
Yeah.
they kind of took all the ideas they've built up since Legion and then just like threw them into the trees.
Yeah. Like I'm trying to think of another spec that got so reworked.
Yeah, Shadow Priest and Legion. Legion was the big, like kind of almost WoW 2.0.
Yeah.
Looked at everybody.
Yeah.
Class fantasy. Reworked.
here's
a ton
that
of
lost.
stuff.
Interesting.
Okay, they're just like 60%.
Interesting.
You look at all the laser beams. 4 Scrap Masters.
Okay, so
maybe
this is
that
phase 2?
Maybe that they were losing some players here, so they just decided to, okay, let's lust
End it.
here. There's a lot of ads. We still need to do damage. Healers will profit. You can look at the raid frames and see how constant they're dropping there. The issue with the laser is that as soon as you're targeted, you also are more vulnerable to it. So the next time you're hit, it's going to hurt even more. And it is just something that will need to get healed through, which, as you can see, Miss Weaver and Dispriest doing a good job of that as of right now.
Yeah, they lost Impact. He probably onked. I think he got sniped. But other than that, they cleaned that up so quickly. And maybe they're lusting so they can see the final phase. Yeah, new best.
There we
That
go.
Lust helping them push forward a little more. All right, they got another set of the balls. Looks like we have, is it 3 Scrap Masters this time? Kind of hard to tell everything going on right now. But, oh, they lost Sang to 1. I'm just assuming when somebody just dies that from 100 to 0 that's the Scrap Master.
That's fair.
And
Honestly,
they did resolve all the bombs.
Yeah, there's one on the side there. X is still open.
Yeah, they got Sang up. He's hopping around. Yeah, this is under control. They just have to deal with the next set of balls. I mean, she's going to be constant throughout the fight. Where's the timer on that guy? New garbage.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's just the stuff coming down.
Rolls.
Yeah, here it comes. You can see fired up Wolf Disco, Dryny, and Yips. But it's fine. They've got Atlas in to cover Yips' grips if they needed them. Yeah, I keep trying to see how many Scrap Masters there are, but they get them pretty quick now. They're
Last bomb. Come on.
Let me get this down.
Ready.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Oh, you see them coming in right then. Okay.
You best though.
42.
They shaved 10% off of that, I think.
Yeah, that was a valuable lust.
Yeah.
Because they want to learn all the sets with the 3 balls, which they're kind of getting down, and now they have to learn with the 4 balls, which is a little different.
Yeah.
You know, you're gonna bounce into each other a little more, and kind of more balls, more people picking up trash that you were hoping to go grab.
All right. Well, let's take a look at the replay of that poll that we just saw and see how that progressed.
Here we are, 48%. Yeah, they did lust the set before. They're getting ready for the next garbage in 5.
Yeah, so this is basically the set that we just saw before we wiped there, and as you can see, the bombshells are going to spawn now. And then there is just one bombshell that's in front there, and it's very hard to hit those because you kind of need to go around the boss and then fly through that bomb into the boss, because otherwise you'll hit the other raiders, which is no bueno. And I think that just took too long to get back there. You can see Yips got knocked there thrice. Oh my goodness. That was a rough one, and then wasn't there in time, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was my big concern in this fight, was what just happened to Yips there. You just start bouncing around, and all of a sudden...
a little ping pong ball.
Yeah, and maybe we can rewind a bit to when Yips get if they're not pulling, because you can see he goes exactly where he's supposed to go, and he just goes into trash, 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 then the Scrap Master, and by then it was like 2 seconds left on the cast. Like, he did it as fast as possible.
Yeah.
It still almost went off. Very tight.
Yeah, fun boss though.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I like that it's hard. Yeah, I like that it's harder. I always was disappointed when you get a tier, especially like the huge ones. I remember Antorus, we cleared. I can't remember the number of bosses. It was like 10 bosses in the first day.
Yeah.
You just went through and knocked them all out.
No, I like when it's a little bit more of a ramping difficulty. I feel like you have these cool bosses that people worked really hard on, and just to one-shot them and, not get their time of day.
Yeah,
obviously, not every guild will one-shot it, but...
Yeah, you don't get new bosses very often, and so you want to, like, kind of...
Take your time.
Yeah,
Where is it?
deal with... Yeah, we can see Yips here. Oh, no, that's just...
Go a little further back, production, if you can.
Can we...
Yeah, back.
Ooh.
Basically, yeah. So Dryny and Yips bump into each other.
The same one. He's going to get a little bigger.
Tries.
He can't turn quite tight enough. Then,
wow.
then there's a collision, and it's just not enough time to go this. You see Dryny and Yips just going right for it.
Tragic.
Yeah, I wonder how much easier this would be if every mechanic had like 5 more seconds.
Yeah, probably a whole lot.
Yeah.
But you still need to coordinate, right? You still need to make sure that everybody is going in their quarter of the room and picking up their trash and taking out their Scrap Master, and that is just coordination first and foremost. So, it's just by the nature of this fight, it is going to take a couple of tries, even if you have a lot of gear, which by the time they kind of already have, you need to get the movements down.
Yeah, they went. The tough tuning on this fight is like the timing. Like, they tuned the windows to deal with the mechanics really tightly.
Yeah.
Not so much like damage or healing requirements. Though we'll see near the end of the fight as the boss ramps up the HPS, how hard it gets. 'Cause there'll be more trash on fire. And they don't have the rogue for the damage reduction. I don't know if they just... I mean, they're having to stack so much that if the rogue isn't good at any of the things wiping them, then what's the 3% damage reduction really when you just all insta die?
Do you guys like bosses like this where you kind of have to do something that's not necessarily in the game, like control something, or with like Tendril last time when you had to like fly your dragon? Like, what's your opinion on bosses like that?
I thought Tendril was cool.
Yeah.
The biggest thing I don't like on bosses that's like a mechanic outside of the boss kind of is like a resource bar. Like
Okay.
on Ashara.
How do you mean?
Just some like weird resource management thing you have to deal with.
Okay.
I usually don't like.
Don't move too much or you're gonna get stunned.
Or just like,
type of thing.
or like Jailer had it too. Where you had to
Okay.
be so perfect with that, the Heart of Azeroth stuff that
Yeah.
you could be like doing the fight well, but like one tick would go off, or something weird like that, and you just die. That stuff I don't normally like. I'm trying to think of another boss kind of like this. I know there are some I'm just blanking, but normally they're a lot easier than this, except for Tendril.
True
But
too. Like that, they make that part like a little bit negligible.
yeah,
They
the
really
Tendril
ramped
flying
it up.
was really easy.
Yeah, exactly.
To be fair, they were also like really tracking how fast they were, but just more for fun, right? Like,
Well, they had to take it away because they were getting too competitive. They had to like delete that weak aura.
Yeah, I guess.
Still counted in their head.
Well, the Tendril flying mid phase, I guess, would wipe them sometimes.
Yeah.
Once they got that down, this kind of similar to the Tendril flying, where they all get the thing at once and they have to go their different directions to deal with the mechanic. But yeah, they're getting that first set down very quickly. This is good to see. Also good to see like consistency. Name of the game, and if they're able to come up with something that they can just blast it out, not even think about it, then there's hope they can just do that with every set, and that it's not totally random chaos, which is good. Because if it was more chaotic, we'd be here a little longer.
on boss number 4. But I am happy to see that it seems to be more of a. I mean, I know that like right before we got into Mythic, the question was like, okay, is this tier going to be harder? The early bosses, are they going to be harder than we anticipated? Are they going to be harder than they were last time? And we're kind of holding back on making that call. I feel like we can make that call now.
Yeah, yes.
Yes.
I think
it's
so
safe.
too.
Yeah.
Not so much again kind of also in damage and healing tuning, but more so in what kind of mechanics they decided to put on these bosses, as Camps was saying just a couple minutes ago, in terms of timing. Oh, we are here a little bit too early.
Oh, that was a nasty Scrapmaster.
Yeah.
Nick is playing Boomkin.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's weird.
So he was in on this fight as Resto Druid. Then they decided to get another Mistweaver in. And because Boomkin apparently kind of good in Cleave, we're just running all the Boomkins we can find right now.
Yeah, like I knew we had a lot of Boomkins. I just didn't read the name. Good for him.
He can do it all,
He certainly can. I mean, I never doubted him, but it's just fun seeing people switch roles.
Yeah, smacked healing.
Yeah.
Playing warrior last.
Oh yeah, smacked. Yeah.
Yeah, he was like the melee.
Yeah, Atlas tanking. I mean, that's
I've
not
seen
too
smacked
weird,
on a bunch of roles, but healing is kind of a new one.
Yeah.
Yeah, lip back to the Rep Paladin.
Yeah.
It's classic, the original character. At least what I knew him as originally.
Dryny not playing Holy Paladin. He's down bad.
Oh yeah,
Finally
he's in
gave
there
up
on
the
monk.
H-Pal dream.
I mean, he was brought in. That was the moment. You know how Dryny in the past couple of days had just been like slouching in his camera, and you could barely see like his forehead.
No, was he sad?
He was very sad. He was dooming. He was glooming. He was walking around the Alienware training facility, just like moping a little bit, saying like, "Oh, I'm not gonna get that."
I feel like he always says that every time.
Well, Holy Paladin is really not in the greatest
really-
spot right now.
Yeah, it hasn't been for some time.
He also geared up this Mistweaver, and they were like, okay, yeah, we need a third Mistweaver. And at that moment, we hopped over to Dryny's screen, and he was like sending some of the lower crests on his gear to like be a little bit more solid on that regard. And he really perked up. He like straight back. He was like filling out the camera frame. He was locking in. So
I feel like I want to see a clip of that moment. That's so nice. I'm so excited.
I was very happy.
Oh, I'm happy for Dryny.
Yeah.
Love that. Love
They
to
did
make them
resolve
feel
this one.
included.
That was their lust. They did get through it.
Okay.
Just gotta clean up these ads. They're down 4 people. I missed what killed them. Fired Up died like right when the balls came out.
Yeah.
Just a ton of damage with Dryny being down. And they're missing one of the priests. So they should at least get some practice on this next set of balls.
Yeah. I mean, that's also the thing about this is the balls are random. So, you know, you have to do enough repetitions that everyone gets it enough times that they feel comfortable with it because it's so mechanically intensive when you do have that trash ball.
Yeah, so is the next like phase of them, are there going to be 5? Is it do 3, 4, 5?
2 rounds.
Or they're just 2?
I thought it was 2 rounds and then it went to phase 2. Am I wrong?
Or it does 2 rounds, phase 2, then another 2 rounds. But it's like 4 balls instead of 3, and then is the next one 5?
I guess so.
Don't think so.
Okay, because that's going to be so crowded.
That is, yeah.
We'll have to wait and see, but this is definitely not one where we are going to be seeing it as we unfortunately are wiping here.
I believe there's 4. I have to check. I'm getting lost in the sauce here, too.
Here.
There's
definitely more Scrap Masters later on.
Oh, I don't think this is...
This can come out if we need.
Yeah.
Just the power. Got a nice battery in that Alienware laptop.
That's
So
right.
true. All right, well, just saw another wipe on poll number 19 here for Sticks, Bunk, and Junker.
Mm-hmm.
Can we see the predictions when we're between
I want to say
here?
max was
I'd love to
15,
see.
so
Yeah.
we passed that. Most people were like 1 to 5, and Jack was maybe 37.
Oh.
So he might be right on.
Okay. Yeah, I was definitely in the single digits for this one.
So we are talking about the garbage balls, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's
How
4.
many?
So the tooltip reads, balls of garbage emerge beneath up to 4 players, allowing them to control the ball's movement and roll over small enemies in garbage piles to absorb them.
Okay, yeah, so 5. Thank goodness we will not see.
We will not see
Unless
5.
there's a
So it
secret
goes-
phase with 5 balls.
Excellent. Very excellent. Yeah, I mean, we're going to go a while on this boss.
Yeah, already, yeah. Many more hours than I thought. It's also Saturday, so
That's the weirdest
trying to
part.
think, yeah, where is this gonna end? Where are we gonna end the week? I don't think Mugsy's dead. I thought for
Definitely
sure
not.
Mugsy would be dead this week.
Really?
I don't.
Yeah.
You think Muggsy will be dead?
I don't think Mugsy will be dead, to be honest, but I also didn't think I thought we would see considerable progress on Mugsy, but I think it would die next ID, and then the final boss is like 2 days into next ID, and then you kind of kill like Friday.
Yeah.
Next reset, my bad.
Yeah, there were talks this could even be an Aberrus, like a 1-week tier. I remember, like
Yes?
early in the week. It's like
How long
maybe
was
it's-
Aberrus? Now I don't even remember.
it died Monday, I think.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah, it was like early in the morning.
Yeah.
You remember?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Mhm.
Yeah.
The Raiders got up at like 5 a.m.
Right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they were all, and then they all went back to go to sleep.
Yeah, and almost fumbled, but it was fine.
Yeah,
almost
I think Max said he
rolled to sleep.
regretted doing that. Like it was
Yeah.
almost a mistake. Yeah.
Yeah, we came in. The only casters who knew that was happening were the ones late at night.
So they barely slept.
Yeah,
I felt really bad.
We barely slept. They barely slept, and it was like they started. You know, they were excited. They knew they could kill it.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, look at them go. They're gonna get this. And then after like an hour or two, you could tell that they're fading.
Were
This was
you-
maybe bad, but they clutched it.
Were you one of the casters on the morning shifts that like came in and then was like,
I was very
what is happening
Well,
here?
I woke up and my first, once it starts getting kind of close, I wake up and then I turn on the stream.
Yeah.
And they were already live. I was like, huh, interesting.
Is this a replay?
Yeah, I was like, you kind of tune in, like look at RaiderIO, check out what Echo and Method are doing, and then it's like, wait a minute, Team Liquid's also live. I think I should get over there. Yeah, and I walk into the building. I power walked over here, and I don't remember who was on the broadcast at that point, but lots of yelling. And I think they killed it like 30 minutes later or something like that. So
wow.
Yeah. But I do remember that there was a bit of a lull where they started getting tired,
Mhm.
and like it was like, oh no, like
Yeah.
it's gonna be one of those moments where we just get really close and then get further and further away, and then they had a really good pull.
Yeah, the monster energies can only go so far when you're focused for 16 hours, sleep for 3. And
Oh
then
yeah, for sure.
That's Scott's PC on the very left there.
Yep.
Production put the Anduin kill on that second monitor.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
That is very sweet. A very sweet touch that we're seeing there.
Atlas is on one of those somewhere. His little apparel shoot.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's Lip actually.
What?
They're just showing off to Lip.
Oh.
Wow.
5,
4. Well, I think it's cute.
It is cute.
Yeah.
I don't know what the other
frankly,
ones
I'm happy to not be on their monitors anymore.
Yeah, you
'Cause
didn't
we're
like
going too long. No, it was
your little
fun, but I think
blocks.
I got tired of being like, why is IO on everybody's desktop?
They just like you.
Yeah. No, they're just all fans of me.
We can see a DPS POV from Nick here with his nice default UI and his little health under his character. Let's judge his rotation. I gotta figure out where everything is. He's dotting. He's dotting.
Yep, dotting it up.
Dotting. There you go.
Moonkin's another one of those ones that got changed a lot, I feel like.
Recently or?
No, not recently. Just
Like
not
over
as
the
significantly
course
as
of things.
survival, but yeah, I mean, it's a lot different than when it was in like Burning Crusade.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, lately
When
it's
they had
kind
a
of
moon
been
and
too
a sun
samey.
bar.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was like
assigned
way.
crossfire.
I feel like it was more complicated.
Yeah, it's gone through tons of iterations. I kind of forget what they all were just
Same.
because it's changed so much. Like I remember in WoD, the bar would like move back and forth on its own.
Yeah.
Now
They
you
changed
kind of
the
like
color of Wraith. Wrath.
Wrath.
Yeah. It was
It's
green.
kind of sparkly now. Yeah. Used to be the green lightning bolt.
Yeah.
I have a question. Why is Goop called Bert in the details?
I don't know. He's
That is
Anna
Goop,
Tettle's
right?
cat, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, that I'm pretty sure Dirt Lord is Goop. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why not?
Dirt Lord is Bert.
Also, yes.
They're kind of weird, Manx. You gotta just roll with it.
Haha. Maybe roll on a ball of garbage. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that was a good one.
Where is his little bar?
What bar?
actually? His sun and moon.
I thought they
His
did.
eclipse bar.
Oh. They got rid of that, didn't they?
Yeah, there's no more
There's-
sun and moon bar like that.
I don't know.
Oh
I
yeah.
haven't
it's-
played Moonkin in
I guess
years,
my
so-
UI kind of has the. I have him tracked like a bar, so I'm.
Oh, okay.
Where does he track his eclipse? I guess.
Oh, Nick
Just
is
looking
just
at the number on the
brained.
button.
He
just knows.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got a moon on the left there. Just now. It was gone. I don't
Like
know
an
what it
eclipse
was indicating,
timer?
But
Is he just using the timer under his health frame for the eclipse?
I do not. I don't play this class well enough.
He definitely uses the personal resource bar.
Hmm.
Actually, big change coming to that. If you're a gamer that doesn't like weak auras that much, they're making great changes to personal cooldown tracking in a new UI patch. You can now like bring your personal cooldowns and utility bars up in the middle of your frame, and it's like very nicely done. And you can use like bars to track it. It's phenomenal.
You could do that.
It's better now.
Oh, okay, it's better. I'm not gonna use it though.
Yeah, they
Stick
should
with my
bring me
weak
in. I think I could make. I played so many specs. I'm a big fan of UIs and things. I think I could really just nail every single thing on every class.
You know how you sound
Bring
to
me in
me
as
right
like a
now?
specialist. How do I sound?
You sound like the people in Twitch chat who talk about how the raiders should be doing something different while they're raiding. Like I should be slotted in. I played Rat Paladin much better than.
No, but the thing is I know what I'm talking about.
way.
You mean you should be in as like an advisor?
Yeah, they should bring me in and say like, okay, how do we? What's the best way to lay out the Moonkin? What do we need to know on the Moonkin? What do we need to know on all these? Yeah.
Wait, so you're thinking you should be a dev or you should be an analyst?
No, like Blizzard brings me in as like a
Oh.
special.
Yeah.
Like I come in with a
Like
briefcase.
an expert advisor.
Oh, a briefcase.
The briefcase is essential.
Set it on the
yes?
table, kind of unlock it, and say, "Give me Fire Mage today."
Okay. Wait, is that the first spec you would handle, Fire Mage? Or like
Yeah,
which
we'll
one
do
would you go for first?
Would be the easiest, except for some of them may like Rogue. I don't know, like
yeah.
Rogue or like Enhanced Shaman. I could figure it out. But
Okay.
yeah, we do like Mage.
Mage?
Maybe like BM Hunter,
Yeah,
pretty
you're
simple.
right. I think Mage as a class needs way more attention from Blizzard.
Yeah, I mean,
they're suffering.
Poor children.
No, but I'm meaning
Like the middle child.
a vision.
No one even knows they exist.
You're meaning what, Cams?
Like the visuals of how to track the cooldowns and the interface and
Okay.
what info you need. Yes, I am happy they're doing that. It's about time. I think I could do mostly a default UI.
Okay.
If you could make buff lists that you could whitelist things in, Like if you could just make a buff bar that you could drag anywhere, and then just go for any class, and just go, I only want to see like these 5 buffs on this bar, and these 5 debuffs on this one.
Yeah.
That would go a long way. Just track your procs and things.
Pretty sure
I'm assuming that something like that's coming in.
that is what's going on there. I can send it to you, and then you
I
can
think you're
take
out of
a
the
look.
job, Cams.
No, but I can.
I think Cams is just happy it's being
I can
done.
focus in. Yeah, I am happy it's being done.
You can make it better, is what you're saying.
Like this, the hyperthermia. Where's the timer on that?
That is a fantastic question.
Just saying.
I
could think of that the first time I played it. So.
You thought of it just now.
Yeah.
I mean, that was so quick. You're so quick with it. I would hire you, Cams.
Oh.
Don't
Okay,
bomb.
they got it. They got the guy. And just into the boss. The bombs are dealt with. Someone
I
over there
wonder-
still rolling.
If they also have an order in which these balls are supposed to roll into the boss so that they don't roll in at the same time.
Oh, you could like bounce off each other.
Yeah, I don't see anything like that, so it's just like
air traffic
whoever.
control.
Yeah, I think it's whoever's there first gets to go, but
Yeah.
it would be interesting to figure out if there is somewhat like a rule around that.
Yeah. Well, can you not hit them at the boss at the same time as long as you're not bumping into each other?
Yes, but because you don't want to roll over your raid group, it is there's not a whole lot of space. So
Yeah. Are they just leaving one pathway to get in there without hitting anyone?
I think the idea is boss is close to the wall.
Yeah.
And then on the opposite side of the boss is where the raid group is kind of like cuddling. And then orbs go around and in from behind.
Cuddling or pixel stacking? Which word do you want to use? I like cuddling.
prefer cuddling.
Like cuddling's
They're all
nicer.
cuddling.
A little group hug.
They're not
Also-
pixel stacking. Look at them. They're all spread.
They're not. Well, wouldn't that be better if they were pixel stacking and then you have more room to come in and...
I think it's because there's also the fires that you're placing, and you never
yeah,
ever want to like put fires on the garbage, and so I just think there's too much to be pixel stacked here. But there definitely is a lot of stuff that
So,
is
yeah.
making your life harder.
Yeah, because you kind of have to like commit because your ball doesn't stop moving. Like if you're pointing in a direction, if you're like, okay, I'm gonna go hit the boss now. Like you really got to see your pathway, or you could kill
Yeah.
everyone. Like that's the gosh.
Yeah,
I would
I
just
don't know
be
how
praying.
too deadly it is, but it does stun. It is annoying.
Yeah.
And yeah, when all the damage is there, you definitely don't want to get hit. But I know on the other difficulties, I think you can get rolled over and it's somewhat fine. I haven't really noticed on Mythic. Maybe that is sometimes what gets people a little squished.
A little disruptive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A little smoosh. All right, well, there is wipe number 20 for Sticks
20.
Junker.
Junker.
Kind of picking
You guys
up
like saying that?
Yeah, I love all the
Junker?
names.
Yeah. Our social media account tweeted out something.
I love that one. I was
What
laughing
was it?
so hard. So we post. So apparently, Team Liquid posted on Twitter saying like, "Oh, we're working on Sticks Bunk Junker," and kind of like talking about that. And somebody else replied, "What are these names? You sound like you're battling some mid-tier Yu-Gi-Oh villains." And our social media guy replied and said, "You ain't seen nothing yet. Just wait until we get to Flubble Garble Blopperberry." Like, now I want this boss. Like, please
so
make it.
funny. I know. Yeah, Blizzard needs to hire Cams and the social media guy to come up with some bangers together.
Real.
Can you say that again?
Yes, absolutely. It is, hold on, Flubble Garble Blopperberry.
That's such a good.
So what emotion is that we don't have a word in English for?
Yes. You see, that would be the emotion of we arrived here, and boss number 4 isn't dead yet, despite it being the 5th day of the race.
Oh, wow.
Saturday.
Yeah. Man, I remember my first ever tier casting for Limit.
4.
They killed
3.
There was
2,
Heroic Week.
1.
They immediately went into the mythic bosses and killed like 4 of them in a row. And I was like, oh my god, this is so action packed. Cut to 20, 25. Here we
Is that
are,
Nyalotha?
Saturday. That was Nyalotha, yeah.
Good
Yep.
times.
Yeah, those were good times. Yeah, you were playing back then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't talk
When
to
did you stop raiding with Limit / Liquid?
Like when Sanctum of Domination PTR came out, I said, I can't do this anymore.
What was it for you?
It's just the
The
time.
Tor gas powers?
Yeah, there's so much time, and it wasn't even anything like it is now with the prep, but it's just becoming too much, and yeah, I'm get a little anxious with it's ramping up.
Mhm.
It'll be really good, and it was
pressure.
just like, yeah, a lot of pressure.
5.
and a ton of time, and everybody's getting so good. And I knew my time, they're probably going to take me up back any tier now. I thought I needed to get ahead of it.
Oh my God, Cam.
Did you ever think you would go like the analyst route, or?
Though there weren't really analysts then. Like
That's
maybe
true.
just like
Do you
Baba.
like to do that now?
Story, wasn't there? Yeah.
So do analysts now?
Yeah.
No, I think that's probably too crazy also. Like there's so they've got all their bases covered, you know?
I mean,
Even though they do
analysts
get new
this
ones, yeah.
tier.
Yeah, I think
Yuri.
yeah, helping Max with some strats he was telling us.
Yeah. Running some sims.
Yeah, and I don't know like coding, you know, I can do a little coding stuff. It's been a while, but don't trust me with making anything for these guys. I don't know Lua.
So, how did you end up casting then? Was that a decision you were like, okay, I'm done, I want to cast now? Or did somebody reach out to you, like the next tier? I'm curious how that transition happened.
In my message to Max, I just said like that I'd want to do it.
Oh.
Because I do love all this stuff, and I love the guild and all the people. I mean, I've known some of them for ages. Like, how long ago was Mr. Pandaria? That's when I met Max.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, so.
That's when I started playing WoW.
Yeah, I've known him. That's when he started. Known him forever, and you know, like BlizzCons were my favorite part of the year, and then it became the race, and it just like I couldn't just leave it after all these years, 15 years, and then just be like, now that it's ramped up into this awesome event and stuff, I'm just checking out. It's like, nah, I gotta find a way to weasel myself in there. And
you got kind of lucky then, in a way.
Well, it's a lot of hard work and dedication.
Well, yes, I guess I just mean that you stepped into casting the time that you did. Like the timing of it was.
It'd be harder now, I think.
Yeah.
Like a lot harder now.
Yeah.
Nope. Get the bomb.
Yeah, it was when it was still pretty fresh.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's what I mean.
And luckily, the guild and Max and Soren Complexity wanted to take the risk.
Shout out Soren.
Yeah, shout
Took
out.
a risk on me too. Wow, look at all these careers he started.
Zoran was one of the first people who really saw the potential of the Race to World First, like blank point.
Oh yeah.
I'm really impressed with him, like being able to look at that and be like, I think this could be amazing. And then having the bravery to like convince other people to put money into it. I think he's done like the entire World of Warcraft community a huge favor.
Oh yeah, these raids would probably not look like this if it weren't for the race.
Yeah. No, thank you.
I mean, the difficulty for sure not.
The what?
The difficulty would for sure not be here.
Yeah.
Because that's what's kind of had them ramp it up. I think it's just the competitive nature of the players and how much they keep raising the bar, and Blizzard just keeps matching it over and over and over, tier after tier. And now we're on a fourth boss that is very hard, because this was not made for the average player base, I will tell you. That what they're fighting right now, it will get nerfed. I mean, the tuning, the boss is made for everybody.
Yes, yeah.
But the boss in this state was not really made for everybody. It was made for, 50 guilds or something.
I feel like you can make that argument with like every nerf that comes in during the time of a patch, right? Like they always get easier with every passing month, and so you could always say like, oh, this iteration of the boss wasn't made for everyone, and this iteration of the boss wasn't made for everyone. So I think it's fine. I think it's good that they have kind of like that descending difficulty. So at the very end, you'll have some guilds that maybe don't have that skill ceiling that you're seeing from a Race to World First raider, but they still want to take up the challenge and beat a hard boss and then beat whatever's hard for them, right? I think that's phenomenal, and I'm very happy that we have that in World of Warcraft, where it does get easier over the time that you are participating, because that's also a great starting point for people who want to get in Mythic but are like intimidated of the iteration of what a Mythic boss looks like in the first 3 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, luckily they ease you in. And, like a lot of people can go kill Vexy. I don't know how many people have killed her this week, but
yesterday it was around 100, but I would have to check again now.
Yeah, and like guilds that can't kill Gallywix Heroic can probably go kill Vexy, if you have 20 people, that is, if you can get the comp together.
Now let me actually pull it up. I'll try and find who's where we are right now on the 1 out of 8 Mythic, but I believe it's quite a couple more now, because most guilds raid Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then the next round is around the Sundays, right? So a lot of them will be up there, but I'm still scrolling, so.
And it's been fun also to see Blizzard come up with interesting bosses that don't require as much of a leaning on add-ons. Like, because the race, everybody's got like, they've got all these coders and stuff outside the raid working on weak auras and things, that they're then having to come up with like clever mechanics or ways to hide stuff, so you can't just resolve every single thing with a weak aura, which I think I'd assume this is all fun problem-solving stuff for the devs. They're going to think, what would the players, how are they going to think of an outside-of-the-box way to deal with this, and then they have to cover that as well.
Yeah, I'm curious if it's fun for them, or if it's more like a, oh, they're going to do this, so we'll need to like avoid it, but I'd be curious to know. Right now, and this is unfortunately not taking into consideration the CN guilds, but I'm seeing 295 guilds on at least 1 out of 8 Mythic.
Okay.
Of course, that's also including all of the guilds that are now on 2 out of 8, as well as the handful of guilds that are now on 3 out of 8 up there on our leaderboard.
Yeah, this has started very manageable, and it ramps quickly. Rick Reverb, not necessarily a pushover. I think, you know, we were talking about how, like, it's surprisingly difficult when we were watching it last night, but they you know, I think they killed it in 5 attempts or something like that, like Echo 3. So for these guilds, you know, you couldn't say like, wow, that was a really hard boss, but it's just the context of where it is and kind of how somewhat simple the mechanics are for it to take these guilds 5 pulls on that boss. Normally those bosses are just like a 1-shot or a 2-shot if, you know, sometimes things go wrong on a boss for the first time. But they were like going in with a really clean strat and kind of executing it well, and it was still took them, you know, 40 minutes or something.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, Max said that there was some very unlucky ad spawns. I believe his wording was the most unlucky ad spawns known to mankind or something like that. But yeah, it still was 5 tries on that Rick Reverb, and now we're back here at Styx Bunk Junker, and Team Liquid has already sent 22 polls. Poll number 23 is underway right now, and it seems like this raid is just much harder than some people may have anticipated. We're still lusting round about, I would say that 60% marker. If I had to like base it on the HP, that was where that big overlap is with the pylons sending out that healing debuff. A lot of them going to be hitting there, and as well having a lot of ads there that need to be dealt with. And if you're now seeing some of these players do really well on those details, I know it is quite easy to come to the conclusion Mage and Druid OP, and while that may be the case, or may not be, it is taking into consideration the couple of millions they do every single time that these balls roll into the boss. They even have a weak aura, I think, for it, or it's a big wigs feature, I'm not sure. But every single time you're on the POV of a player that has the ball, and it goes into the boss, you can see rubbish hit for X million. So take a look for that, and you can just see how much that is currently affecting that details. So don't take too many, yeah.
So look how quickly he's turning medium. Oh, we're on Goop here. Now running over the Scrapmaster. Now he's medium. Now he has to pick up some more medium garbage, get big, and either get a bomb, but they look like they're all gone. So he's going to go right into the boss. Where's that? Oh, I tried to see the hit.
Yeah,
it's got too much text.
212 million.
Ooh, 212. Okay.
Yeah.
There's a big blast. Wonder how much of the boss's health is that? Is that like
well,
14 bill.
It has a couple of billion. I'm not allowed to do math, so I'll leave it to you, Hans.
No, I'm not a mather.
You need Dr. Atlas back.
Yeah, he would already have it down.
Are you a mather, Aya?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
No, sorry.
Sorry for asking.
We're screwed up. We're screwed up here.
Yep, that's
Maybe
all right.
Chat probably knows. They're very smart.
We're probably getting. Oh, there's the lust. Yep. So now they're going to have 4 people. You see them kind of pre-spread, and they're rolling around, having to make sure they don't bump into each other. They need to get medium, roll over the Scrapmaster, and then a few of them need to run into those bombs while they're big. You can see that on the side of the screen. You're going to go for that one too. That looks clean. Everybody alive. All Scrapmasters gotten. Now they just need to kind of get big, go into the boss, and do the next set. This is looking very good.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking like it is a crispy try, so to say, as we have gotten through that overlap. Of course, keep in mind, one of the battle resets has been used. That was the bloodlust that was helping, and now we're getting the boss back into position to kind of get a reset, right? So once that happens, you try to get him back on the wall, and then you go again from there on out. Spread out with a fire here, place it down, and then in, 0 point something seconds, we'll get our next set of ball roller. Scott, Lip, Tobo, Sang are up there, and they will once again need to deal with the bombs and the Scrap Masters. The priority is take out the Scrap Master that you've been assigned, and then send it into the next bomb that you can find, and if there is no bomb, you go into boss.
It looked like Scott like slowed down there. That was weird. Maybe it was just a weird visual bug.
See,
they're losing some people.
Curves make you slow down. That's aerodynamics.
It felt like he kind of started drifting
Wiggling?
a bit.
Did you
Yeah.
slow down when you
V-drift.
run into the beams or anything?
I have no idea.
I don't think so. Maybe
you
my
can-
eyes are just weird.
Maybe you can press back paddle and go slower. I don't know.
It felt like he did like a good turn there.
Maybe stutter strafing or something slows you down.
I wonder if character turn works better than mouse turn, because that used to be a thing in Ashara, right?
It could be some tech like that. It'd be interesting to try out.
Man,
They've lost some people. They're getting the new
best.
garbage already.
It's a
And
new best. We'll take it.
Yeah, but it's kind of falling apart. As long as they get the Scrap Masters and the bombs, they can live to
One
see
bomb
another
will
set.
go off, maybe? No, we
I think
got
They
it?
got it right at the end. Ooh, Yips popped out. But it's fine. They just need to get all these ads together and kill them. And then deal with those garbage rollies again. Oh, but it is falling apart. It gets so hectic. It almost seemed like they came out like too fast, quicker. It's like almost always a set of people on the balls.
Yeah.
More often than they're on their feet.
Definitely not a lot of room for breaks.
Run, Scott. Get timers.
What'd you say?
Oh, it looked like he was trying to
Oh, okay.
survive a little on the side.
Yeah, 39.75% for pull 22 to 30. Yeah, 22. We're not expecting to keep lust there, right? At 60%.
Yeah, I was just thinking that if that is just the hardest part of the fight that they've seen so far,
Yeah, I don't know.
and they want to make sure they can get through with everybody alive, and then hope, maybe they've got cooldowns for another set, and just the boss is low enough, just get through it, maybe lose like a few people to getting Scrap Mastered.
Perhaps, yeah.
And you can still finish the fight off.
I don't know.
Because it doesn't, seems like it's alternating 3 and 4 Scrap Masters. It's not all, like once there's 4, there's not always 4 from then on. Sometimes it's 3. And they're lusting with when there's 4 of them. And correct me if I'm wrong, every time Bunk Junker kind of goes up in the air, does the lightning everywhere and slams down, he gets a damage amp for the rest of the fight, right? It like stacks?
I will look it up for you. I'm uncomfortable on confirming that, but I have it pulled up, so let me just read it real quick.
I think that's a thing. So then if that's true, then maybe they'll have to move Lust kind of to the hardest set of the final phase, so to speak.
Yeah, so after this intermission, the boss gains a 25% stacking attack speed buff. It's called Maximum Output. Styx pushes his mat to its limit, increasing his attack speed by 25%, allowing him to summon more discarded Doom Explosives and Scrap Masters, and causing Incinerator to target additional garbage piles.
Okay. Oh, so more garbage piles on fire, which is more raid damage.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it also does like the electric bowls, and so that's the whole thing. You kind of go through the ads, then you have them increase, and you go through the ads again, but now they're more lethal, and then you go through the increase, and then you have more again. So that's why it's getting more hectic and more clustered towards the end there, with all of these increases that the boss does. And that's kind of also your soft enrage, which is an interesting theme in this raid altogether. That we're seeing a lot of bosses where it's not like, oh, the boss goes there like minute 7 and 20 seconds and you're dead. And instead, it's more soft. You have a Mugsy that's overstacking. You have this. You have, even on Rake Reverb, that was a thing where you're just like slowly running out of pylons. But still, very, very similar on that regard. And I'm curious on how Mythic Gallywix is going to look like in that regard. Because on those very last bosses, that's always
tough.
The interesting one. How long can you squeeze it for, right?
Yeah, like Ansarek, the kind of soft enrage was you just got so many of those stars and you had to get them over the ring. And also, but then also the slow ramp of having more and more of the spider ads come down.
Yeah.
And you had to fight. Yeah, and then they do have a hard enrage on one-armed bandit. It's like once you push him into the phase, you have like 100 seconds. And at the end of the 100 seconds, he does a big cast, and it's just everyone dead. I'm trying to lock and stock, I think, is potentially a pretty hard enrage also.
will need to look that one up, but I can do that. I'm really excited for Lock and Stock and the Mythic mechanic, to be honest, because you have less set of bombs on this one than you did on the PTR. It's still 4 bombs, but it used to be 4 sets of 4 bombs. Now it's 3 sets of 4 bombs. So it's a little bit less, but the way it works is half of your group is one color, and the other half of the group is the other color, and you can only detonate or defuse the bomb of your color, and you need to be really quick with it. You can't detonate them too fast after another because there is a debuff, and if you do that, you go boom. But the abilities that he does from his inventions can also make the booms go up. So you need to be quicker than anything that's flowing their way. I am very excited for this boss, let me tell you.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a fun one to watch too, because it's very clear what kills you. There's big hardline beams, there's lightning floor, big rockets, and I always like fights like that where you can like Kaiveza, you just knew what was going to kill you, and everybody's frantically running around. That one seems like a really fun one to watch.
So I just looked up Lock and Stock for what we were talking about, the enrages, and it's similar to this boss actually. Every intermission, Lock and Stock does get 15% damage increase, and you basically just cycle through P1, P2, P1, P2, until eventually your tanks will get clapped by this boss, and you probably just die through the damage. That's called upgraded blood tech.
Okay. I think there may be just a straight hard enrage at the end also.
This boss or
I know
Lock and Stock?
Lock and Stock.
Okay.
I know Lock and Stock's a lot more like dance in its mechanics. It kind of lights up the same sections of the room at the same time as the fight, upgrades the weapons in the same order at the same time. And
that's what we think.
Yeah, I think that's what it was on PTR, so...
Well, it could be different now.
Yeah, if they made it more random, then that boss is going to be so much harder. So much harder.
Hello, Halandris.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll ever see a Halandris.
I'm sorry.
How dare you, mate?
Right now.
I just heard it like a from Cam.
Yeah, he was stressing over there.
I mean, this is our Halandris. We're going to be on this guy for 5 days.
To be honest, we've been on Styx Bunk Junker, I think, longer than anyone expected for now.
Definitely.
Except for maybe Jack.
Except for maybe Jack. What did Jack say?
I think 37. Maybe I could be wrong though.
I think we need to pull up the predictions. I feel like we've been we need to get this settled. I think you had 37 on Lock and Stock. No, was it this one?
I think I had like 50 or 70 on Lock and Stock.
I know you have 1-1-1-1. And then, I don't know what you had after that, but that was the same that Telos had.
Yeah, I wanted to do more, but the players have just gotten so good, but Blizzard has actually just decided they want these raids to be so difficult. I mean, like I knew Kaiveza was going to be a hard DPS check, but not one tank, whatever, close to 400 pull, insane, like, survivability check that it was. They've done... I love this tuning. Like, I like harder bosses, more of them. It always sucks when the raid's like a one-boss tier. You waste so much on like time, fun new bosses. Ooh, here
there
are the
we
predictions.
Are. Okay, on over/under rules I win, but I'm not feeling very good about this.
You're the closest, but you've already lost. Cams, you got one.
I had faith.
I don't think that was different from much anybody else though. Jack was probably the closest at this point.
How many did Jack have production?
I don't know.
I want to know because I am very curious if anyone was. Yeah.
There
okay.
it is. Look at that,
Mr. Jack. Who did you talk to figure this one out? What kind of 5-hat priest shenanigans are that?
I don't know. They know all. He is a healer.
Oh, seems like it. I mean, Disc Priest is all about anticipating roughness.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
He I guess excels at that.
Used his influence. 37. I mean, he could still also be wrong. We don't have a lot of pulls left for that to make it happen. But I mean, he will end up being the closest likely.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think
unless I'm forgetting.
He's probably going to be like actually very close.
Yeah.
That's my guess with the rate of progression so far.
Interesting.
I'm trying to look for that ramping damage amp. Is it just this buff right here on the boss? It's got one buff on there. You see THD's got, it's like right above the frame. I think that was it, but it looked more like lightning. Yeah. Looks like
it does look a little bit like that. It's called maximum output, and it looks like a blue guy wearing 3D glasses.
Oh, so yeah, that is the...
I have very bad eyesight, but I think that's it. Yeah, that's it.
Right, THD got out of his ball very quick there. Made quick work of that bomb. Now he's doing it down here. Oh, he's playing Demo. Okay. I missed that earlier.
Do you want to elaborate for the class why that is a surprise?
I just thought it was Affliction Destro tier. Destro got some big buffs, and I've heard some good things about
Destro
Affliction.
too, but
yeah.
Why could we possibly be playing Demo here?
I am not sure the state of Demo. It must just be the least bad Warlock spec. I mean,
oh my god.
maybe it's because he hasn't rolled the ball
defeated.
into the boss. Is why his damage is so low. It could be that also.
You have any idea, Minx? Any guesses?
So my understanding of all of the classes that we are bringing is that really add damage is the big one, and then you like passively do a bunch of damage to the boss from the balls. So it's not so much about single target, which is why we're also affording to run 3 bumpkins here, and so possibly Demo just does better in AOE. But I'm not sure.
Yeah,
'cause I'm not a Warlock player.
Demo's like stacked AOE. And everything's all spread out, but when they get rolled up in the balls, when they pop out on the boss, they're all stacked. And Affliction, I think it's just got like too much ramp, and I don't know how good it is at like this kind of AoE. It's good at this, better at like mass spread cleave, and then obviously Destro, the good 2-targeter. But I just would have I don't know. I just haven't heard much about Demo this tier. Kalmazi, I asked him, he said it's not bad, and you might see it on like Gallywix or something, but.
Which
definitely
spec?
not Demo.
Okay.
It's not the like PI insane single targeter spec anymore. I don't think.
I have a lot of love for Twitch chat, and I trust them with everything. They're always correct in everything they say. And someone is saying Demo is the only prio with AoE spec, whereas Destro has no prio damage during its AoE. So that would make sense to just be like, okay, if I still can have good single target while I'm cleaving away, I am opting for that. Thank you very much, Twitch chat.
Your dogs will cleave.
Why do they gather on this little hill?
Because otherwise they pull the boss because he's walking around like a pacing tiger.
Yeah, but they got the little gateway area for that. Why are they over here?
Because they want to pull from inside the arena, and otherwise they have to wait for him to like make way, and that would be lost seconds.
That's
and
fair.
we are in a race after all.
Okay.
Yeah, they might. Are they pulling him like kind of close to here too? They get turned around when they pull. I guess we can find out.
What was the question?
Oh, if they're pulling him at the start, like to this side.
Oh yeah.
Because where is the entrance? Is it?
It's like on the left there.
Yeah.
I think. Someone needs to look up. Just doing a little mountaineering in the middle of the. Found a little.
Yeah.
Found a little. There we go.
Climbing.
Yeah.
You can see Scott is ready to drift out.
There goes Shu. He's got a passenger.
Zoom in.
Drifting around. He's playing fast
don't
and loose
pull
with
the boss.
The boss, yeah.
Dirt Lord.
I like the healer cooldowns tracked over there. It's just a bunch of life cocoons and that's it.
Yeah, there's
the
paints up.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, they're in their car. That's why they're not showing up. Or I assume that's why. Yeah, here's our drifter. Lip doing a lot of laps. Having fun with the new drive system.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's cool. It's sad that it probably won't. Do you think that will it carry forward?
God, I hope not.
I have motion sickness, so I haven't been able to enjoy it, but I think it's a very sweet feature. I love it from the flavor, you know.
The dragon riding doesn't get you motion sick?
Also, yes.
Oh.
I had to like disable all of the
stuff,
things.
yeah.
I read that the CN community has been complaining a lot about the drive making them motion sick.
Specifically CN community?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Apparently that wasn't an issue with the dragon riding, but drive causing a lot of reactions.
Wait, sorry. Cam's asked you if dragon ridings gave you motion sickness?
Yeah.
And you said no?
I said yes.
Okay. Well, do you think the strafe part makes it...
So there are, for dragon riding, there are settings you can turn off so it doesn't give you motion sickness, like the speed lines is what I like to call them.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure there is a setting for drive like that, but that could just be the difference, that there's not really much accommodation to you are going sideways and therefore you are automatically seeing more in shorter time.
Yeah, it's baked into the car customization feature, so that might be Difficile.
Sorry, I'm just watching the old pyroblast here.
That's okay.
It's a fun little moment if you're fire mage to just combust.
You're a mage
turns.
this, this season as well, right?
Yeah, I was, and then I did some dungeons, and the healers were just not it, and so now I'm on my priest.
I was gonna say, I turned around while you were doing keys, and I was like, I wonder what he's playing, and you were healing.
Yeah.
So are you planning on playing Shadow, or are you actually planning on healing camp?
Probably healing. I've decided I just need to step in the hole that is most annoying to me at the current moment.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Like
how are you enjoying it?
Disc is fine. I mean, I like Disc a lot more now. You have a couple more cooldowns than you had last time, which is very good because they needed like a S word button. You know what I mean? You could you got knocked back or had to move during damage on bosses. You just kind of had nothing, and now you can. I think it's evangelism, whatever. Does a big heal and extends all your atonements. Very nice, and then the big penance up in the air, shooting it around. That part's good, but yeah, Disc is a good
turning golden flying.
Like dark or ultimate penitence or something like that. But Disc is a good DPS healer to play because you're just DPSing.
Have you told Jack this? He'd probably be stoked to hear you're playing priest.
Yeah, he'd be very proud.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've kept that quiet.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry.
He'll see me. He'll come critique me, coach.
Oh, true. Yeah, you don't want that.
I want it at some point.
Okay.
Let me warm into it, and
yeah,
then
when you're ready for it, though.
Yeah.
When it's your time. Okay.
That's my time.
Yeah. Funnily enough, back when I was a healer main, Jack was actually one of the first content creators in like the English-speaking field I ever interacted with. Because he was playing Holy Priest and I was playing Holy Priest on what was it? The first BFA raid on Vectis.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of the raid right now. Oldier? No.
Yeah, Oldier.
Okay, yeah. Anyway, that was a hard healer fight, and I remember coming into his chat and being like, how the heck do you do it? Like,
help.
What are you doing to like survive this? And I was like a giga noob back then. Now I'm washed, but like different levels of noobness, and he like explained it to me. That was fun.
Oh. Yeah. Did you? So you were his fan? You were his subscriber?
No. I followed though.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm a chatter at heart, to be honest. Yeah. I lurk in a lot of channels, and every now and then I'll be yapping.
Yep. I am also a fan of lurking.
We hear that ding. That is now the fight, I think, is ramping up. They pop their bloodlust. They're going to have 4 balls come out. Oh, they're already out. See Tiger Disco there swirling around. Picking them up. They got all the snipers. Got all the bombs. Kind of stabilizing the raid. Tons of damage. Atlas just swimming in the fire. It's okay. He's tanking.
That's right. Tanks are allowed.
Yeah, they're running.
Especially if they're DKs, you know.
Yeah, running 3 blood DKs to control all these ads. Interesting to see a 3-tank fight already. Also, like the 3-tank fight last time, Ovanax stacking the blood DK. Or did they 3-tank that, right? Or they end up dropping to 2?
Oh, now you're quizzing me. I would have to look it up, but it was definitely in there for quite some time. I'm getting a thumbs up over there. Oh, that was not for us. Okay. My bad. I didn't see her face.
I was yapping with production.
That's all right.
You caught me.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call you out.
Oh, it's okay.
But yeah, we did use our bloodlust to cover that overlap there, and here is where that next pain point is. You can just see how much damage there is. You need to make sure that these scrap masters are taken out of commission. They're not allowed to cast, and then you also need to take down the booms. Now, one person died there, but we were able to get them back with the group. The scrap master here trying to be pulled in with the rest of the team as we are approaching what could be a new best here for Team Liquid on Styx Bunk Junker in poll number 25. Let's see how far this one can go as we are reaching that marker there. 39.75 was the previous best. In comes the damage. This one will hurt as all of the ads spawn and we get another set. Now, once again, focus on the scrap masters, then the bombs, and then anything that's left over, you are allowed to free send into the boss.
Yeah, it looks like, are they going to get that one? Ooh, I think they did. All right, now they just need to get rid of those 2 bombs. You can see on the far left and kind of right by the boss.
2 taken
All
out.
right, got that. Rest into the boss. They lost Siri, but they got him up.
A healer, yeah. That's always a little bit painful because then other people are going to follow.
Yeah, they are out of reses, and now they're down one of their tanks, but luckily they have two more, yep, backups. Hopefully they don't need their grips for anything. Hopefully Yip's got all of his grips on cooldown before he went into that. They're spreading, and the new garbage is in about 3 seconds. That is basically the only pain point of this fight. They can get past that. They probably have 2 or 3 sets more before the boss runs out of health. Comes out, you see them rolling around. Now they have to deal with these Scrap Masters. 1, 2, 3, 4 lasers. They got 2 of them, 2 left. They're going to get them in time. It's hard to see them out in the back. It looks like they did. Ooh, this is very clean. Let's pick these up.
Yeah.
That final bomb. Now roll these into the boss. Look at that. 23% on the boss. So maybe 2 more sets of the rolling to go through, but they're starting to lose people. It's getting kind of ugly. There's more and more trash on fire, more raid damage. It gets a little more difficult. Yeah, they're starting to kind of fall apart here. But this is a new best. New best on health and time, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, this is phenomenal. This is exactly the type of tries you want to be having right now. After a little bit of stagnation there, this felt like one where they really had it figured out, and you can just see very far into the fight. You know the end is near. You are seeing light at the end of the tunnel, and you know this boss can die if they can just get through it cleanly. We're going to be pushing a quick little weaker update there, it seems like.
I see chat saying that was the enrage. I missed that. That is, if that's true, that is very tight. That's I guess they are 3 tanking it, so there is that. But
is there a replay of that?
Yeah, can we see? It's.
I was looking at the raid frames.
Yeah, I was watching the raid frames, just watching the health go down.
Gonna be trying to get that replay going there for everybody. So there is a passive increase, and it definitely does hurt more over time. But if that was the enrage, just saying if it was, here's that replay, then that means we need to go back to single target comps.
Yeah, true. They are running pretty weird comp, a lot of add damage, spread cleave. I'm wondering if some of the boomkins are there also for like some vortexes and things like that. Things are leaping all over. That's all right. Let's look at this boss's health. Oh, yes. He's got a big enrage thing on him.
Yep.
30 minutes.
Unfortunate.
Well, they're living through him having it now. But the tanks just got walloped.
He's just taking out one after another, right? So you could probably
and that damage
here
is
for
crazy.
a couple of seconds, like they did, but that is it needs to be under 2% kind of situation in order to maybe gain something from that. So
yeah.
As soon as the fires came out, it was game over. That hit really hard. We can see Scott here gonna get slammed. Oh. Yeah, they're just insta-purg.
So the question is, right, there's a couple of things you can optimize here. You can switch comps, you can go for more single target, you can try to do better with the garbage balls, because we know they do a lot of damage, and if any of them could have landed into boss but didn't for some reason, then that is also tons of damage that they're being left open on the field there, so we're going to be seeing what they do.
All right, well, real quick between these polls, we do want to give a shout out to our presenting partner, of course, Coinbase, teal.gg/Coinbase RWF. Use that code TEAMLIQUID20. You can get $20 worth of currency also if you do sign up for that app. And then head over to teal.gg/RWFBTS. You can win a Team Liquid signed jersey. And the grand prize, if you do all of this, if you are NA and EU, is you can be flown out for the next Race to World First. We are getting some significant progress in these last couple of polls. We just shaved off quite a large chunk of percentage on this boss, and we're going to let them continue on here with that progression. So in the meantime, between these polls, definitely go take some time to scan that QR code and head on in. Looks like we're getting a couple of week aura updates as well. That is a new picture. Love to see it. We're pushing those updates very quickly as well. So we're going to get in some more polls. Not quite so sure on Sticks, Bunk and Junker. Bunk Junker. I like Bunk and Junker better.
Bunk and
It's more fun to
Junker.
say. And in the meantime, we're going to head into a Monster Energy listen in.
The same amount of damage we took on this pull in total from interrupts.
I mean, 2 extra
Whoever pops the
DPS.
bombs just kicks it instantly as it goes in.
2
That's
extra
the biggest
DPS
issue.
plus optimization, does that get us 20% boss HP? There's a lot to optimize, that's for sure. Like, if people are running out and single hitting bombs, but...
I mean, having one ball roll over 2 Scrap Masters and putting them under the boss instead of having to, like, go out and kick them and stuff is definitely a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, so Fired Up actually called that on that poll. I can show you it.
I think both the mid people should pick up the 2 scrap masters, and the side guys pick up the
Couldn't
bombs.
the boomkins just not be assigned to kick or something, so they can actually always just do the one in the back, like whenever it happens, at least one boomkin that just only looks for that.
I'm
well, if you
ready,
get assigned, yeah, I mean,
like
if you
I'm
get a
not
bomb on
assigned-
boomkin, you need to have your kick for the.
Why can I not
ad.
find the boss?
Yeah, but it's the same type of ad, you could say. Like it's only
you
the
not
ad that
log that?
spawns in Timbuktu that matters, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm looking at the
he
log
uses
now.
our most recent log.
I
and
mean, we're
Boomy just
positioning
logged
to
in
hit
with
everything with
plus.
Starfall, and also I'm running from my life.
Yeah, you gotta be kind of
mad
mad
aggro.
Live last 10 minutes.
Sometimes the kick that I need to get is 80 yards away. It's kind of hard.
But just call for backup. I mean, Fictional Turbo was like backupping on that pole, like.
Fuck.
And
on the
Fired
right
Up
tab,
like
which
called
might be
it.
there, Max.
He also like went out and did it. Just one blink kick.
Yeah,
I have a question about the kick recall, by
backups
the
whenever
way.
needed.
Yeah.
I'm
Is
just
it
saying
actually
it's
getting backup?
like it's hard.
Yes. It
Yeah,
just
it does
assigns
get
you as
backup.
well.
Because
It's
it
telling
keeps
you,
telling me to
yeah,
kick when
it's
on
telling you to
cooldown.
kick every time, but that's like fine. Kind
Oh,
of.
okay.
It's just annoying, I
Yeah,
guess.
as long as
but-
someone else is getting told
So
to kick,
Fired
which
Up on the
I'm your backup, KSP, and
Okay.
I always get it.
Yeah,
Unless there's a time where you don't have yours and I don't have, and I have mine, but it's not telling me. But I feel like I don't think that's happened.
But here's what Fired Up does. Watch this. So Fired Up sees that he's square, and he calls in comms. He gets this. He gets the hyenas, and he says, "Right now, X, I will get your Scrapmaster." And he gets his, and he goes for X's Scrapmaster, and they just kind of like bump into each other, and like Yips gets it anyway. But like, how much time did Fired Up have to do that? Like infinite, right? I actually think that might.
easy.
I think that might be the play. I feel like middle left and middle right should just get both scraps, and if they're like fucked, they just call for a backup or something for the other person to get it, and then all scrap masters land on the boss, and this becomes like Astro Piss will gain infinite boss damage.
I mean, he's getting it very easy because he gets like very early 3 hyenas, right?
Yeah, but like I'm pretty sure like the middle.
He has a lot of small trash there too.
But I feel like there's like 2 hyenas. I feel like there's a hyena for like the 2 middle people almost every time. Not
But, like,
every time, but like almost every time.
But like, am I going to be able to do this as a priest?
I
don't
think
know,
it should be if you can't get it based on the trash spawns, or you think it's going to be close, you just call for the backup. Like the person who is doing the bomb can do it. Right.
We could do roaring as well before the garbage too, right? So that people can like run out further.
Is the cast look actually livable, or is it just like a hard kill mechanic?
It's
like
You
if you
can't really live it. I died through ice colds. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a 33 million hit.
Yeah, you need a lot.
You can double stack your defensive SMH, you probably live.
Is there a way to tell if it's in?
We lived till like what 6:45 ish.
Wait, we also we missed some hits, right? We should have had 21 hits of the ball, and we had 16.
Unless I'm looking at it wrong, but that's what would make sense because there's 7 ball events and 16 hits should be 21, right?
What?
The reason it's an odd number is because of P1.
But
right?
you only get 2 balls
It's
per
2
set.
times 7 plus 1, so 15. Isn't it?
Don't you have 4?
But and we have 16 because we missed something.
Yeah, 2 of them go into the
always
big
hit the
bombs.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So
I was
we
thinking there was only
so
one
we should have
bomb.
had 15. We literally
someone
got
just
we got a
doubled it.
+1. We got a +1.
W.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit, we
Someone
just found
double hit.
damage,
I
bro.
mean, did anyone-
Raid chat. We're fucking ready.
What?
Oh shit.
Okay, whatever. It doesn't like here. Look, the I looked at something on the last link here. Here, like, how do I show the thing here? I want to show what's showing up on what I'm highlighting, but when I click it, it just does this.
Are leech enchants good, by the way?
Go to
So
damage to
those are-
source or by source.
Yeah, top right, like done by ability.
Hey, that's a good call, probably.
Beats is probably very good here, actually.
So, those are people getting picked twice, I guess. Was there any... So 2 hits. And these all people... So we didn't have a single small bomb hit there, except for maybe Yips. No, like, that's... But Yips doesn't make sense. Oh, he probably just hit a bomb multiple times, but like... Yips might have been small one time, so we'd have had like a
Medium
couple
once.
percent lower.
I'd had a 175 going once.
I mean, we could definitely gain a ton of boss dam just from acknowledging that there's the enrage now. Like, that'll matter for sure. Damn, new Rashonan is crazy. All right.
You took it personal.
I think we do a poll with Atlas's DPS real quick and change nothing else and change everything else after dinner.
Has Atlas not gotten a ball yet?
No. I got one. Oh, fuck. I got one.
So again, there is one thing we're trying to do, by the way. If there's anything you can try to do this poll, if you're ever picked with like middle left or middle right, not hard left or hard right, what you're trying to do is if you're able to get a hyena and you're fast enough, like try to call that you can get the other people's shit so they can get bombs, and then we spawn all the scrap masters on the boss. Try to do that. If you need to if you're not going to make
we're
it,
calling it if we can or can't do it?
I think for now, I think you're calling it if you can, and then once we're super used to it and it's really automatic, then maybe we swap it to can't. But I think for now, it's definitely the confirmation. Like tell them that you were doing it.
If you can do what?
If you can soak, if you can soak both scrap masters, specifically the people who get back middle and back, or sorry, middle left and middle right. If you're able to get a hyena and instantly get your scrap master, tell the people who are like closer to the boss that you can get one of theirs and just say the marker.
Wait, do you
like Fired Up did that poll
right now?
I can show an example of this, by the way. Let me just do one more show of an example of this. Fired Up did it right.
Blue would be getting X and purple would be getting green every time, I think, right? That's how.
Yeah, 1 second. So it's right here. So here's what Fired Up did. He's here. He sees he's getting a hyena. Literally right now, he said, X, I will get your scrap master. And then he gets his, and then he goes right for X's. And obviously he gets bumped, and then they end up taking it. But like he has a lot of time to get there. Especially if he didn't get bumped, he would have gotten there with 3 seconds left. So if you can't, you don't get. If you're like bad RNG, bad positioning, you were out of the space, you tell that person like, you know, that's just everything is normal. Like if you are like diamond and square on the pole, you are getting your thing unless the person tells you not to. And then it's very important that to know that if you are not getting double scrap master, you are sending your shit into the bombs, not the boss.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, can you repeat that? I was.
Okay. We have to reset the boss too.
Just pull it out that way.
Pull it on again, Scott.
Damn, Cinny. Back up, interrupt one.
Yo, fucking, you're pissing me off.
Cinny, come on, man.
Focus up, bro.
Wait, we should do trash.
I'll show it one more time for everyone. Please don't make me repeat this again. Everyone watch this.
Donkey.
Okay, Fired Up is back left or back middle. These are the only two people where this will apply to. He sees he's got like a good hyena spawn. He didn't have to blink either. You could natty walk here and see that like you're getting hyenas and you're like, all right, I know I got this shit. There's my scrap master. I have infinite time. I'm going to be big instantly. He's like, all right. He says right now, X, I have your scrap master. He's not going to know your name, but he's just saying that you know what your shit is, right? And then you go in and now he is going to hit the boss, ideally with both scrap masters. And then you would want to get any bombs in the room because you're not going to be spawning scrap masters.
How much do scrap masters add to your pile of garbage?
It would be Driny we put out.
I don't know.
If we put a heal
I
out.
think it's a medium.
The medium.
Yeah.
Probably a medium.
Thanks, Jack.
I'm out.
That damage check doesn't look super real though, looking at Dorvan shit. If we just lock in.
You haven't seen Unholy Deco.
The lock-in diff?
Are you about to pop the fuck off or what?
No,
the other way.
no, it's gonna be even more unbelievable.
Hashtag pop down.
Aren't you Frost? Just asking. No, seriously. No, I'm not here to laugh. I don't.
Sack Brute isn't good for Frost, I don't think.
I mean, we could also like lust. Actually, I don't know.
Oh, you just.
What now?
Oh, this is gonna be
I think
crazy.
You want lust now, you said?
This is gonna be so sick.
Okay.
No, it's not. It's fine. It's not gonna be sick, guys.
Okay. Running in 3. No one's calling anything, so do your regular shit.
There's like a certain amount anyways, yeah?
Yeah.
Set focus cross.
Okay. Bombshell should be dead.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you so much.
No problem, bro.
Get the scrap masters in.
We can just do the same thing. I'll just go a second time.
Okay, fire circles in a few seconds. Don't burn these. Pretty sure if you pull it to the wall, like behind diamond, it's gonna get those two far shitty ones, if that makes sense. Like you don't have to pull it distance-wise close to them, but like just the the pure distance from the middle of the room should make
Yo,
it
shoot,
take those.
shoot. Get closer.
Nope.
Okay, like, yeah, just you can even be closer to where you want to drag it to, but yeah. Just needs to full move after. Fire circles here.
Yep.
2 garbage in 6. 2 garbage in 3, 2, 1, now. Okay, try to call if you're able to get some good shit with hyenas here.
Bombs near the boss in front of it, so.
This is fire circles in 3, 2, 1, now. Spread. Get the extra bomb shells in, guys. They're really shitty. Get them in. Get Impact as well. Oh, that was... Okay, we're dead.
I've been recycled.
Bang! Oh my lord!
That was that was dope. Look at that. Are we not getting recent pulls anymore?
So boy, you ran over 7 people.
It should work again shortly. Right now, it's set up to only work
You
with one
reversed over
log,
me after you ran me over the
and
first
boom,
time.
log with the class that you was using instead.
Okay, so the issues there are... We were going for these bombs. These bombshells just didn't get gripped fast enough. Like, even though we have DPS DK, these can still get gripped, right?
I was on a ball.
Oh, that'll do it. Oh yeah, 2 DKs are on a ball here, so it's only Scott. Okay. But these things would have still died in time by the time they got in. We're chilling. Okay, so they both hit each other going for that, and then they both go for it again, and they run into each other and blow up, and then it dies. Okay, so W go again angle.
The boss is not very movable, right?
Depends
like
when.
There's like no way we can like move him around, use him to cleave more off if we wanted to get more boss damage to get them off the piles.
I mean, we could, yeah. I mean, he does move during that part. It's more just hard to move the boss because people are kind of like, if the bombshells, well, they will be slowed because every class in the game just randomly has a slow.
Are they mass
leave
grippable?
them.
Or
Yeah, but
yeah,
I don't know if it's good. Like,
I think
you
it's
could
good to
mass grip them after him.
After they're on the ground, like yeah. I don't know. Like, I'm just thinking that's like a lot of boss damage.
Yeah, I mean, running it around trying to is probably good. So. Be doing another pull or dinner. I don't know what the lore is.
I'm not the. I'm
Pull
not.
till it dies.
I'm feeling a pull.
Fired up.
Just do one pull and then dinner.
Yo.
I'd
Yeah,
go
well,
off
dinner no matter what, I think, is the play.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Wanted to see the DK stuff, but you got the first ball, so and then we had like unrelated issue.
Hashtag Bubba lets us eat today.
Though, no?
Hashtag eat. I think 3 healing is going to be sketchy.
Yeah, I think so too.
Well, say it then, Nick. What the hell?
I in 3 Moonkin, 3 heal, like, I'm already feeling like that.
I'm one yep. already crying.
3 dead chickens.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Garbage spawning here.
It's being real.
Go bear, dog. Go bear.
Oh, bear, man.
Okay, we're spreading in 10 seconds.
I can get the, what color is it? Fucking
The one is
blue. I got blue.
Do not have it, bro.
Okay. It's fine.
Okay. Casting fire circles 3, 2, 1.
Set focus cross.
If you think about it, Scott, were you already big when you soaked that Moody in there?
Back up aside +1.
I think leaving that to be burned would have been good. That specific one.
Yeah,
the second to last one you soaked.
But yeah, I think so.
Spread in like 3 seconds. Now we kind of just have to like burn these 2 in the middle. I think burning the one like on the wall is goated actually. You can just pretty much have the boss pre in position here, I'm pretty sure. Bait. But having a timer for when that bait actually happens be good.
Is there one?
I don't see
There
one
you
on
go,
fire.
boss immune bar.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, spread. That's fine. Perfectly fine. Okay, garbage here. Look at your markers. People who get middle left and middle right, let square or diamond know if you can help.
Under the boss. I'm gonna move
Nick
the boss to the
multiple
wall,
Moonkins picked, by the way. This is a code red.
Scrap master on the right.
Break the bombshells on the right. Break the bombshells on the right. Fire circle spread in 3, 2, 1. Now, do not spread on trash. Okay, Fire circles. Nice. Watch
Getting the
HP.
bomb
Get
and
kicks.
melee,
Get
I'm
kicks,
getting the
guys. Get
bomb.
kicks.
I got
Get
it.
kicks. Get kicks on scraps. Scraps coming in now. Back up moon. Back left. It's back left behind the raid. Nice. We got it. Get fire circles in 5. Let's just fucking cleave these ads down real quick. We need big boss dam. Spreading in 3, 2, 1. Now. No. What the fuck killed you?
Roasted him.
He's just casting in melee.
Jesus.
Fire
Yeah.
chicken.
Okay, new garbage here. X and square near the boss. Look at your marker. Wolf, THD, Smack, and Scott. Okay, bombshells are pretty close. Okay, we're spreading in 3, 2, 1. Now, one of the bombshells kind of high, 80%. Can we get that one in? In a weird ass spot. Grip it in now. Nice. Okay, get kicks, guys. Get kicks. Spread. Get kicks. Kicks on scraps, boys. Get all these ads in. Let's go.
Bombshell. Kick it in.
Yeah, kill the bombshell. Kill the bombshell. 3, 2, 1. We're good. We're good. Get the scrap masters in, guys. We're fucking cooked. We need to cleave them. Fire. We gotta get it in, guys. It's done. Coming in now. Everyone should just kill this high one. Spread. Just kill the high one. Okay, new garbage in 5. Get in position. Remember the next tank movement? We need to go closer to the wall. Look at the markers. Look at the markers.
Oh, let's see what I got.
I got X.
Okay. If you have X, by the way, you don't need to grab it.
What's Nick?
Unlucky. Break the bomb next to boss. Bomb next to boss.
Get it.
Good. Kick. Impact Kanonk. Get kicks, guys. Bunch of backup kicks if possible. Dude, ran that shit into the scrap master.
If you're a boomkin, you really should just press X on request macro on the coil.
I got recycled.
It's not called.
Yeah.
They just have
And they
aggro.
got aggro from the dogs.
I didn't even
on
dodge
top of the
them.
tank, probably, but yeah, I guess.
We can res a moonkin
just has to
probably
pick them
in
up.
20 seconds. New garbage here. Get closer to the wall if possible. Nice. Look at the markers, guys. Look at the markers. Look at the markers.
That might be really sketchy, but maybe not.
Look at the markers. Get your shit. Okay. Bombshells. We were down
one bomb
multiple
is supposed to
moonkins. We need to
boss.
slay these ads. We have a bombshell to 100% right now, daughters. Hit it. Far left. Spread now.
Res?
Spread now. Spread now. Res goop. Res goop.
Hover across.
Get the kick.
Okay, and get kicks, guys. Get kicks.
Backup assigned cross 2.
Very far bombshell.
And
Very
it's
far
also
bombshell. We need full
scrap
time.
master.
Everyone kill. We're turbo dead. It's blowing up in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. I mean, we just had multiple moonkins dead. It's all.
Immune.
Is it a dinner angle?
Yeah.
Hungry.
Yeah, it was dinner no matter what.
Hungry angle.
Read announcement.
Yeah, make sure you relog.
More trash for the pile.
Good job. I think we did pretty well on the boss so far. It's just really hard.
Keep an Undermine clean. Yeah.
After this piece of this boss gonna blow up.
Yep. Fucking get that fucking pizza buff.
I think now when we have won this tank, we probably need to look at the scrap masters, what we do when they are far and who should taunt them in, because random DPS get aggro and then they just get slayed.
Yeah.
Our tank's
And
doing
like,
a lot to that.
I don't think the one tank can just be responsible for getting 6 hyenas, like, you know, taunt every scrap master. Like, it's not easy.
By the way, I think if you roll your ball into a scrap master that's already been knocked out, I think it blows up your ball. We may have lost some boss damage to that on that pull.
Everyone
Not sure.
should do what Bubba said, by the way, in announcements, if they haven't gone yet.
I think everyone relogged. We can double check. If not, just go to
There's
the
still a
computer.
bunch of people online in game.
Oh, log their shit out. Who's online, bro? Let's see. You're online, buddy. I'm looking at you right now.
Shit.
Shit, dude. Yo. Jay's computer's on. Bro, there's fucking hella people still online. I mean, it's just Shay, right? I think. Shay, Atlas. Wolf. Yeah, I'll just go look around some computers.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back from that Monster Energy listen in. We're all a little bit surprised. It looks like they're going to be going to dinner earlier than I think any of us expected.
Pizza night.
Yeah.
I think this boss is just kind of like hard to approach, and it's a lot to like download and process. Even if you've gone through it, they've now seen the entire fight. They've hit the enrage. And they now need to just kind of comprehend what's going on there and need to get used to it. So I think it is actually a good time for a break, even though it is a little bit earlier than we would probably expect.
Yeah, I think it's about an hour earlier, but I mean, the pizza's here. You definitely don't want it sitting there for an hour. Wouldn't be good.
Yeah, Max was talking about logging everybody out. I'm not sure what they're doing there. Maybe some add-on stuff.
Interesting.
Getting things ready. And they didn't change their comp around at all after seeing the enrage.
That's
They're confident they can do it with this comp maybe, or maybe they think they need more gear. I'm not sure. Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. We'll find out. I finally got to see some Mythic progression, so knock on wood that they don't go back to any splits or Mythic Plus, but we'll definitely find out. In the meantime, do have to give a couple of quick mentions. We are definitely, obviously all here for the same purpose, so if you don't want to miss any of the action, make sure you are either hitting that Prime sub or subscribing to the stream, and then you won't miss any of the action. You won't get any of those ads. So let's talk about this tier so far. A lot of us predicted it to be sort of a slowly ramping up in terms of difficulty, much unlike what we saw last year where it was more of a 90-degree angle. I wonder if we could take a look at the predictions that we had for all of the casters, because certainly this boss in particular has exceeded our expectations already.
Well, we still need to add the actual poll counts production of the bosses that are downed. I just want to get that in there because I'm feeling pretty good about them.
Pull them all through. Okay, all right.
Keeping
them in line.
I also have to pull the titles here, but other than that, I feel like, Styx Bunk Junker looking a little bit like a toughie, and besides Jack, no one really had that on the cards. Even Max going higher than all of us with 15.
Yeah.
I think is a little bit of a surprise, but a welcome one to me.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, production.
Here's the actual pull count right now. We are at 27, so Jack being the closest only has 10 to go. 27 plus question mark, because we're really only like halfway through the encounter, Cams.
Yeah, or no, they got to the enrage.
Yeah, well, I mean,
but
halfway through the HP bar.
Yeah. I don't know. We're
80% down.
We're like, okay, I guess I should rephrase. Like, there's still a lot to figure out, a lot to clean up.
Yeah, halfway through the time spent on it, possibly.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I'm going to guess they're going to stick with the DKs unless something changes.
Fair.
They're going to keep triple tanking because I think having the consistency to control everything is good, and they don't want to drop that. And maybe they start thinking about like DPS swaps to do more single target damage, but then they're going to have problems elsewhere, and they're going to have to relearn new things, which would add a lot more time also. They have the option of Mythic Plus.
Yep.
They have the option of sending some crest upgrades. I don't think they've really ripped all that yet. They're trying to save that till they really need it, and to pull that on Styx Bunk Junker would be kind of weird. Yeah. But maybe needed. I mean, the analysts do the math, and they say if it's needed or not. So if by now they haven't done it, then I don't think it's mathematically needed.
I mean, let's talk a little bit about the bigger picture, because there's not that many days left in the week.
What day is it?
No,
It is day number 5 out of 7.
Huh.
See, I made a little bit of a promise to myself. I've been posting my daily outfits on Instagram.
Okay.
With like a number, and today I actually had to consider what day it was already. 5 days in, I was like, hold on, where are we?
I'm losing track of time a little bit, Cam.
Yeah, bad.
Yeah, I thought by now, by day 5, we'd probably be on One Arm Bandit if you had asked me at the beginning of the race, and we are not. I've got on my bingo card day 12. I'm feeling pretty confident that gets checked off. I'm still doing my bingo, even though Kalamazi has completed his.
I'm doing mine too.
Yeah.
Very good.
I think it's good to carry through the race, and maybe we can have an extra prize for somebody who gets all of them, whatever that's the blackout or whatever the bingo thing is. So I'm still checking them, but yeah, I've got day 12, which seems kind of likely.
Yeah.
What day is that? That would be Saturday next week, I guess.
So
no, that's 13. So Friday.
So still one reset, but towards the end of getting near the second one.
Yeah, near the end of the other one.
That's fair.
Yeah, third reset I think would be kind of disastrous.
Yeah.
This would be
Doesn't
sepulcher
Dratnos
level.
have that on his card, like a day 18?
Yeah, someone had a day 18.
I'm pretty sure
Not me.
Dratnos had an 18 on his card.
Yeah, that would be
Let's
shocking.
hope he's not right with that one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one thing we can definitely all agree on, and probably everyone that is a fan of the Race World First, that is that this is definitely proving to be a little bit difficult. Earlier than we may have originally predicted, which is okay. Honestly, we don't know if it's gonna keep increasing exponentially. Maybe Blizzard was just like, we want some of these earlier bosses to be harder than they have been historically. That doesn't mean that they've increased, the latter ones significantly more. Maybe it's just more of a gentle ramp up, like I was kind of saying a little bit earlier. So really, only one way to find out. They're gonna head to a dinner break. They've got clearly some stuff they want to work out, including getting in just a little, some food, some nutrition, some pizza.
Yeah.
Very important.
Some schnackies.
Yeah, some snacks. In the meantime, though, we do have to give another quick mention to our presenting partner, of course, Coinbase. You can go to TL.gg/CoinbaseRWF and use that code TeamLiquid20. Then step number 2, fill out the form TL.gg/RWFBTS. If you do all of this stuff that you see on the screen here, you can win a Team Liquid signed jersey. We're going to be giving out one every single day and one every time we kill a mythic boss. So that's a lot of jerseys. That's a lot of chances. So definitely make sure you're getting in there. And then if you signed up for all of that, also, if you are NA or EU, you have a chance to be flown out for the next race. So very exciting stuff. Definitely make sure you go do that if you want a little bit of a piece of the Team Liquid Race World First to bring home to you. So courtesy of Coinbase, thank you so much. This would not be possible without Coinbase, as well as the rest of our amazing sponsors.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Good stuff. And since I'm on a roll here,
keep going.
One more exciting thing, since we are heading to a break very soon, a little bit earlier than predicted, we're going to be playing marbles again. Have you guys been participating in that, even though we're not allowed to win for some reason? I don't
Chat
know what
Chat has been spamming marbles ever since they saw the Raiders walk past behind us. They've been going exclamation mark
Ready.
marbles. Where are the marbles? So, yeah, they're coming.
They know what time it is. Exclamation play. It'll get you signed up for that marbles game. We're going to be spinning every day before we head into the marbles game. It'll be either a Team Liquid Pro peripheral, which could be a mouse, could be a keyboard, could be all kinds of stuff, or $50 store credit. So here is that wheel, and production, cue it up whenever you're ready.
Pop, 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 pop.
Yeah, it's got a little noise.
I like
and
that
everything.
sound.
I know, me too. Ah, there we go. Very nice. It's very fitting since it's, casino themed. Ooh, $50 store credit. One $50 store credit we'll be giving away. And then also, I did forget to mention, all of the winners of the marble games throughout the course of the Race to World First are then eligible for the grand prize giveaway, which is an Alienware Area 51 PC, which is a giga PC. It's
It
a
has
nice
a
PC.
5080.
Yeah, I didn't even know they went that high, mate.
Very newly announced in January. We did learn about the new RTX 50 cards, and Alienware did put one of these into that Area 51 PC. So an upgrade for many right now that haven't cashed out just yet for that new GPU.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit butthurt that we can't enter and win, but I mean, what do you know? Maybe next time we can convince them. But make sure you're doing exclamation play. Be signed up for the marbles for that $50 giveaway or the grand prize of the Alienware Area 51 PC. So thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. We're going to go get some food ourselves, and good luck in that marbles game.
Exclamation mark play.
Listen, we need to have a conversation about apparel. The fact is, you signed a contract guaranteeing certain concessions. One of those being a spot on this broadcast.
Well, that's where I see things differently. Contract or no, I will not sell out for an impeccably designed and high-quality t-shirt.
I'm sorry you feel that way, but that's basically the nature of the race.
Maybe I'm wrong on this one, but for me, the race doesn't include selling cozy 100% cotton hoodies with graphics specifically designed for this race.
Oh, this is cozy.
Max, you know what I'm talking about, right?
It's like people only do the race to sell t-shirts. And that's just really sad.
How about this to celebrate our spring championship? I celebrated by getting a new Honda Civic Hybrid. With style, power, and fuel efficiency, it's next level awesome. Get in. Why didn't I think of this? How do you return a billboard?
Huh? What? Okay. Hey, Bubba, I thought you said we fixed the goblin portal problem. Man.
This is Max, and here is the exact moment he saw a custom plush toy we made of him from scratch.
Wow, it's got, okay, so there's a lot going on here.
We here at Team Liquid have spent months turning all of our friends, family, and any famous people we can find a public address for into their own custom plushes based off our mascot, Blue. Which means we had to make one for everyone's favorite raid leader and WoW streamer, Maximum. The first thing we have to do is give Blue some facial hair. Using some fur and this deep, longing photo of Max, we remade his scruff 1-2-1.
It's got a crazy beard. I was certainly looking that homeless during the last race.
And Max's face would be unrecognizable without his glasses. Important for raiding and seeing. Then we realized he was still without clothes, so we made him decent with a custom jersey. And at this point, he looked a little less Max and a little more Seth Rogen in a t-shirt, so we added some memorable WoW items, Ramornia and the Gift of N'Zoth, both 3D printed and painted to match the game. Finally, we delivered it to Max to capture his reaction.
Look, he's real cute. He's got my little Harry Potter glasses on. I get to keep this, right? You can make your own. You just gotta go to tl.gg/myblue and you can customize it however you want.
Empieza la carrera. Vamos a dar $50 en Team Liquid. Y podemos ver a Live que va ganando, va en primer lugar. Uy, Dark se cayó. Varios participantes están cayéndose. Wolf se cayó. En primer lugar va Caseman en primer lugar. En segundo lugar va Enoch, X, Ela, Thunder. Caseman en primer lugar todavía va a ganar, tal vez va a ganar. Mucha suerte para todos los participantes. Vamos, vamos, arriba, arriba, ándale, ándale. ¡Yepa, yepa! Y ahora vamos alrededor de un planeta. Parece que es Júpiter, no lo sé, tal vez. Demasiada gente. Y Enoch tiene bastante ventaja sobre todos los demás. Enoch va a ganar. Podemos verlo. Va súper adelante de todos. Recuerden darle signo de exclamación boost para tener más velocidad. Y Enoch acaba de perder toda su ventaja. Isaac le acaba de quitar el primer lugar a Enoch. Esta pista parece ser como la de Mario Kart. La de... Ice, Enoch y Kaysen han estado liderando toda la carrera. Sigue un salto larguísimo. ¿Quién va a ganar? ¿Quién va a ganar? ¿Quién va a ganar? Recuerden que solamente hay un ganador por $50 de Team Liquid. Toda la carrera ha sido liderada por Isaac, Enoch y Kaysen. En este momento Isaac va ganando, él va en segundo y Rob va en tercero. Hay algunos participantes que se están cayendo de la pista. Y al parecer Isaac ha tomado una gran ventaja sobre Enoch. Probablemente va a ganar. Quedan 43 segundos de la carrera. Solamente quedan 40 segundos de la carrera y Isaac tiene una gran ventaja sobre todos ellos. Balin acaba de tener un boost gigantesco y acaba de tomar el primer lugar por bastante. Balin. Y algunos participantes están cayendo de la carrera. Quedan 10 segundos de la carrera. Vamos. Y arriba, ándale, yepa. Ahí se va a ganar. Venga. Isaac. Vamos. Ahí se va a ganar. ¡Gol! Y Isaac termina ganando la carrera, calzó en segundo lugar.